In this world, ever since that wild dimensional storm hit, absolute monstrous entities have started popping up everywhere. But honestly, that's not even the craziest part of the story. While everyone else is out there grinding their butts off and risking their lives to cultivate primordial energy, our protagonist is having a laid-back life. He's got his hands on a mysterious phone device that lets him play a game and upgrade his character. And get this, when his game character levels up and gains powers, his real-life skills and abilities get a boost too. So, buckle up and get ready to watch as our guy wrecks the competition and rises to the top, all thanks to the ultimate device he's got in the palm of his hand. In this story, a dimensional storm hit the Earth almost a decade ago, which revealed the existence of gods, fairies, ghosts, monsters, angels, demons, elves, and other legendary beings. These dimensional beings were classified into 4 categories: mortals, legends, epics, and mythicals. Their abilities and destructive powers were beyond human imagination, with humans sitting at the bottom of the mortal class. However, humans could improve their standing by cultivating their primordial energy, or by hunting dimensional beings and stealing their dimensional crystals. The latter method, though, was full of risks, as the areas where these beings were found were extremely dangerous. Once the world-building bit is over, our story starts in a classroom, where this bald teacher is calling out our protagonist, Joe Wen. When our boy doesn't respond to his call, the baldy starts yelling his head off, just like any typical teacher. I mean, his frustration is pretty understandable since this idiot is taking a nap in the middle of class, leaving the teacher wondering why the old principal thought so highly of this lazy guy. The scene flashes back to when the old principal told the bald teacher that there are only 2 types of geniuses. One is our hero of this story, and the other is everyone else. Fast forward to the present, and as soon as our boy hears the bell, he suddenly bolts out of the classroom without a word. The teacher's left scratching his head, thinking maybe the principal misjudged Joe Wen's potential. Meanwhile, our boy dashes down the corridor and bursts outside into the tennis court area. Once he is alone with his phone, he reveals to us that his life has been turned upside down ever since he got this mysterious phone, and the game inside this phone is the reason he's been zoning out in class and skipping his cultivation. All he needs to do is put a drop of his blood on the phone screen to access the hidden game app. Before diving in, he frantically looks around to make sure no one's around. Then, he grabs a needle, pokes his finger, and adds another drop of blood to create a character in the game. As soon as the phone absorbs the blood, the crimson fluid starts to morph into a character, turning into an adorably chibi little avatar that Joe Wen can play with in the game. The game's big selling point is that upgrading this avatar's abilities will also upgrade our boy in real life. No need to risk life and limb for cultivation, as he can just chill and play to improve himself. He quickly finds some monsters in the game and unleashes a flurry of punches with his avatar. He obliterates one ant with his powerful blows, and the other ant also gets a fiery barrage of punches for its trouble. As dusk starts to settle, we catch up with the bald teacher again. He shares that in the Commonwealth, it's pretty rare to find a genius who can cultivate primordial energy at just 16. But he's worried because there aren't many like Joe Wen, who sticks to bitter meditation and hones his chi without any external help. Everyone at Guida High School had high hopes for our boy, believing he'd easily snag first place in the upcoming practical test. A month ago, something happened that shook the school's confidence in Joe Wen. To see what really rattled them, we rewind almost a month and find students gathered around, buzzing with shock. Someone has challenged our boy, and what's even more surprising is that it's a girl. They're calling her crazy for taking on the school's prodigy on her very first day. As the 2 contenders face off in the middle of the basketball court, our boy asks if they know each other, but the girl doesn't bother with pleasantries and just tells him to bring it on. In typical reckless fashion, my guy charges at her, only to get hit with a gut-wrenching kick that sends him crashing to the ground like yesterday's trash, with just one kick. The way she is standing, it's clear she didn't even break a sweat while delivering that kick. The crowd is stunned to see the result of this clash, unable to believe she took him down with a single blow. Their curiosity is piqued, and everyone is asking about who this mysterious girl is, and what her name is. The bald teacher explains that ever since Joe Wen was humiliated by that girl named An Jing, he's lost all motivation. All he does now is sleep and game, and the old man is seriously worried that if this continues, he won't have a future. But honestly, the old man might be overthinking things. In our boy's case, if he keeps gaming like this, he might become unbelievably powerful. After finally defeating some monsters, Joe Wen's avatar grabs another explosion crystal, and as he absorbs the crystal, an arcane blue energy envelops him. When the blood avatar absorbs a primordial energy crystal in the game, it actually boosts the player's real-life abilities. Plus, the game lets players see stats that aren't visible in real life. A month ago, our boy's stats were pretty low, but thanks to the game, he's seen a significant boost. If he had only cultivated bitter meditation, He worries that even with years of practice, he might not have progressed as quickly as he has with the game. His only regret is that the crystals he collects in the game can't be brought into real life. If they could, he would have sold even the low-grade ones to rack up enough cash to live comfortably for the rest of his life. As the game continues, our boy finds himself up against another ant, and this one's giving him a tough time. It's a red mutated vigor ant, which is faster and stronger than the usual ones. Juwon knows he can beat it with enough time, but just as he's focused on the fight, he hears footsteps approaching. It's Fang Ruoxi, a hottie in shorts, and our boy feels a surge of anxiety after seeing her around. He doesn't want her to find out what he's playing, and if his secret gets out, he's in big trouble. But abandoning this battle now isn't an option either. He then decides to ignore her completely, trying to appear as just a tech nerd absorbed in his phone. But Fang Ruoxi calls out to him, inviting him to join her team for the final practical test of the graduation exam. As he continues his game, he asks why she wants him on her team. Fang Ruoxi explains that she wants to score high in the combat test and needs strong teammates. Our boy, however, tells her he's not as strong anymore since the title of top student was taken from him a month ago. But the girl claims that he's still the only person at Guide High School she considers worthy of being her opponent. But he tries to remind her that An Jing was the strongest. But Fang Ruoxi reveals that An Jing has already transferred schools. Ju is stunned by this news, and the girl further adds that while she's not sure where An Jing came from, it's clear she's surpassed the mortal class. Her appearance and departure were so sudden that it felt like she was just here to challenge our boy. Fang Ruoxi also mentions that she initially thought Zhou Wen had some sort of rivalry with An Jing, which might be why she challenged him. The boy thinks about it for a moment, but then claims that this is not possible because he has never met her before, let alone have beef with her. The girl then drops this topic and asks him once again whether he's joining her team. Zhou Wen, seeing the opportunity, agrees, saying he's fine with benefiting from her skills and leadership. Fang Ruoxi decides it's settled and explains that she's already found 2 other teammates. Starting today, all team members, including our boy, will train together every afternoon. With that, she quietly leaves, and he finally defeats the red ant. He rushes to grab the dimensional energy crystal, but as soon as he does, a bunch of ants swarm him. But our boy quickly ends the game and plans to check out the new crystal later. Suddenly he feels a sense of unease. His phone and his body start radiating a crimson energy, and he's overwhelmed by an intense feeling. It looks like the crystal might be causing this reaction. From what he knows, the Vigor Ant Crystal seems to be a primordial energy skill crystal from the legends, but he's unsure what skill it might grant. Without wasting any time, he drops a bit of blood on his phone and activates the game to see what's happening. As soon as he looks into it, he sees that he has unlocked a new primordial energy skill. Later, all 4 members of the group come together, and Fang Ruoxi introduces Zhou Wen as their 4th teammate to the other 2 members. The 2 guys raise their eyebrows, noting that while they know about Zhou Wen's skills, he hasn't been training for over a month, so they're unsure if he can perform at his previous level. One of the guys, who has blonde hair, mentions that their main goal is to secure first place in Guide City's college entrance combat test. He expresses concern that our boy might not be the best candidate and suggests inviting another guy named Zheng Yi instead. Well, our boy can understand their hesitation to take him in. You see, the college entrance combat test is a big deal. It can significantly impact the latter part of someone's life, affecting everything from getting into prestigious universities to job hunting and even determining their place in society's top echelons. Plus, having strong teammates is crucial for safety, so it makes sense they'd want to ensure they have the best possible team. Rue tries to convince the group that while Zheng Yi might be a strong candidate, she still believes Zhou is their best option. The blonde guy then proposes a simple test to measure their strengths if our boy does not mind. Rue curiously asks what kind of test they're talking about. The blonde guy proudly explains that since he himself is the weakest among the 3 of them, Zhou Wen will spar with him. If our boy wins, he proves he's qualified to join the team. If he loses, he's out. Our boy raises a concern about the risks of combat and the potential for injury, suggesting that no one benefits from getting hurt. But the blonde guy points out that the school's strength measuring devices might give numbers, but those are meaningless. They'll settle this with a straightforward fight, and the one who concedes loses. Hearing this, Rue thinks about how Tian's combat skills stack up against Zhou Wen's, and she is quite concerned for our boy. You see, our boy hasn't used any dimensional crystals to boost his cultivation, and his family is likely poor, so he might not have any key fighting skills at all. Despite her concerns, she's curious to see how he will handle the situation. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen is considering using machines to gauge their strengths, but Tian scoffs, asking if he's afraid. Our boy just scratches his head, secretly worried that he might hurt them with a single punch. In the end, they decide to use the machines. Tian steps up first and punches the machine with all his might. As everyone watches in anticipation, the machine displays a strength score of 7 points. Joe reflects on how the number on the machine isn't exactly the same as the values shown in the game, but they're quite close. Before he started the game, he had similar power. Tien invites our boy to take his turn with the strength measuring machine. When my guy delivers his strike, the impact creates a loud noise that echoes throughout the school. The baldy teacher, who happens to be walking down the corridor, hears the noise and wonders aloud who's using the testing machine when everyone should be resting. So, he curiously heads to the machine room, and as he opens the door quietly, he catches sight of Joe and the others. He is left scratching his head if our boy is the one who just threw that punch. And yep, it's definitely him. The room goes silent as everyone watches in awe when the machine displays a strength score of 10. Even the old man, who is secretly observing, is completely stunned. The old man starts to reconsider and wonders if Joe hasn't been slacking off after all. Perhaps he's been practicing so intensely that he's only had time to nap in class. He even begins to think that the old principal's judgment about Joe might actually have been spot on. Meanwhile, Rue is puzzled and impressed by our boy's choice to use the most challenging method to deliver strength, and yet he still scores 10 points without even using any chi fighting skills. Tien is visibly agitated by this, and with his frustration boiling over, he swallows his pride and informs our boy that he's qualified. He then decides to make one last punch with what's left of his dignity. He clenches his fist, which crackles with thunder, and delivers a devastating blow to the machine. This time, the machine shows a strength score of 11. The punch leaves Tien completely exhausted, and our boy gives him a thumbs up for his effort. However, Joe appears to be curious about something. Tien tells him to snap out of it and warns him to either score higher than 11 or face the disgrace of losing. Our boy then asks his friends if the school will make him pay for any damage if he breaks the machine. Blondie confidently reassures him that he'll cover the cost if the machine gets broken. With that in mind, my guy begins to smile, and a yellow energy starts to surround his body as he prepares for his punch. Blondie is pretty sure Joe is just bragging. After all, this machine is meant for serious strength testing and can go up to 20 points. Hardly anyone at the school could hit that mark. But with his power cranked up, my guy lets loose with a punch flowing with chi, and Rue is shocked to see he's using chi fighting skills. The punch is so intense that the machine starts breaking down, its circuits frying from the sheer power. Everyone watching is stunned as he takes down the machine like it's nothing. The baldy is completely baffled to see this. He is pretty sure that this machine can easily handle strength up to 20 points, and to wreck it like that, you'd need a rank 8 or 9 key fighting skill. At that moment, the baldy's bald head recalls the principal's words about Joe being the ultimate genius, and he has finally started to see why the principal made such a bold statement about our boy. Even Rue has always known our boy is strong, but seeing it in action was a real eye-opener for her. As the evening sets in, our boy takes a leisurely stroll down a quiet city path. While walking, he can't help but remember his fight with Enjing. It baffles him why someone at her legendary level would bother challenging someone still in the Mortal League. He's pretty sure he's never left Guida Province before, so he has no clue when he might have offended her. Out of the blue, his phone rings. It's his dad, asking if he'll be coming to his wedding. The son curiously asks who the lucky bride is. His playboy father quickly sends a photo of a woman with some impressive pair of hooters and asks if his son likes his future stepmother. Well, that's one way to spice up a father-son chat. Anyway, our boy asks when and where the wedding's happening, and his dad casually mentions it'll be in about a week. That's when our boy reminds his father that his college entrance exam happens to be next week, so he can't attend the wedding even though he really wants to. He then asks his dad if there's an iron cookie box in the closet room. His father, clueless as usual, says he has no idea. Joe tells him it's a square iron cookie box about 10 inches long, with a cartoon bear pattern on it. His dad then explains that it's the box of bear cookies he used to eat, but that brand isn't sold anymore. He is really curious about Joe's sudden interest in that box, so he asks why he's bringing it up. Our boy reveals there's a phone inside that cookie box and asks if his dad put it there. His father asks if the phone has a white metal shell, a black screen, no keys, and is about 7 or 8 inches long. When the son confirms, his dad says it belongs to his grandpa. Our guy is totally stunned and asks how his grandpa ended up with the phone. His dad then reveals a wild story about our boy's grandpa. Basically, his grandpa worked as a carpenter during the reconstruction of ancient Guide City. They worked on a ton of old-style wooden buildings. Grandpa was there for over a year, and one night, while a few workers were burning the midnight oil, they discovered an ancient dry well on the construction site. Something was shimmering inside, and they thought they'd hit the jackpot with some kind of treasure. There was a box inside the well, and when they pulled out that old wooden box from the well, the light was seeping through the gaps, and inside the box, there was a phone. The screen was lit up at first, but it went dark as soon as they took it out. The phone had no keys or charging port, looking like it was completely dead. Everyone was pretty bummed when they found the broken phone. They figured it was just some prank and quickly moved on. So Grandpa ended up tossing it into his toolkit. His dad further adds that the phone couldn't be turned on, and when he was younger, he even tried to sell it at a repair shop to get some cigarettes. The shop owner said it was worthless, so he just dumped it into that cookie box. Now he's wondering if Joe wants to sell it too. Inside, Joe's pretty relieved his dad never managed to sell it. Otherwise, he'd never have gotten his hands on this bad boy. He asks his dad if the phone was ever turned on. His dad says definitely not and mentions it's been sitting unused for decades. His dad wraps up the call, saying he's got other stuff to do. He's already given the wedding info, so it's up to Joe if he wants to come or not. Once the call wraps up, Joe reflects on how his real combat test will be held in Ancient Guide City. He decides it might be worth checking out the old well for any clues or leads. He heads back home and starts reworking his game plan. Days pass, and he falls into a routine, napping through class and snoozing under a tree while everyone else trains, all the while gaming away. Several days later, in the school corridor, two students are sprinting down the hall. A guy in glasses crashes into another guy dressed like he's from some aristocratic society. The glasses guy hits the ground hard from the impact, but the blonde guy barely flinches. He just stands there, giving off a weirdly creepy vibe. The blondie begins to walk away with his entourage, and the people behind whisper among themselves about how intimidating this guy looks. The next scene takes us outside, where we meet Tien again. He announces he's quitting the group because a friend has already invited him to another team. With that, he walks off, leaving our boy wondering if Roxy has a backup plan since the test is right around the corner, and finding a new teammate now is nearly impossible. He calls out to his other teammate Li Ju and asks if he knows Tien left the team. Li Ju drops another bomb. He can't team up with our boy either, and asks not to be questioned about why he's quitting. Finally, we meet Roxy, who looks sad and dejected. It's clear why she's upset. Her team's numbers have dwindled. When she spots our boy, she quickly apologizes, but he tells her not to stress. He reveals that he should be the one apologizing because he's the reason everyone is leaving. Apparently there are people out there gunning for him, which is why his teammates left the group. She then points out that she has no clue who our boy has offended, but she's sure that whoever it is holds a lot of power, so he should be careful. He agrees, and they part ways. His mind is racing about the upcoming test, and he's stressed about finding trustworthy teammates in time. Heck, even his most trusted friend Roxy does not want to team up with him anymore, given all the danger he is attracting. As he walks away, the bald teacher calls out to him. Once Joe meets with him, the teacher reveals that Inspector Ang is from the military, and his full name is Ang Tianzuo. He asks if Joe knows him, and our boy confirms he doesn't. The old man finds it odd because if Joe doesn't know him, why would such a high-ranking military officer criticize a high school student by name during his inspection in Guide City? Our boy then asks who this man really is, so the bald teacher breaks it down. The Earth Federation is divided into 4 regions: East, South, West, and North. Inspector Ang is young but comes from a famous family. At just over 20, he's already a senior officer in the East Region military, making him a remarkable figure. The boy then asks if Inspector Ang is trying to target him. The teacher says he can't be sure, but Ang Tianzuo did mention that our boy wasn't a good student, and everyone agreed with him, especially those wanting to please Inspector Ang. Our guy gets furious and asks if a senior officer like Ang doesn't realize how his words could ruin a high school student's life. He then asks if Ang is related to An Jing, the woman he fought a month ago. The baldy says there's a chance, but they shouldn't jump to conclusions. Right now, the most important thing is to find our boy a team so he can sign up for the test. The deadline is the day after tomorrow, so there's no time to lose. His teammates can't be just any ordinary students. The old man reveals that there's a student named Li Xuan in their school. If this student accepts our boy and his team, Baldy believes no one will make things difficult for him. However, there's a condition. Our boy has to do his best to help Li Xuan get a good score, and Li Xuan must have the highest score among the 4 team members. The boy asks if the old man is implying he should give his points to this newcomer, to which the old man agrees, stating that this is his only chance to participate in the match. The boy agrees to the terms and tells the old man to contact Li Xuan for him. After that meeting, Joe then calls his father, asking about Inspector Ang Tianzuo and if he knows him. That's when his father drops a bombshell. Ang Tianzuo is actually our boy's brother. This news hits our boy like a thunderbolt out of the blue. His father explains that Tianzuo is the son of his stepmother. Once his father marries her, Tianzuo will be officially his brother. And as if that wasn't enough, his father also reveals that our boy has a sister named An Jing. It suddenly clicked to our boy why that girl, An Jing, appeared out of nowhere and challenged him in front of the entire school. It was probably just to tarnish his reputation. He quickly asks his dad if those two actually like their new father. In response, the dad claims that they both respect him a lot. After ending the call, the only thing on Joe's mind is why these siblings are trying to mess with him. He wonders if they disapprove of the marriage between his father and their mother. He reflects on how Tianzuo flaunted his authority, tried to block him from joining the exam, and Anjing defeated him with a single hit, all because he's just way too weak to stand against them. Nonetheless, he heads back to his messy, stinky apartment and dives into his game, figuring leveling up is the best way to tackle these problems. After taking down a mutated ant, he gets a special drop, a symbiotic egg. Zhu gets excited to see this, because he knows it's rare for someone at the mortal level to get a symbiotic pet, since most people get theirs at the legendary level. As soon as his blood avatar tries to grab the egg, it starts to crack and hits him right in the chest. Suddenly a voice echoes in his head, calling him master, and pledging loyalty, even saying it would die for him. He feels this intense pain coursing through him, and he quickly sits back on his bed with his head aching like hell. But then, he notices a new tattoo on his hand, and once he checks his mobile phone, he sees he's now got a pet, known as a mutated immense strength ant. This pet can also be used in its symbiotic form as a fist weapon. Excitedly, he covers the windows with curtains for some privacy, and decides to summon his new pet, though he's not quite sure how to go about it. He starts thinking about his pet, and as he concentrates, his hand begins to gather energy. A glove-like weapon starts to form above his hand. It turns out this glove is the symbiotic form of his pet, and is said to enhance the user's abilities. He then decides to summon the mutated immense strength ant itself. As the glove dissolves into mist, the crimson mist begins to shape into the ant. It materializes into a furious but surprisingly cute creature. Our boy is somewhat scared to see this, and not gonna lie, this pet is much larger than I had expected it to be. In any case, our boy decides he'll try riding it some other time, maybe once he's outside. The next day arrives, and we see the bald teacher taking our boy to meet Li Xuan. The old man reveals that Li Xuan is somewhat pretentious, but assures him that he's not a bad guy. Since they're only working with him for the test, there's nothing to worry about. Their car zooms down the highway, eventually reaching a place called the Honorable Royal Health Club. Inside, a servant greets the old man, who tells her they're looking for the second son of the Li family. Hearing this, the servant quickly shows them the way inside. As they enter, it becomes clear the old man wasn't kidding about Li Xuan being pretentious. The place is majestic, and the man in question is surrounded by a bunch of girls, looking like a hip-hop rapper who thinks he's on top of the world after earning a few $100,000. Xuan quickly tells Baldy to have a seat and a drink, but the old man refuses and gets straight to the point. He introduces our boy right away, assuring Xuan that this kid is very capable and can easily help him achieve a good score in the exam. Xuan waves off the old man's pitch, saying he trusts Baldy and will take our boy as his teammate for his sake. With that settled, the old man decides to leave, telling both of them to discuss the test details. Before leaving, the old man turns to our boy and tells him to get familiar with Li Xuan and his team because the test is right around the corner. With that, the old man leaves, and Xuan turns to Joe, claiming he's heard about him and that he's apparently the best genius in Guida High School. Our boy just shrugs it off as a rumor and tells him not to take it seriously. Li Xuan agrees, and points out that it's impossible to have geniuses in a small province like this one. He then reminds our boy that if he were a genius, he wouldn't have been defeated by Anjing with one move. He then tells Joe that he doesn't have to participate in any teamwork training. All he needs to do is follow commands and not cause any trouble. He then offers Joe a challenge. If he can finish an entire bottle of alcohol in one go, he'll let Joe choose any girl he desires from the club. Joe just keeps his eyes glued to his mobile, barely looking up, and says he doesn't drink. It seems this playboy isn't too thrilled with Joe's attitude and starts wondering if Baldy, who begged him to take on this good-for-nothing dude, was worth it. To mess with Joe, Li Xuan tells one of the girls to entertain our boy. The girl calls Xuan a naughty boy for being so mischievous, then starts hovering around Joe. She tries to grab his attention with her big hooters and somewhat average looks, but Joe doesn't take his eyes off his device. As she gets physical and tries to touch him, it becomes clear that our boy is way too busy to deal with this silver-winged mosquito monster. He's doing his best to stay focused, but the woman is persistent and starts to get on his nerves. As she bothers him and forces him to look at her, his game avatar finds itself in trouble. Just before he's about to lose the game, he flings the annoying woman away like a true Gigachad and quickly maneuvers his avatar out of danger. The playboy nearly chokes on his drink, stunned that our boy literally tossed the woman aside just to save his game. Everyone bursts into laughter at the absurdity of it all. It looks like our boy has finally lost his game and isn't feeling too great about it. On the other hand, it seems like Xuan is starting to take a liking to our boy. As night falls, the room is littered with empty bottles and shot glasses. Li Xuan is sound asleep in his bed with his girl, but as we take a closer look, it looks like he is still awake. Meanwhile, Joe is still deeply engrossed in his game, determined to beat the silver-winged mosquito. Despite his efforts, he keeps losing to the pesky bug, and his avatar keeps losing its head to the monster. After playing through the night, all his attempts have ended in failure. The mosquito isn't quite at the legendary level, so it should be possible to take it down. Joe thinks that if he can land a rank 9 power punch, he could really hurt it. But since the punch takes forever to execute, he's wondering if he can mix it with some high-speed move. Since his game character is based on him, Joe figures that if he improves his real-life power punch, the game character will sync up with those gains. He starts practicing his punch, hoping to boost his in-game performance. As Joe trains, Li Xuan sneaks a curious look at him, intrigued by his relentless dedication. He has no clue what our boy is practicing, and the whole 1-inch punch thing sounds like gibberish to him. He shrugs it off, thinking he might have some special skills, but seeing nothing impressive about his moves, he decides to go back to sleep. The college entrance exam finally arrives, and our boy diligently fills out his answer sheet, and we see Li Xuan also taking the exam. Once the exam is over and everyone spills out, it's clear that it was a pretty grueling exam, as everyone looks pretty dejected. A few days later, a bus full of students zooms down the highway, heading towards the ancient Guida city. Decades ago, when the dimensional storm hit, a dimensional crack opened up in the city, transforming it into a realm with all sorts of mutated animals and plants. Troops are stationed in the city, and no one is allowed to enter without a pass, and the real combat test is about to begin in this creepy, transformed city. Once the bus stops and the students get out, Joe notices a lot of soldiers closely watching everything. While he waits for his team members, he looks around and reads a large sign that says, Guida Province. Right next to the sign, there's a small palm-like emblem embedded in the wall that piques his curiosity. Suddenly his phone rings. He's pretty sure it's his dad calling, so he pulls out his phone. To his surprise, it's the mysterious phone he uses to play the game. This phone has never made or received calls before and has never vibrated, so it's strange that it's ringing now. What is even more surprising is that there's a camera app activated. He opens the app but isn't sure what to do with it. Wondering if he's supposed to take selfies, he decided to take pictures of the beautiful landscape before him. The camera on the mysterious phone isn't cooperating, and as he fumbles with it, he accidentally points it towards the palm-like emblem near the Guida Province sign. The phone instantly detects the emblem and, when he snaps a photo, a new app appears on the screen. Well, it seems like it's an app for entering a dungeon in the game. Since he is free for now, he decides to give it a go. And after dropping a bit of blood, his game avatar materializes, and he finds himself navigating through what seems like the Guida city in the game. As he moves forward, he spots a creature from another universe, an adorable skeleton soldier. The little guy charges at him with a big weapon, and our boy is in for an unexpected battle. Joe dodges the skeleton soldier's clumsy attacks with ease, and he's barely breaking a sweat. The skeleton's neither quick nor strong, making it a breeze compared to the ants he usually deals with. His avatar then balls up its fist, and shatters the poor zombie into pieces with its devastating punch. The skeleton's crystal drops quickly, and Joe is pleasantly surprised to find a skill crystal right after his very first kill. He hits the absorb button, and the crystal's power starts flowing into him. It's not as painful as he'd expected, much smoother than his previous experiences with skill absorption. The system then pops up, announcing that he's acquired the Skeleton Palm skill with a key consumption of just 1 point. Looks like Joe's off to a solid start. But he does not seem too thrilled though, because he remembers that skeleton soldiers are mostly low level and their skills are basic, consuming minimal chi. Still, he decides to push on and see what his new skill can really do. He quickly summons his mutated immense strength ant with a burst of light and hops onto its back. The ant charges through the ancient city, its speed impressive as it plows deeper into the area, and shortly after, he encounters more skeleton zombies. He slices through them effortlessly, treating them like mere practice dummies. He is sure that each kill is going to rack up more crystals, so he is enjoying the thrill of the hunt. After a while, our boy's excitement dwindles as he realizes he hasn't gained anything, despite having taken down a ton of skeleton soldiers. As he ventures further into the dungeon, he encounters something unexpected. A bunch of little skeleton zombies guarding the final boss. A much larger skeleton seated atop a horse. The skeleton knight wastes no time, moving with incredible speed and landing a solid hit that pierces through Joe's avatar, killing him instantly. When the game ends, he looks back at the emblem near the signboard and is certain that beyond that door, Guida Province holds many more mysteries. Suddenly, someone appears behind him. As soon as he turns around, he sees his stepsister, who, as usual, doesn't seem particularly thrilled to see him. Shortly after, we see Joe holding a pen drive, and we are not sure how he got this little thing. The scene then flashes back to when his stepsister had swung her fist at him, stopping just before his face. She told him that their father had asked her to deliver something to him and quickly handed over the pen drive. As she leaves, she wonders aloud how their father is wasting his efforts on someone like Joe, calling him a loser and saying he'll never be a true member of the Yang family, because no one in her family is as useless and weak as he is. Our boy is kinda puzzled about when he became a member of her family. Just as he's lost in thought, he hears a call from Xuan. As he turns around, he sees Xuan finally arriving with the other 2 team members. My guy is dressed so casually that he looks like he's here for a beach party rather than a serious exam. The playboy then puts a hand on Joe's shoulder and tells him not to worry about a thing, as his goons will handle everything. The 2 lackeys quickly agree, with one of them even boasting that he could single-handedly take down all of Guida province for his boss. Xuan doesn't seem too impressed with his lackey's overconfidence. The other one, wearing a black hat, steps forward and promises that they'll do their best and nothing will go wrong. Seeing this, Joe quickly realizes that Xuan is intentionally keeping himself and our boy out of the action, planning to use these 2 goons as pawns. The time for the test finally arrives, and a soldier tells everyone to report to the invigilator. That's when we catch sight of Ruoxi, and our boy spots her too. He flashes a pleasant smile and gives her a thumbs up, which seems to relieve her a bit, seeing that Joe has finally managed to join a team. The city gates begin to crack open, emitting a bright blue energy that forms some kind of portal. A guy in glasses, probably the invigilator, steps up and explains the rules. Points will be calculated based on the number of crystals collected by killing skeleton soldiers, and the number of crystals will also determine their ranking. With that, he tells everyone to step forward and enter the gate. Joe confidently walks toward the portal, and as soon as he steps through, he finds himself on the other side along with other students, ready to take on whatever challenges come his way. Skeleton monsters start popping up, and the students dive at them like they're the last roll of toilet paper in a Walmart during a sale. The skeletons clatter forward, their bones making hilarious rattling noises. Black Hat Dude takes down a skeleton with a single swing, slicing through its neck like it's made of butter. Meanwhile, overconfident guy grabs another skeleton's hand and gives it a brutal knee smash, turning it into bone confetti. Well, it seems like our boy doesn't need to worry about anything, since these guys are actually quite a powerhouse team. He is happy that this gives him the perfect excuse to check something on his phone he's been curious about for a while. Xuan, however, is super confused. He's watching Joe play on his phone and starts to wonder if this guy is actually a genius or if it's just a load of hot air. Meanwhile, whatever Joe was trying to confirm, his hunch was right on the money. Apparently, he was looking into the layout of the game, and not just the city gate, even the layout of the buildings is identical to the dungeon in the game. This makes him curious if every dungeon is based on a real place inside the game. As soon as he realizes this, his face goes pale as if he's about to crap his pants. If this real-world setting is actually similar to the game, then the Skeleton Knight must exist as well. But thankfully, according to the area he explored in the game, they are still far from the Skeleton Knight. As long as they stay in the testing area, they won't encounter that monstrosity again. After a bit, our group regroups and starts planning to head deeper into the city. But our boy is pretty hesitant to push further, and we already know the reason behind his hesitation. The lackeys argue that most of the skeleton soldiers in this part of the city have been cleared out, and the rate of new ones popping up has slowed. If they want to rack up those high scores, they've got no choice but to explore further. Joe tries to make them see that leaving the testing area could get seriously risky, but Xuan just shrugs and states that if our boy is scared, he can stay behind. The lackeys also agree, saying going deeper is their only real shot at scoring big. So, Xuan tells Joe to stick with them and promises that even if things get hairy, his lackeys will have his back. Seems like Joe's in a bit of a pickle because he can't exactly spill the beans about the big bad monster waiting around the corner. So, he tucks his phone away and decides to stick with the team for now. He is also thinking of fighting that skeleton knight in the game in order to figure out the strategy to defeat it. It's his only shot at making sure both he and Li Xuan make it out of this mess alive. As the two lackeys charge ahead, they're smacking down skeletons left and right with their flashy powers. Meanwhile, Joe and Xuan are just casually strolling along, with Joe completely absorbed in his game. He's getting his virtual behind handed to him by that pesky skeleton king over and over. After another defeat, Joe faces the harsh reality, which is that dodging or jumping doesn't help, because that knight's sword always finds its mark and is way scarier than the silver-winged mosquito. But then he remembers that the Skeleton King isn't super agile all the time, and it only speeds up when it's charging at him. He is pretty sure that the monster must be using chi fighting skill to pull this high-speed move. He is not sure how to deal with this, and if it continues like this, they are all going to get wiped out. But suddenly, he notices something interesting. The dead monster has dropped a large dimensional crystal. One of the lackeys quickly grabs the crystal and rushes to show it to their master. The lackey hands over the crystal to the master, and our boy reminds Xuan that they've gathered enough points and should make a hasty exit. However, the lackey disagrees, saying there's no need to rush since there's still plenty of time before the exam ends. The black hat guy agrees, adding that they should rack up some extra points to ensure they come out on top. The playboy checks his phone and notes that there are no reports of creatures above the legendary level nearby, so it should be safe to go further. But our boy grabs his hand and asks if he believes in instincts. Xuan looks at him, confused, and asks what he's talking about. Joe explains that he always gets a terrible feeling when danger is near, and it has never been a false alarm. Right now, he's experiencing an overwhelming sense of unease about the danger ahead. Of course, one of the goons doesn't take Joe's warning seriously. He lashes out at him, reminding him that he should consider himself lucky to be accepted by his master, and he better not drag everyone down just because of some weird gut feeling. Joe snaps back, pointing out that Guida Province is a small place and no students dare to leave the testing area. Besides, they've already earned so many points that they'll maintain their advantage as long as they keep hunting in the testing area, so there's no need to venture into the unknown. It seems Joe's words strike a chord with Xuan, forcing him to admit that our boy has a point. But suddenly, the black hat guy pulls out a sharp dagger and thrusts it right into Xuan's back. After delivering that cowardly blow, this bastard grins like a cat who just caught a mouse, enjoying his little act of treachery. The blonde lackey tries to step in to protect his master, but ends up getting taken down by the black hat guy too. With a menacing look in his eyes, the black hat guy tells his fallen comrades to just die like dogs. The playboy admits he didn't see that coming, and in an instant his wound heals completely, and he looks at the treacherous black hat guy, asking if he was sent by his brother. The black hat is surprised to see that a playboy like Xuan knows the chi spell, known as Invincible Constitution. Here is the explanation of this ki spell thing. You see, ki spells are different from ki fighting skills or dimensional crystals. They're specific techniques created by humans, each with its own cultivation limits. Invincible Constitution is one of the rare spells that can raise a person's maximum level straight to the epic tier. However, it's said that only virgins can practice this spell, and once they lose their virginity, they must start over from square one. Our boy is skeptical about Xuan practicing this spell, considering he is always surrounded by peachy cheeks to smash. The lackey on the ground speaks up, disappointed that his friend helped Li Mobai work against Xuan. Our playboy also expresses his disappointment, saying he never wanted to compete with his brother for power, so he can't understand why his brother wants him to die. The black hat guy makes a sassy comment that Xuan should blame himself for the fate he's about to face. With that, the black hat guy begins to gather energy into his dagger and throws a green energy slash at our playboy. However, the guy sidesteps the attack with such flair that it's almost unbelievable. Our boy and the other lackey are stunned when they spot a giant snake, known as the explosive scale snake. It becomes clear that the black hat guy is not an ordinary opponent, as no one could summon a legendary level creature like this. Meanwhile, Xuan just stands there like he couldn't care less. He casually explains that legendary level pets can be hatched if someone at that level is willing to pay a hefty price to transfer the creature's symbiotic egg. The scrawny trader looks impressed by all the knowledge our playboy has been dropping, but he quickly picks up his momentum and lunges at Xuan with a dagger. Xuan, however, just grabs the dagger with his bare hands, like it's no big deal. The black hat guy's jaw drops at the sight, because he's clearly not ready for this level of badassery. Our playboy's calm face turns into something straight out of a dark fantasy. With a simple flick, he unleashes a massive energy explosion, sending the scrawny guy skidding across the ground. It's clear now that Xuan's not just some pretty face. He's packing serious heat with his legendary level creature. As he walks forward, crackling with dark energy and looking like he stepped out of a Dark Souls game, the scene is set for an epic showdown. He gives off terrifying vibes to the black hat, who quickly starts retreating like his life depends on it, which it kinda does. But Xuan isn't about to let him off easy. He leaps ahead and starts chasing that guy down. Meanwhile, Joe is also trying to keep up, but they're just way too fast, and he eventually loses sight of them. The lackey behind tells Joe to keep chasing because he's got to help Xuan at all costs. Joe replies, "Yeah, you go ahead, I'll catch up." The blonde lackey gets all huffy, calls Joe a coward, and keeps marching forward, searching for his boss. Joe knows that even if he did chase after them, he wouldn't be much help. Both Xuan and Jiang Ho have legendary level creatures, which he definitely doesn't have. Right now, his main concern is the Skeleton Knight, and he's pretty sure it'll be game over if they bump into that monster. So, the only way to help Li Xuan is to find a way to handle this Skeleton Knight. Joe pinches his thumb again, drops a bit of blood, and his avatar finally comes back. He's determined to face off against this knight and figure out a way to deal with it in real life. The Skeleton Knight quickly starts charging at him on its horse, and that's when Joe realizes that running is useless. Once that knight begins its charge, it's next to impossible to dodge the attack. So, he quickly leaps forward toward the knight, catching this empty-headed monster off guard. The knight seems pissed and starts throwing his spear-like weapon around, trying to hit Joe. But our guy isn't just standing around like a sitting duck. He keeps moving, running circles around the knight who's perched on his horse, desperately trying to land a hit. As the action intensifies, Joe keeps dodging left and right. That's when the skeleton knight uses its trump card and lands a solid hit right into the avatar's chest. The reason he got hit is that he got distracted by the commotion nearby, and he's pretty sure Xuan has finally encountered the Skeleton King. He puts his phone back into his pocket and recalls his previous experience with the knight. He remembers that in the previous game, the skeleton knight was powerful, but had a blind spot that could be attacked near his skeleton horse. As long as they take full advantage of it, they'll make it out alive for sure. As he makes his way through, he spots rubble, a clear sign that the fighters must be nearby. After a little walk, he finally finds them. He quickly catches up and asks his friends if they're all right. The armored playboy responds that saying they're all right would be an overstatement because this skeleton monster is on a whole other level. Ju is absolutely terrified to see the skeleton knight in person. It looks way scarier than the one he saw in the game. He also notices that the black hat is standing behind the skeleton knight. He is blown away to see that the skeleton is not attacking the black hat. But then, he notices the armor the black hat is wearing, which must be why the skeleton knight is ignoring him completely. By the way, this black hat dude is Zhang Hao, and Joe finds it really concerning that Xuan's brother must be incredibly rich to afford to equip this black hat dude with so many legendary level creatures. The knight quickly recognizes our party as a threat and starts charging at them on his horse. But the playboy jumps in and tells everyone to stand back, quickly raising his shield before the skeleton can strike. When their attacks clash, there's an explosion of power that sends shockwaves so intense that the guy standing next to Joe gets flung like a mosquito, hitting the floor with a resounding thud. He starts coughing violently, but insists he's fine, despite the obvious pain. As the dust settles, we see the Skeleton King and Playboy locked in a deadlock. That's when the Playboy notices a sneaky attack coming his way, and it's the same explosive snake from Zhang Hao. But Xuan quickly raises his shield, stopping the monster dead in its tracks. Zhang Hao retracts his snake and starts grinning maniacally, saying he's excited to see how Xuan will handle both threats at once. While the Skeleton Knight continues trying to take down Playboy, this cocky goon charges at him as well, making things even worse for Xuan. His armor is starting to crack under the relentless attacks, and it's looking like he's having a really rough time. Joe then asks the Playboy how long it will take him to defeat Jiang if he distracts the Skeleton King for the time being. In response, Xuan proudly claims that it won't take him more than 2 minutes, and he is totally sure of himself. On the other hand, the lackey just laughs inwardly. He's convinced that Joe is just a mortal level, so there's no way he can survive the Skeleton Knight's attacks. If Joe tries to take him on, it's pretty much a death wish. But well, our guy makes a dramatic show of taking off his coat, striking a clear stance, and then leaps right behind the Skeleton King. He casually provokes the skeleton, inviting him to a fight. The empty head falls for the bait, and quickly stands in front of our boy. Without wasting any time, he lunges at him, but our guy sidesteps the first attack. He notices that the attack is pretty similar to what he faced in the game. However, as the horse takes another step, its massive leg shatters the ground on impact. Our guy quickly rolls to avoid a direct hit and starts dashing around like a madman to stay out of harm's way. Joe realizes that unlike the Skeleton Knight in the game, this one in real life is way more agile while attacking. Their back and forth continues, and as the knight keeps trying to tag him, our guy keeps dodging left and right, staying just out of reach. He then balls up his fist and lands a solid punch right into the horse's ribs. But it's clear that his punch is about as effective as a mosquito bite on an elephant. The Skeleton King seems to be having a good time poking at this weakling, while our boy tries to figure out if the skeleton has any weak spots. Meanwhile, the other blondie finally gets to his feet, feeling pretty pathetic because our guy has managed to stall the Skeleton Knight even without a symbiotic pet. Even the black hat dude is totally baffled to see that our boy can keep up with this monster quite easily. Just then, Xuan reminds this black hat that it's unwise to let oneself get distracted. He delivers a devastating blow right to the bastard's face, which sends him flying like a rag doll. Surprisingly enough, the dude manages to regain its footing and challenges Xuan, making it clear that he won't back down unless he's killed or he's taken out his opponent. The back and forth of their blows continues once again, and our playboy is pretty okay if this black hat dude really desperately wants to get killed. Seems like the black hat has finally been overwhelmed, and that last attack by our armored hero finishes the fight, leaving this shithead coughing up blood, and his symbiotic pet also begins to shatter. But well, this dude appears to be really stubborn, and he quickly gets back on his knees and uses his other snake pet to distract Xuan once again. Once the playboy is distracted, this black hat scumbag tries to ambush our boy from behind. At the same time, the skeleton also takes a swing at our boy, but my guy quickly ducks down like a ninja on cocaine and lets those attacks go above his head. Then, Joe balls up his fist and smashes down Black Hat's symbiotic pet with just one powerful punch. It seems like my guy is using his own symbiotic pet as a glove, and as soon as Black Hat loses his symbiotic pet, the skeleton knight quickly thrusts its spear right into the Black Hat's chest. The snake also starts crying in pain, now reduced from a mighty animal to a little gecko. That's when the armored guy steps on the funky, stinky gecko and ends its life altogether. Once that danger is resolved, the Skeleton King begins to transform, finally unleashing its full power. As the monster exudes this menacing aura, it quickly launches an attack at our boy. The speed of the skeleton's attack is so fast that my guy has no way to dodge it in time and just decides to take it head on. But that's when Li Xuan steps in, quickly deflecting the attack. Well, it seems like the attack was so powerful that Xuan ends up taking the brunt of it, and his armor starts to shatter like fragile glass. Seeing this, our boy starts losing his crap, realizing that even the armored guy is finding himself on the edge. On the other hand, the Skeleton King prepares to attack them once again, and both of them quickly start running. That is when the playboy comes up with a plan. Our boy will be responsible for dealing a death blow to the skeleton, and the armored guy himself decides to distract the skeleton. As soon as the Skeleton King launches its attack, the armored fella swoops in and quickly blocks it. While he's busy dealing with the Skeleton King, our boy finds an opening, appears right behind the empty head, and balls up his fist, delivering a devastating blow, which starts burning the skeleton fella and rattles the entire area. Just as the dust settles, the Skeleton Knight stands as menacingly as before, leaving our boy surprised to see that this dude didn't even flinch. The skeleton quickly tries to strike our boy, but my guy leaps out of harm's way like dodging these attacks is second nature. The armored guy once again blocks the knight's strike head on. My guy then unleashes a fiery barrage of punches that start burning the Skeleton King. The punches are so fast that they create a giant explosion after landing. The knight guy is absolutely boggled that they delivered so many attacks, but this guy is still unfazed. But in the settling haze, we see that the knight is pretty pissed. Our boy also notices a scar on the skeleton's face. As we take a closer look, we see there's indeed a crack in that thick-skulled head. The armored guy quickly figures out what needs to be done, so he flings our boy into the sky, while he himself distracts the Skeleton King with a deadly punch. As the Skeleton King looks up, all it can see is Joe coming down fast. The skeleton tries to swing its sword, but Xuan pushes himself to the limit, pinning the sword to the ground. With the Skeleton King unable to defend, Joe crashes down, delivering a devastating punch right to the top of its skull. The punch is so powerful that the knight's skull finally cracks, causing a massive explosion. Our boy flashes a satisfied grin as the Skeleton King disintegrates into a pile of rubble, leaving behind a crystal, which is a clear sign of victory. Our boy doesn't waste any time and squats down to grab the crystal, but it turns out it's not a crystal at all. It's a symbiotic egg. Well, that's just even better. Nevertheless, Li Xuan just starts walking off as his armor fades away, telling our boy he can keep the egg for himself. He grabs his hoodie, puts it on, and reminds Joe that if it weren't for him, they'd already be dead. So, it's a thank you gift for all of Joe's efforts. But then, he also reminds our boy that his level is too low for hatching a legendary level creature, so he better not hatch the Skeleton Knight's symbiotic egg rashly. The boy nods, and that's when Xuan spots his gauntlet and asks how he managed to get his symbiotic pet. The playboy is suspicious because only with the invincible constitution could someone handle a legendary level creature like the Black Armor Soldier. He wonders if Joe might actually be at a legendary level. Joe quickly sets him straight, saying he's just at the mortal level. But this revelation just shocks Xuan even more, because apparently, creatures at the legendary level are more powerful, and forming a symbiotic egg is harder with weaker creatures. But since mortal level symbiotic eggs are rarer than legendary ones, Xuan's feeling pretty jealous of Joe's rare mortal level pet. Joe then worries about whether anyone saw the dead black hat guy. The playboy just shrugs it off, saying the guy had it coming and reassures Joe he'll take care of it. But our boy still remains kinda tense. So the playboy gives him a reassuring pat on the shoulder and tells him to relax. He promises that once they get out of here, Joe can apply to whatever college he wants, and he guarantees to help him with that. They both walk out of the portal with their injured companion, and Xuan quickly fills the instructor in on what happened inside the gate. Once everything is settled, Xuan decides to leave, and Joe exchanges last goodbyes. While the playboy zooms out in his private car, Joe takes the bus back to the city. When the bus arrives, he steps outside, feeling really cold and a bit anemic, probably due to losing too much blood during the game. He decides to help himself with some iron-rich food. As Joe walks down the street, he accidentally kicks a person on the ground who's smeared in blood. Initially, he's shocked, thinking he's found a dead body, But the mysterious man quickly sits up and reassures Joe that he's still alive, just dealing with some nagging pain. Joe starts to walk away, but the old-looking guy invites him for a quick chat since they've crossed paths. Our boy isn't much of a talker, but the old man insists on asking a few questions. Even though our boy has no clue what they are going to talk about, he agrees to stick around nonetheless. The conversation starts off unexpectedly when the old man asks if Joe likes women with big breasts. Chu is startled by the question, but after a moment of imagining both flat-chested and big-breasted women, he decides he prefers the former. The old guy bursts into laughter, saying he shares the same preference. He goes on to explain that women with smaller breasts are better, and that only those who are stupid would prefer larger breasts. Joe awkwardly starts imagining how a woman with large breasts would have a hard time controlling them during a fight, especially if the jiggling physics is turned up to the max. The perverted old guy then asks another unexpected question. Does our boy prefer cuddly and gentle women, or short-tempered and sassy ones? Chu isn't sure what to say, and he just wants to go home. So, to finish the conversation right here, he decides to pick the most wrong answer, and reluctantly says he prefers short-tempered and sassy ladies. The old man goes quiet for a moment, but then his eyes sparkle with admiration as he agrees that he loves sassy women as well. He explains that such women are interesting and cute, and that girls with gentle personalities aren't much fun. He also points out how he didn't expect our boy to have such discerning taste at a young age. My guy facepalms himself, thinking about his stepsister who had brutally kicked him around, so he does not get why anyone would like a girl with no sympathy. The old man, however, happily states that it's rare to meet someone with such good taste like Joe. Joe then asks where the old man lives, hoping to walk him home. But this pervert man doesn't bother to respond to our boy's query, and instead mentions that Joe can't hit on girls unless he's healthy. Since Joe is low on energy, his good taste won't get him very far. The old man proceeds to give Joe a small notebook and tells him it contains a chi spell he can practice. Our boy is shocked to hear this, and the old man explains that the spell will make any woman obedient, no matter how difficult she is, so he better take this technique and practice it to its fullest. Joe feels reluctant and mentions he's already practiced other QE spells, so he does not need this one. But the old man highlights that while this true demonic record is not a top key spell, it is still more powerful than the bitter meditation. Our boy is shocked to realize that the old man already knows that he has practiced bitter meditation, so he curiously asks how in the hell this crummy stranger knew he had practiced bitter meditation. The old man explains that although Joe currently looks quite pale, he is built solid and taut, which can only be achieved through bitter meditation. He can tell Joe hasn't been practicing it for long and advises him to stop to avoid ruining himself. Instead, he suggests our boy to practice the true demonic records, claiming it's 100 times better than bitter meditation, but then quickly amends his claim to say it's actually 1,000 times better, laughing maniacally. Chu has no idea what to do, so he simply thanks the old man and says he doesn't want to accept such a precious gift from a stranger. In his mind, Joe is also reluctant because he has never heard of a key fighting skill called true demonic records, so he decides to leave, not wanting to get trapped by a shabby old coot. As our guy begins to walk away, the old man sits quietly. With a tone filled with malice, he tells Joe to stop. With that command to stop, our boy's next step trembles as he finds himself unable to move forward. His face goes pale, and suddenly, he is dragged back to the same spot he was standing before. The old man, who introduces himself as Jin Daoxian, states that he does not like hearing no as an answer, and that no one who has said it has lived afterwards. The name Jin Daoxian quickly clicks in our boy's mind, and his eyes widened in disbelief. He remembers it's a name recorded in history books, born in the most chaotic time when dimensional storms befell Earth. Jin Daoxian is known as the most ruthless and terrifying man in human history, the devil who drowned the Federation in blood and killed 27 people who were at the epic level, one after another. The old man then asks Joe if he has changed his mind or still wants to refuse the true demonic records. In response, our boy quickly says he will absolutely take it. The old man finds it odd that he agreed to take them so easily and curiously asks if he is bluffing or actually wants it, since our boy had already said before that he would never learn the true demonic records. While my guy does not say it out loud, he admits to himself that he has no intention of learning them. He knows that if he did, he would end up being wanted by the Federation just like this old coot. Jin then decides not to give the true demonic records to Joe, believing that even if he did, Joe wouldn't practice it. Jin rummages through his coat and turns to our boy once again, telling him that he has another key spell that is actually really fun. He pulls out another short notebook and asks him if he would like to practice it. Joe looks sheepishly at the notebook and does not protest like before. The pervert then forcefully puts the notes into Joe's hands and warns him not to refuse this time, or else there might be severe consequences. With that, the old man Jin begins to leave and vanishes into the bustling streets of the city, leaving our boy alone with a lot of questions. As he is standing there, he wonders if he's still being watched by that man. He looks at the notebook in his hand and wonders how he ended up taking it with him. Just then, he begins to sneeze and quickly starts running toward home. As he walks, he spots a few officers talking among themselves. One asks if the reaction was detected around this area, and a woman with a red head agrees. The officer tells her to search around here and stay in touch. Our boy looks at them and notices their badges. It doesn't take him long to recognize that these people are from the Federation. He suspects they might be looking for Jin Daoxian, whom he met just a while ago. But he just keeps walking, thinking it doesn't have anything to do with him, so he doesn't care. Once he's back home, the first thing he does is make sure to take a bath. As he soaks, he reflects on how wacky today has been. First, Xuan got ambushed by his own friend, and then, on his way back home, Zhou coincidentally came across the legendary devil Jin Daoxian. All he wanted was to get cozy in his room and play his game to the fullest. He then looks at the chi spell notes that Jin gave him and wonders if they will be of any help. Nonetheless, he falls into his bed for some good sleep. Just as his mind drifts into the realm of dreams, he begins to see monsters surrounding him from every side. The dream is so overwhelming that he jolts awake in his bed, utterly sweating profusely. He quickly stands up with his shaky body and begins to puke into the toilet, his head spinning from the intense pain. He has no clue what's going on with him. Suddenly, his eyes fall on the key spell notes that the old man gave him, and he notices some words flashing on the page, which says, Lost Immortal Sutra. He quickly grabs the notes and thoroughly scans them from all angles, but he finds nothing unusual. Well, this makes him only think if he's really just anemic. As the sun begins to rise, signaling the start of a new day, he washes his face and looks at himself in the mirror. He feels more refreshed and awake. He then decides to start his day with some game time. He grabs his phone, pinches his finger, and puts a few drops of blood on the screen, and his avatar quickly loads up. Once inside the game, he's surprised to see that the Skeleton Knight is still there, and this only means that the monsters in the game and those in real life don't affect each other. Well, it seems like this is a welcome discovery because it gives him another chance to give it a go. The monster charges at him again, and once more, our boy finds himself defeated by the Skeleton Knight. After hours of playing, he's utterly exhausted. The boss is weaker than the real-life counterpart, but without the Zhuan's help, he's struggling to find a way to defeat it. The only option now is to perfect his positioning and keep trying. Results might take days, and he's unsure how much blood he'll lose in the process. To get a sense of the blood loss, he looks up information online, but the sheer amount of data is overwhelming. So, in a classic move, he decides to keep it simple and just munch on some nuts for a quick energy boost. Other than that, he could simply avoid being killed to deal with his blood loss issue. Still, he decides to buy some food first before grinding again in the following days. He puts on his jacket and heads to a nearby grocery store, picking up all the healthy options to ensure he gets enough nutrients. Back home, Joe starts grinding once more, and during this intense period of gameplay, he piles up cans of food beside him. Well, it seems like he did not pick the healthy options after all. After many attempts, he finally begins to match the Skeleton Knight. He finds an opening while he is airborne and smashes the monster's skull into smithereens. This kill drops a dimensional crystal of level 13, which boosts speed. Joe proudly takes his reward, but when he checks his stats, he sees his speed points only increase by a few, bringing it up to 9. He finds it odd since it should have gone up to 13, but it seems he's reached the limit for his current level. Our boy is mulling over the idea of using bitter meditation to reach the legendary level, but as Jing Daoxian said, bitter meditation is nothing compared to invincible constitution. He's itching to learn a higher level Kuai fighting skill, so he's wondering if he should give the spell try which Jing Daoxian gave it to him. That's when something unexpected clicks in his mind. He quickly hops onto his chair, boots up his PC, and plugs in that pen drive his stepsister delivered and his dad sent. He's thinking there might be a key spell on it, but he shrugs it off, thinking it's unlikely. But as soon as the system reads the pen drive, we see that there's indeed a spell called Sun Shooting. His jaw drops to see this, and he pinches himself to make sure he's not dreaming. You see, both the Sun Shooting spell and Invincible Constitution can help people reach the legendary level and beyond, and they're mainly used for attacks. The Sun Shooting spell is less demanding than Invincible Constitution, and it appears to be a family key spell from someone in the Federation. He has no clue where his father got this. He wonders if he got hand on the Sun Shooting spell through Aang family's connections, and paid it to acquire it. By the way, Aang family is our boy's step-family. But he quickly shrugs off the thought, convincing himself his father isn't the type to go to such lengths for something like this. Just then, his father's phone rings, and it's our boy calling. The father is curious why his son would call at this hour, and when he picks up, our boy throws him off by asking if he's still in one piece. The father is confused and doesn't know how to respond, but then snaps, telling our boy to knock on wood and calling him a damned brat. Well, it seems like his dad's doing fine, and our boy was just checking in. He then gets serious and says he has a question. The father tells him to go ahead, so our boy asks where he got his hands on the sun-shooting spell. There's a long pause before the father asks what sun-shooting spell he's talking about. This news shocks our boy, and he quickly asks his father again if he didn't tell Jing to give it to him. The man quickly responds that he's not interested in cultivation, so he does not have any reason to get something like this in the first place. Well, this leaves our boy disappointed to learn his father never thought of him in that way. However, he's still puzzled about why Jing said it was from her dad, and this is just making things complicated. His father then adds that it might be a gift from Jing. Our boy acknowledges this and quickly ends the call, which annoys his dad, but he calms down and decides to ask around about who gave his son the sun-shooting spell. Back with our boy, he reflects on how the Ang family seems to be taking a special interest in his father. He's confused about why Jing challenged him at school, and he also almost missed the test because of his stepbrother, Inspector Ang. Now, out of the blue, she's given him such a rare key fighting skill. It doesn't add up, so he decides to focus on practicing the spell instead of worrying about who gave it to him. As he starts to drift off to sleep again, his heart begins to race, and he feels a sense of unease. Suddenly, he sees those same demonic hands reaching for him once more. When the hands grip his throat, he starts to panic, and he wakes up drenched in sweat. After experiencing this wild dream twice in a row, he's convinced that Jing Daoxian must be behind it. He heads to the sink to freshen up, and the old man's words flash through his mind. He then glances at the small notebook, and wonders if it could help him deal with the troubling dreams. After reading these weird notes for a few hours, he finally starts to get the hang of the connection between Qi and the human magnetic field. Before diving deeper into this nerdy stuff, his stomach starts to rumble like crazy, and he remembers he's been so absorbed in reading that he forgot to eat. He stands up, grabs another bowl of instant food, and lets out a satisfying burp. Back at it with the reading, he completely forgets where he left off. After a moment of thought, he decides to just look into the notes once again. But as he focuses, it feels like he's seeing these words for the first time, as if he's never read them before. Even if he does not have the best memory, it's still hard to believe he'd forget so quickly. Once he begins reading once again from the start, he finally reaches the part about Qi spell and the human magnetic field. But suddenly, his mind starts wondering if he turned off the lights in the kitchen. After putting a lot of thought into it, he still can't remember if he turned off the lights in the kitchen. Frustrated, he starts reading the book again, but quickly realizes he's forgotten everything he just read. He takes a deep breath, gets into God mode, and starts squeezing every bit of information from the notes. Despite his best efforts to concentrate, he still gets distracted and forgets everything he had remembered. This is the strangest thing happening to him. Every time he gets distracted, he forgets all the previous content he read, but he remains determined, goes back into God mode, and decides to copy the contents of the notes into a book. But as soon as he puts pen to paper, he forgets everything again. He then tries to take a photo of the notes, but that attempt fails too. The capture doesn't pick up the text. He finds it really weird and wonders if putting the book away will make everything go back to normal. Just then, his phone rings with an unknown caller tag. He picks it up, and it's Xuan on the other end, asking if he's decided which university he'll be attending next. Seems like this idiot was so engrossed in his gaming lately that he completely forgot the results would be announced today. Xuan then asks if he wants to go to the same university as him. Our boy asks which one he is talking about. Looks like Li Xuan is in the #1 spot, and our boy Joe has scored second. So, with their positions in mind, the playboy proudly announces that they're going to Sunset College. That rings a bell for Joe because he's heard that Sunset College recently discovered a new dimensional realm and a symbiotic pet, making it a top choice for enrollment. But that is when he starts to panic when he realizes that Liu Yang is the turf of the Ang family, and he probably doesn't want to get tangled up with his siblings. Nonetheless, he dives back into his gaming session. While playing, he's up against some kind of mosquito enemy. He gathers fire in his fist and throws it at the pesky insect, but the mosquito quickly avoids the attack and slices him in half. He is frustrated to see that even after defeating the Skeleton King, he still can't defeat this little critter. He didn't expect to still be struggling against the silver-winged mosquito. The fact that it's so fast and can fly makes it nearly impossible to catch. A sudden knock on the door interrupts his thoughts. He quickly heads to the door to see who it might be. When he opens it, he's surprised to find Li Xuan standing outside. It's pretty odd to see him on his doorstep so early in the morning. But this playboy doesn't even bother to ask for permission and just walks inside the home. Our boy finally asks Xuan what the hell he's doing here and mentions that he still hasn't decided if he wants to go to Sunset College. Xuan then offers him a book, telling him to take a look. Joe flips through the pages and asks what it is. The playboy then reveals that it's a secret document from Sunset College and tells him to examine it closely. As our boy takes a look at the papers, the playboy points to a drawing and explains that it's a creature from a dimensional realm in its visceral form. He boasts that this type of creature recently appeared in the dimensional realm discovered by Sunset College. Our boy feels a bit creeped out by Juan's overenthusiasm and asks what's so special about it. The poor playboy quickly feels disappointed and a bit irritated by the question. So, he snaps at our boy, asking if he even understands the significance of this kind of symbiotic pet. He explains that if Joe were to lose his heart in battle, this creature could quickly replace it, essentially giving him a second chance at life. Even after hearing all this, our boy still feels pretty clueless, which is really bugging Juan. Our boy does understand the significance of this symbiotic pet, but isn't thrilled about being surprised by everything. Xuan reveals that the dimensional realm is under the jurisdiction of Sunset College, so only people from that college can access it. He adds that if the news were officially released, top students from around the world would rush to enroll, but the quota is limited. Hearing this, our boy's interest is finally piqued, and he quickly agrees to go to Sunset College. Xuan then mentions that there are rumors the Ang family will also be attending Sunset College. This news rattles our boy's nerves, and Juan is surprised by his scared expression. He asks why our boy looks so afraid, to which Joe just shrugs and says he's not scared at all. He confirms he's going to sign up today, and the playboy tells him to pack his bags because they're heading to Luoyang in his Lamborghini. A while later, we switch to an FBI headquarters or something like that, where two officers are still trying to track down Jin Daoxian. They pull up the security footage from Changjun Road and spot our boy on the video. They start making guesses that Joe might be connected with Jin Daoxian. Meanwhile, on a speedy highway where the city is about to face a storm, Joe and Xuan are tearing through the highway in their Lamborghini. Joe's having a blast, but he's also worried how this journey is going to take a lot of time, because they will have to bypass all of the areas near dimensional realms. He also thinks about the challenge his game is posing. The difficulty has almost doubled, and he figures that keeping on playing might just waste his blood. He glances over at Juan, who's lounging in the passenger seat. Feeling a bit drowsy, Joe starts to nod off but quickly jolts himself awake. He's sure that if he falls asleep in the car and gets sleep paralysis, he'll be in big trouble. But he's not sure why he's feeling dizzy and running a fever. Then, he remembers the old man Jin, who had mentioned how important it is to be healthy if he wants to impress girls, and how low energy isn't going to cut it. So, with that in mind, Joe decides that staying healthy is crucial. He resolves to play games in moderation from now on to keep his health in check. Well, this is a kind of promise I make on a daily basis, but I always end up writing down some fun stories all the time for you guys. Our boy starts feeling jittery just thinking about the old man Jin. He's seriously considering that if he ever bumps into that old coot again, he's going to give him a piece of his mind. Ever since meeting that guy, he's been feeling pretty down. He's determined to get his revenge once he's stronger, but suddenly, he feels something weird inside him. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out the notes the old man gave him. The name on the cover starts glowing with energy. Before he opens them, he checks on Juan, who's still deep in meditation, and figures he won't notice. Plus, he's bored, so reading the notes might be a good way to kill some time. As soon as he cracks open the notes, words start popping out, and yellow energy begins to swirl in the middle of his chest. After a while, those notes of Lost Immortal Sutra have vanished, and as he opens his eyes, he looks at his empty hand, and he's totally confused about what just happened. He thinks about if this was a dream. He wonders if this is a dream, but as he closes his eyes again, he suddenly finds himself standing in the middle of an enchantment circle, but he is jolted awake once more. It looks like since he finished reading the Lost Immortal Sutra, all that energy has cultivated inside him. When he checks his system stats, he finds that his QI spell has changed to Lost Immortal Sutra. He starts to concentrate, and a flash of light sparkles in his hand once again. He realizes that he can no longer use bitter meditation now, because the panel has switched to Lost Immortal Sutra. Not gonna lie, in this manhwa, the power system is so underexplained that it makes him want to puke. The whole thing is just an unexplained mess, and these shitty translations are only making it worse. Joe looks at his phone and wonders what kind of key spell this Lost Immortal Sutra really is. He also notices that he has managed to break the 9-point attribute limitation of the mortal stage. Feeling pretty glad that he became stronger, Joe is actually happy to have met the old man, Jin Daoxin. Once they finally enter the huge mansion, Juan reassures him to leave the matters of Sunset College to him and suggests Joe stay here until college starts. I guess this is expected of rich people, since they can just afford mansions anywhere they want. Once they settle in the living room, Juan brings something to drink for his friend. Joe asks if he lives alone here without any helpers, to which Juan agrees. He then offers Joe a weird hybrid can of Coca-Cola and Pepsi. As they chug down the drink, Juan's phone abruptly rings. He talks to someone for a while, and once he finally hangs up, he tells Joe to just have a rest here, and in the meantime, he himself is going outside for some work. Once he's alone, he starts wandering around and quickly sheds his coat. He begins swinging his fists, and then reflects on how a power punch requires a big movement, making it tough to use the same technique to deliver a precise 1-inch punch. He remembers trying it on that pesky silver-winged mosquito, but the little critter dodged his punch with ease. Looks like he'll need a new technique to handle that mosquito. That's when he recalls the skill he picked up, which is skeleton palm. He glances at his hand, which is still billowing smoke, and thinks the skeleton palm's rank is pretty low, so it probably won't be very effective. But he decides to train with it anyway, and as soon as he swings his hand, a gust of wind blades zooms around the area. He notices that this move is quite fast, making the skeleton palm a surprisingly good match for his 1-inch punch. So, he keeps training, pushing himself until he's utterly exhausted. He realizes that although it's a rank 1 QI fighting skill, it surprisingly consumes a lot of ki. Deciding to test it out in the game, he grabs his phone, puts some blood on it, and his avatar appears right away. Hilariously, his avatar lands right on top of a mutated ant. The little creature looks pretty ticked off and swings at him immediately. Looks like he's in trouble because his QE has dropped significantly after his training session, but somehow he manages to dodge the attack. But surprisingly, his QI recovers a bit, thanks to the Lost Immortal Sutra, which also boosts his movement speed, which seems like a nice bonus. He then delivers his mixture of 2 skills, known as 1-inch skeleton palm, hitting the ant directly and causing a big explosion that finally takes the little critter out. Just then, a system window pops up, showing an achievement. His skeleton palm has leveled up to level 10 and has been upgraded to ash palm. Our boy is amazed by this and notices the skill now consumes 5 points of ki, which makes it almost as powerful as his power punch. He's itching to try out his newfound power, but since the mutated immense strength ant is way too weak, he decides to test it on the skeleton knight. As soon as he presses the icon for that dungeon, his avatar lands in Guida City. That's when he remembers. Since he's already beaten the skeleton knight, he'll only get another shot at the skeleton king if he dies and respawns. So, reluctantly, he lets those little skeletons take him out. After a lot of messing around with his new skills, he finally gets the hang of the skeleton knight's attack patterns. Apparently, he started using his high speed to dodge and strike the skeleton knight from behind with his ash palm technique. That single attack shatters the skeleton's head into smithereens. After a while, a lady steps into the mansion. As soon as she sees him down there, she calls out, and her stern call wakes our boy up. He is startled and quickly sits up, asking who she is. The lady demands to know why he's alone and where Li Xuan is. He mentions that Li Xuan is out, which makes the girl assume he must have been hanging around with some girls or shady people again. She curses him for always avoiding her whenever she tries to reach out. With that odd remark, she turns to leave, leaving our boy more confused than ever. But then she suddenly stops, grabs his hand, and tells him he can serve as a stopgap. And with that, she starts dragging him along, even without his permission. The girl turns to him again and reminds him that she's Li Xuan's older sister. Since he's a friend of her brother, she wants to ask him for a favor. Well, come to think of it, our boy remembers that Xuan is indeed his friend now, thanks to all the help and favors they are doing to each other. But he'd rather avoid any trouble and just enjoy some alone time to play games. As he mutters this to himself, the girl asks what he's talking about, and he quickly brushes it off, saying it's nothing. She then tells him to get cleaned up and dress properly. He agrees, and a while later, they find themselves at Sunset College's pet arena. The place is buzzing with lights, almost like stepping into a neon city. Once they arrive, they get off their heavy bike and meet 2 girls who are already there. The lady tells him he doesn't need to do anything, as he can just stand aside and cheer for her. The boy agrees and quickly starts playing his favorite game, which annoys the lady pretty much. As more people start to gather, someone expresses their amazement at seeing Li Xuan's sister arrive. They wonder aloud why Xuan himself isn't here, and the guy standing with his girlfriend smugly jokes that maybe Xuan is just scared. Li Xuan's sister cuts him off, telling him to cut the crap because she can handle them all on her own. She then turns to the lady standing beside this guy, addressing her as Sume, and reminds her that since they defeated the mutated ancient warhorse together, why is she trying to take the symbiotic egg for herself? Sume begins pretending to be frightened, and while hiding behind her boyfriend, she claims that she delivered the final fatal blow, and thus, the egg rightfully belongs to her. That is when her boyfriend chimes in, reminding everyone that they agreed to fight among themselves, and whoever wins will take that symbiotic egg. So he says she better hold her horses before pointing fingers. The sister then addresses Gao Yang, suggesting it might be better for him to just hand over the egg without a fight, given they already know who's going to win this showdown. By the way, our girl's name is Wei Yang, but Gao Yang's arrogance is on another level. He labels her as his junior and declares he won't fight her himself, claiming it would be an unfair advantage. With a smug grin, he reveals he has another companion who will take her out. Just then, footsteps echo through the room, catching the Wei Yang's attention. As she looks toward the source of the sound, a figure emerges from the shadows. This guy is a sophomore, who goes by the name Gu Dian, and he is exuding some seriously intense aura that even makes the sister, who is getting full of herself, start to panic. Even our boy can feel the vicious aura radiating from this newcomer, causing the others around to tremble with fear. Shortly after, the two contenders face off. The bald guy tries to provoke Wei Yang by taunting her to come at him. In response, she starts radiating an intense aura, ready to take him down on her own. Wei Yang's friend advises her not to fight this monster and suggests it might be better if they just hand over the symbiotic egg. Our boy, curious, asks who this guy called Gu Dian is. The terrified girl quickly explains that he's known as the devil in school. She adds that there are rumors he once beat up a senior on his very first day of school. With his curiosity fully piqued, he starts to wonder if this big guy is really as strong as they say. He has also started to feel concerned for Wei Yang as well. Just as they're about to clash, Gao Yang starts mocking Wei Yang, asking if she's really scared in the face of Gu Dian. Seems like she's fully provoked because she swings her massive leg and aims a kick at the bald guy's head. But Gao Yang just tilts his head slightly, and her kick lands on his shoulder, doing nothing more than tickling him. Wei Yang's shocked by his crazy defensive power, so she leaps into the air again, trying for another brutal kick to his head. But Gao Yang just stands there, chill as a cucumber, barely reacting like he's the second coming of One Punch Man. As Wei Yang's leg comes crashing down, the guy snags it with his bare hands, and with lightning speed, flings her down to the ground with such force that a cloud of dust and smoke erupts. When the dust settles, it's clear she's been slammed so hard she's practically become part of the ground. He then steps towards her, making it clear that she's no match for him. And it looks like he's right. Her forehead is bleeding, and her body is completely banged up. But this jerk then kicks her again like she's yesterday's trash, sending her tumbling. He cockily asks if she wants to continue the fight. Her friends tell her to give up on the symbiotic egg, and they also admit defeat themselves. The cocky blonde woman begins throwing verbal jabs at Wei Yang, saying that even her friends have surrendered, so she might as well accept it like a good little dog before she gets herself messed up from every angle possible. Wei Yang tries to stand up with her trembling body. As she attempts to utter a few words, the bald guy grabs her by the throat and slams her down into the ground again, treating her like a discarded mud doll. The shockwaves ripple through the area and the bald guy stands up, thoroughly enjoying his moment of triumph. But the bald guy's eyes widen in surprise as our stubborn lady, Wei Yang, starts to stand up again, saying she's not done yet. Hearing her unwavering resolve, the baldy gets serious with a bloodshot gaze. He balls up his fist and starts running at her, but before he can throw his punch, our boy comes charging in. Their punches collide with a shockwave of power. Gu Dian is really intrigued by this newcomer who easily blocked his attack, and asks our boy who he is. Joe quickly introduces himself, mentioning he's just been admitted to Sunset College recently. Gao Yang throws in his 2 cents, saying that even though they'll be schoolmates soon, they're not going to hold back on giving our boy a lesson if he's trying to play the hero and save the day. The girl warns our boy that it's pretty dangerous here, so he'd better not jump into the fight. But before she knows it, he grabs her and hoists her over his shoulder like she's a toddler, telling her she's the one who should be resting and taking it easy. Come to think of it, doesn't it seem like this character has grown way too tall? And considering how short our boy used to look back in the first chapter, I just want to bleach my eyes. Anyway, despite all her protests, he carries her back to her friends. The ladies let out a sigh of relief, glad to see their friend is safe. On the other hand, Wei Yang isn't quite sure how our boy is going to deal with this bald guy. When our boy finally faces off with the bald guy, he tries to channel his inner Shunin protagonist and tells him that fighting to the death isn't the best solution. The bald guy then asks if he has any other suggestions for resolving the dispute. Our boy responds that they can keep the fight PG-13 and offers to give the bald guy a punch, and if the baldy takes fewer than 3 steps back, our boy will admit defeat. Gu Dian gets annoyed by what he sees as a meaningless tactic, so he starts radiating a menacing aura and tells our boy to bring it on already, and not waste his time. Xiao remains unfazed, however, and warns the baldy that his punch is pretty powerful, so he might want to save his teeth. Meanwhile, Gao Yang finds it pretty fascinating that Gu Dian just agreed to fight like that. The blonde woman is starting to lose her cool, worried that there's a good chance he might actually lose if he takes 3 or more steps back. But her boyfriend quickly chimes in, reassuring her not to worry. He explains that Gu Dian's Chui fighting skill is the porcupine armor, made from needle porcupine crystals. Not only does it make his body as hard as steel, but it also gives him a nasty counterattack ability. And since his porcupine armor has reached the 9th rank, the last guy who challenged him like that ended up losing his arm. So, in a nutshell, our boy's plan might have been a bit naive. Seems like we will know it soon enough, because our boy balls up his fist, and as he starts to gather momentum, the half-glove on his hand begins to disintegrate. His punch lands squarely in the bald guy's gut, and his face tightens as the force of the punch continues to build. This eventually causes a massive explosion, sending the bald guy sliding backward, way beyond his original position. Wei Yang is completely blown away by what she witnessed. It looks like Baldy has lost decisively, and that last punch was so brutal that our boy's fist is smeared with blood. That is when the blonde woman starts shouting, because she is having a hard time accepting defeat. She makes excuses that our boy is not part of Wei Yang's party, so even if he won, the victory does not count. Her dignified boyfriend gives her a solid slap across the face for whining after a fair loss, and tells her there's no denying they've lost. He insists he's a man of his word and isn't backing down. He crosses paths with our boy, saying they'll meet again and he'll be waiting for that moment. With that, the three of them leave the area. The girls quickly swarm our boy with their flattery, showering him with well-deserved praise. They point out how their junior is so strong, and these all seem to be falling all over him in admiration. That's when Wei Yang calls out to our boy, pointing to his hand. He shrugs it off, saying it's just a minor injury and nothing to worry about as long as the bleeding stops. He then reminds her, with genuine concern, that she's injured more seriously and should head to the infirmary right away. The girl agrees, and our boy, still in his typical fashion, hoists her over his shoulder like she's a plush toy. She seems genuinely happy to see that her brother has a friend like our boy. Shortly after, they return to the mansion, and our boy is visibly annoyed to realize how long it's been since he last played his game. He's finally ready to dive into his beloved pastime. Well, or so he thought. Just as our boy is about to dive into his game, Xuan makes a dramatic entrance into the mansion. And by now, our boy is convinced that the entire universe is conspiring to keep him from fully enjoying his favorite game. Xuan strolls over to our boy, gives him a pat, and asks if he still remembers the dimensional realm he mentioned before, the one where a creature in its visceral form was found. He is asking this because he apparently wants to invite Joe for a visit to that place. Our boy finds this pretty strange and points out that they shouldn't even have access to the realm before school has even started. Xuan, with a smirk, proudly assures him that taking them there is just a piece of cake for him. But it seems our boy is more interested in playing his game than listening to Xuan. As he's absorbed in checking his stats, Bluehead gets increasingly annoyed and snaps at him for not responding. Our boy just pretends to listen, which just infuriates Xuan even more. He then begins to walk away and warns our boy to hit the hay early since they'll be leaving first thing in the morning. Our boy agrees, though it's unclear if he's actually paying attention. Still glued to his smartphone screen, he eventually calls out to Xuan. When Bluehead turns around, he asks what's required to hatch the symbiotic egg of a legendary level creature. Xuan is a bit surprised by this sudden question and asks if he's talking about the legendary level skeleton knight. He then advises him not to do anything foolish, explaining that it takes at least a dozen points of ki to hatch a legendary level creature. Bluehead explains that if the hatcher doesn't have enough ki, their vitality and flesh will be consumed instead, which basically means they could end up injured or disabled. To our boy, this sounds like he might still have a chance, so he asks if there are any exceptions to this rule. Xuan proudly explains that he himself is a big exception. His invincible constitution makes him more resilient and compensates for the loss of vitality, allowing him to hatch some legendary level creatures even at a lower level. However, Xuan warns that hatching a legendary level creature still costs him more ki than he can handle, and he can't sustain it. He advises our boy to give up on the idea unless he's prepared to risk death. Once he's in his bedroom, our boy reflects on how he wouldn't fear death if it were in the game, but since he's dealing with the symbiotic egg in real life, things are trickier. He then gets an idea. Since the phone unlocks dungeons based on real-life locations, he quickly snaps a photo of the egg. The egg starts to disappear from his hands as the system announces that it's been stored in the storage. Now that it's inside, he finally has the option to either hatch or accept a fusion. Although he's unsure what the accept a fusion option means, he taps it anyway like a curious cat. The next system window appears, stating that the mutated immense strength ant has been detected, with a fusion rate of 47%, and asks if he'd like to fuse with the symbiotic egg. Without a second thought, our boy presses the yes button with his chibi little avatar hands, and the fusion process begins. Since he already knows that with his current ki, he might not be able to hatch the skeleton knight anyway. So, he decides to see what the mutated immense strength ant will be like after fusing with the legendary level symbiotic egg. Once the evolution process finishes, he anxiously checks the stats. To his surprise, the pet is still at the mortal level, even though it's fused with the legendary level egg. The little critter now has an innate skill called Skeleton Pierce Attack, rank 10. He hopes it might be strong enough to take on the silver-winged mosquito. So, He jumps into the game, and just as the mosquito comes crashing down, he quickly summons the skeleton ant and commands it to stop the mosquito. His friend quickly uses the skeleton pierce skill, and spikes start popping out of the ground, aiming to hit the flying mosquito. Despite hundreds of sharp needles shooting up, they're not enough to stop the pesky bug. The mosquito zips past every needle and goes straight for our boy. Seeing that critter heading his way, our boy balls up his fist and delivers a devastating blow, only to hit the bare ground. And after he misses his chance, his avatar is once again slashed into 2 equal pieces. This is yet another defeat he has to face, which leaves him thinking about this crazy skill this critter is always using against him. The next day arrives, and our boy is feeling quite anxious about seeing his ride. He asks his friend again if they're really going to ride it. The friend flashes a pleasant smile and assures him they definitely will. He explains that it's a legendary level jade-eyed white tiger and that he went through great pains to hatch it. As they both hop onto the tiger, it takes off with such speed that our poor boy starts leaking blood. He thinks to himself that a car ride would have been way more comfortable. Once they hit the city, Xuan swipes his card through a scanner, and a soldier waves them through. They hop into an elevator that takes them further down into an underground facility. That's when they learn that Luoyang was once the capital of 13 countries. After the dimensional Strom got involved, the whole region sank and is now connected to a mysterious underground world. So this place is also called the Underground Buddha City. When they finally reach the bottom and the elevator doors open, they're greeted by a bustling scene. A horde of people is wandering around like it's a tourist hotspot, with vendors setting up stalls and peddling their goods. Our boy curiously asks if this is really a dimensional realm since it's hard to believe students would set up stalls here. Xuan explains that the army has cleared the perimeter to keep people safe at the entrance, but it's just that what they're selling isn't very impressive. However, he proudly adds that he has an exploration map used internally by the army. Joe isn't surprised, since he knows that there's nothing this playboy can't afford. As they continue walking, Xuan explains that there's supposed to be an underground lotus pond where the Buddha heart lotus resides. While strolling, Joe spots that palm-like shape again. He quickly snaps a photo, and another app appears on his phone, which is a clear sign that this place is also a dungeon in the game. He tells our boy to quit taking photos and just catch up with him. So, the two of them keep strolling, and after quite a bit of walking, they finally arrive at a jaw-dropping sight, a massive pond overflowing with lotus flowers. Xuan points out that this is the Buddha heart lotus, and it turns out there's a creature whose symbiotic form is the heart of the lotus. Our boy wonders why these lotus flowers can't just grow near the shore, making it easier to grab one. Also, why can't they just swim there to grab one of the flowers for themselves? Xuan bluntly explains that the water in the pond is so corrosive it dissolves flesh. Anyone who tries to wade in will end up as a skeleton, so it's a strict no-go zone. Just then, someone else crashes their party. This newcomer is sporting angelic wings, and once he finally stops in midair, he further adds to our duo's conversation that the only way to reach the flowers is if you can fly over the toxic, acid-filled pond. Almost instantly, those normal-looking flowers react to the threat. The delicate petals transform into blade-like projectiles and shoot straight for the guy in the air. But the winged man is quick on his feet. He summons his sword and meets the flower head-on. With a powerful slash, he cuts down the flower, causing its petals to rain down like blood. Our boy is amazed by the display of power. Xuan even mentions that this is to be expected from the Luo family, who are known for their exceptional swordsmanship. He adds that this guy with wings, known as Luo Xuan, isn't even that powerful. Despite saying this, our greedy playboy just can't tear his eyes away from those impressive wings. He's feeling a bit envious and thinks to himself how amazing it would be to have a flying symbiotic pet. He then asks our boy if they should explore somewhere else since there might be other dimensional creatures around. He also points out that this area is so strange it's been listed by the army as one of the unknown dangerous zones. Our boy curiously asks what he means by dangerous, and Xuan shows him his phone screen. It highlights how many army personnel have died exploring this area, not from attacks but due to sudden organ failure. For safety's sake, Xuan advises they should make their decisions wisely. Just as they're about to move on, the swamp starts bubbling up. A massive lotus flower emerges, adorned with Buddha faces all over it. Looks like they've finally found the threat they were trying to avoid. The Buddha lotus flower quickly reacts and prepares for battle. The man in the air quickly summons one wing, turning it into a winged pony. But the Buddha flower isn't playing around. It fires a giant red beam at the pony, turning it into a pile of bones. The once cocky winged guy starts falling into the vat of acid, and our boy calls out to him. Xuan is sure this guy is done for as soon as he hits the swamp. But surprisingly, Luo lands on a lotus flower leaf and hops out of the toxic water. Xuan realizes that this dude's QI fighting skill is something like a lightness skill, but he's still pretty far from the shore. Xuan turns to our boy, asking what the hell he's doing. It turns out, our boy is trying to put his symbiotic pet gauntlet into the toxic water. Surprisingly, the water can't harm his weapon. The acid only burns flesh. With his plan set, our boy pulls his hand out of the toxic water, sets his symbiotic pet down into the acid, and stands ready. Xuan asks what he's up to, and Joe simply says he's going to help the man stuck in the swarm. Meanwhile, Luo is leaping around to avoid the acid, but there's no solid ground left to hop anymore. His only option seems to be touching the acid, and to make things worse, the Buddha Lotus shoots another laser beam at him. Just as it seems like Luo is done for, the swamp water starts to bubble, and our boy's skeleton ant pet emerges. Luo is a bit startled by the appearance of another creature, and the ant quickly moves through the air, intercepting the laser beam and taking the hit directly. Being a skeleton, the ant is unaffected by the acid or the lasers. Luo manages to find a platform to land on, which is of course none other than the back of Joe's ant. Our boy then commands his skeleton ant to retreat. The ant's eyes start shimmering, and it quickly begins marching toward the shore. The Buddha Lotus flower shoots its lasers, but the attack is as effective as duct tape on a spaceship window. The ant picks up speed and eventually reaches the shore. Standing there like a cool guy, our boy watches as Luo Xuan hops from Ant's back. Once he touches the solid ground, he asks our boy his name, and that is when Zhou Wen introduces himself. Luo thanks him for his help, but Zhou tries to downplay it, saying it was nothing. However, Luo insists on showing his gratitude, promising to repay our boy for what he did today. Meanwhile, Xuan is completely blown away by the skeleton ant and quickly asks what in the world this pet is. Zhu responds that it's a skeleton ant. Xuan is seriously impressed, and he is further blown away that not only is the ant immune to the acid, but it also handles the flower's attacks like a champ. He tells our boy to send the ant into the swamp to see if it can take down the monster. He is confident the flower must have something valuable, so challenging the monster is worth the shot. But our boy, however, suspects it's no ordinary mutated Buddha Heart Lotus. He thinks it might be another legendary level creature, and since this is real life, he doesn't want his skeleton ant to get killed. Zhou quickly recalls his ant, and Xuan asks why he's so scared, pointing out that it's just a symbiotic pet, and that defeating the monster could yield something much more valuable. But my guy makes it clear that he's not willing to gamble with his skeleton ant, and with that, he starts walking off. Once they return to their mansion, we see that this playboy is visibly disappointed. He's frustrated that he wasted 2 entry passes and didn't find anything worthwhile. He worries that tomorrow, everyone will hear about the giant Buddha Heart Lotus flower and someone else will beat them to it. Holding his phone, Zhou tells his friend that he's heading back to his room and asks for the map of Buddha City, which might come in handy someday. Xuan hands over the map, and Zhou happily retreats to his room, leaving the playboy wondering why he seems so pleased. Once he is in his room, he smears his phone screen with blood, causing the Lotus Flower app to boot up. He finds himself in the underground Buddha City dungeon, surprised to see a multitude of Buddha Heart Lotus flowers carpeting the water all the way to the shore, unlike in real life. However, the giant lotus flower is still nowhere to be seen. Shrugging off the disappointment, he decides to proceed with defeating monsters in the dungeon. Meanwhile, back in reality, the Buddha Heart Lotus flower has awakened once again. Other players, having heard rumors and stories from their friend Lu Xuan, are now eager to take down the flower. The lackeys of the main guy are pretty impressed to see their boss call in his top-tier legendary creature, a golden-eyed hawk, to deal with the flower. The cocky boss, with a dramatic adjustment of his glasses, sends his golden eagle to attack the Buddha Heart Lotus flower. Back in the game, Zhou Wen is dodging lasers with slick moves while cutting down lotus flowers left and right. His skeleton ant is also in action, delivering a final strike to a flower and causing it to drop a crystal. Seems like he finally gets something valuable after slaying so many creatures. He examines the skill crystal and realizes he hasn't heard much about the Buddha Heart Lotus's key fighting skill. Given the lotus flower's attack style, which seemed to involve hidden weapons, he decides to absorb the crystal. As he absorbs the crystal, he notices its effects in real life. The warm sensation he feels is completely different from the pain he experienced with his power punch absorption. This new warmth indicates a new, intriguing power, and he begins to consider how this might enhance his abilities. As Zhou Wen's heart feels relaxed, as if it's being touched by heavenly waters, the system flashes a notification. New skill acquired. Meditation rank 7. It's a strength-based skill he wasn't expecting. Curious about its effects, he concentrates, and a blue aura surrounds him from all directions. However, after a short while, he's disappointed to find that the only sensation he feels is a warm, comforting one. There's no immediate sign of the skill's power or impact. He thinks about his friend Li Xuan, and realizes that even he might not fully understand the chi fighting skill of the Buddha Heart Lotus, which is likely why he never mentioned it. In the game, Zhou Wen gets caught off guard by a surprise laser attack, but manages to block it just in time. His excitement bubbles over when he sees that there's a Buddha heart lotus monster in the game, just like he hoped. He eagerly commands his skeleton ant to go in for the attack. The skeleton ant leaps into action, while the Buddha heart lotus counters with red laser energy blocks. But these lasers barely make a dent in the ant. As the flower starts to sink back into the water, our boy grins, thinking the flower is running scared. So he tells his ant to finish it off. Just as the ant is about to strike, the flower's giant jaw snaps open, full of sharp teeth, and swallows the ant whole. My guy's grin fades, and his confidence shatters as he realizes the flower had a sneaky trick up its sleeve, leaving him feeling frustrated and tricked. Since he can't do much and can't get close to the swamp without his skeleton ant, he decides to head to the restricted zone Li Xuan mentioned. Even if he dies, he figures it won't be a big deal, since he kind of wanted to die and get respawned anyway. With that thought in mind, he starts walking into the restricted area. Once inside, he finds himself in a rundown place with flowing water and old Buddha statues. As he climbs the stairs, he thinks it's a really strange place, and he hasn't encountered a single monster on his way here. But suddenly he notices something and realizes the restricted zone is just ahead. This place turns out to be a small Buddhist temple. Well, he's not so sure about this small part, because it certainly doesn't look small at all. He starts taking his steps, but after just a few steps, the game is over. It's a bit of a huh moment for him since he didn't even realize when he died. He smears his screen with blood again and tries running inside the temple, but once more his avatar's body begins to twist. Before he knows it, the game is over again. This time he notices that when the character died, the internal organs seem to twist slightly. He remembers what Li Xuan said about those soldiers. There were no visible injuries, and everyone inside died from organ failure. So, it's clear now that even the military couldn't handle this situation. After so many failed attempts, he throws his phone away and decides to go back to sleep. The next day finally arrives, and the first thing we hear is hearty laughter. It seems like Li Xuan is pretty amused to hear that once people got wind of the Buddha heart lotus, some of them couldn't wait and ended up getting their butts handed to them by that monster. Our boy steps out and asks what's so funny this morning. Bluehead explains that last night, a senior took his legendary level golden-eyed hawk and tried to attack the Buddha heart lotus from above. All the feathers on his hawk were burned, and he finds it hilarious how miserably they failed. That's when our boy reminds him that if they had continued the fight, they would have been the ones getting laughed at. Bluehead further mentions that the news has gone viral on the college forum, and students from different grades are likely to try and take down the giant lotus. Our boy then asks if the military isn't going to eliminate the lotus. Xuan responds that although the lotus is powerful, there are likely many people in the military and the college who are capable of dealing with it. He explains that since the military hasn't taken any action yet, it seems they won't intervene. According to Federation regulations, the military is only supposed to intervene if the monster is above a certain danger level, unless there are special circumstances. It's a way to give the younger generation a chance to prove themselves and gain some resources. Just then, someone familiar appears at the door and gives a gentle knock. Xuan quickly responds, saying he's coming. Meanwhile, our boy's phone rings with his father's call. When he picks up, his father asks if he's currently in Luoyang. Our boy confirms he is and asks if there's any problem. The old man just smiles and explains that his stepmother, Lan, wants to see him and treat him to dinner. Our stupid protagonist quickly starts making lame excuses to avoid meeting his hot and sexy stepmother. Just take the chance, goddammit! If I were him, I would never have missed the chance. But just then, Xuan calls out to our boy that there's a visitor at the door who wants to meet him. As our boy starts walking toward the door, his father tells him that Ang Jing volunteered to pick him up and is on her way. Well, speaking of Ang Jing visiting, Xuan just told him there's a visitor waiting outside on the doorstep. He starts having a bad feeling about this, and his worst thoughts come true when he actually sees his hot stepsister. Xuan is shocked to realize that our boy is acquainted with the prominent Ang family and that his father married Ouyang Lan. Our boy quickly reminds his friend that he has nothing to do with the Ang family. It's just his father who married Ouyang Lan. Ang Jing gets annoyed hearing this comment and pouts for a moment, then annoyingly tells him that the driver is already waiting for them outside, so they should get going. It seems like our boy has no choice but to roll with it, so he just facepalms himself. As much as he wants to avoid the Ang family, he's just getting tangled up with them more and more. He tells Xuan that he's heading out, and his friend just flashes him an OK sign. With that, our boy follows his stepsister outside, and that's when she asks if he didn't practice the sun shooting spell. Our boy reminds her that their dad said he didn't give that spell to him. The girl gets embarrassed, and sternly demands to know if he's doubting that she was trying to trick him by giving him something random. Then, in her classic tsundere style, she annoyingly tells him that she's happy he didn't practice it, and explains that she gave it to him because she wants to hurt him with it. Our boy has no clue what her deal is and can't figure out why she's so angry at him. Still, He's sure it doesn't matter whether the spell was real or not since he's already learned Lost Immortal Sutra and can't practice other key spells now anyway. She tells him to get in the car, and once they're inside their luxury ride, we see someone secretly taking photos of our boy. These people appear to be from the FBI, and they've already created an entire profile on him. The assistant explains to their senior that Joe graduated from Guida High School, was seated second in his school, and was an excellent student overall. Currently, he's staying in Luoyang, which explains why they failed to find him back in Guida province. The senior deduces that our boy seems to have nothing to do with Jing Daoxian. However, the assistant reveals she's found something very interesting. Zhou Lingfeng, his father, is the man who recently married a widow from the Eng family. This news shocks the senior, who asks what the hell she's talking about. He finds it strange that Ouyang Lan would take a liking to someone like Zhou Lingfeng, and wonders if he has any connections with those Outlanders. The assistant explains that while Zhou Lingfeng did reach the legendary level years ago, he's too old to be accepted by the Outlanders. Maybe Ouyang Lan is interested in someone like him because he's a kept man. The senior objects, saying he doesn't see it that way because Ouyang Lan can't be that kind of woman. He explains that the Ang family was in chaos when its master died, with many big shots coveting their properties. Ang Tianzuo, who is her son, was only 13 at the time, so he questions whether someone as shrewd as Ouyang Lan would marry an incompetent man. Anyway, he tells the assistant to bring Zhou Wen to him first, and she agrees. He also insists that the Ang family shouldn't hear about any of this. The next scene takes us to a grand mansion, and our boy, feeling anxious, steps out of the car. He's blown away by the mansion's opulence and finally sees his father along with his stepmom. His stepmother greets him warmly, saying she has been looking forward to meeting him for a long time. At the dining table, food is served, and his stepmother encourages everyone to try it. She offers him some lobster, which is also her daughter Jing's favorite. Jing happily nods in affirmation, looking forward to eating the delicious lobsters, but her mother bursts her bubble by saying that since Zhou Wen is their guest, he should be allowed to eat first. Of course, Jing isn't thrilled to see her food being taken away just to be served to our lunatic MC. She gives him death glares, and the intensity of her anger is so immense that our boy can almost feel the heat radiating from her. The mother tells him to just ignore Jing and whispers into his ear that she is intentionally trying to punish her for bullying him before. The boy anxiously takes a piece of lobster and stuffs the fancy food into his mouth. He can tell the food is quite tasty, but he still doesn't understand what her deal is and why she is looking at him like that. He can't shake the feeling that she's completely different from Jing. They spend the evening like this, and as our boy is about to leave, his stepmother invites him to just move in with them and live as a happy family. He quickly declines, saying he needs to live on campus once school starts and is currently staying with his friend. But in his mind, he is more concerned about his stepsister Jing, because he's sure that she would kill him if he stayed here. That's when she offers him a card and tells him to take it. Curious, the boy asks what the card is for, and his stepmother explains that it's an access card for a single dormitory at Sunset College. She mentions that his father told her he likes to live alone, so she prepared the gift for him without asking for his opinion first, but she hopes he'll take it. It looks like a single dormitory is exactly what he needs if he wants to play games without any interruptions. He takes the card key and wonders how his dad knew he needed a single room. He thanks her and calls her madam, but she takes it the wrong way. She runs her hand through her hair and asks if she really looks that old, telling him he can call her anything but madam. Seems like he's learning the hard way that every woman, no matter what, is touchy about their age. He heads back to his friend's mansion, and when he gets inside, it's dead silent, meaning Li Xuan is out again. I guess this is just good news for him. With the boost from that hearty dinner, he's all set to dive into his game without any interruptions. He dives back into the game and gives it his all to defeat the ant nest in the dungeon. Once he's done, he scores another symbiotic egg for himself. He checks the stats and reads that it's a mutated immense strength ant, which will give him an innate skill power punch of rank 2. He's not too thrilled, seeing that the attributes are much worse than the last one. Just then, a stinging winged mosquito tries to take a swing at him, but he ducks down just in time to avoid the attack. He feels annoyed by this sudden sneaky attack, but before he can retaliate back, the mosquito comes at him with full throttle. But my guy just dodges this stinky mosquito once again. He is trying to stay vigilant because he knows he has to stay alert if he wants to avoid getting taken out instantly. The mosquito comes at him full throttle, and he seizes the opportunity, and also starts running in the direction of the mosquito. As the monster tries to strike, he blocks it head on. This time, he narrowly escapes with just a slight graze on his cheek. Just as the mosquito is picking up speed, it suddenly vanishes into thin air. Our boy readies his fist, powered up by his immense strength ant gauntlet. Since he can't see the mosquito with his naked eye, he shuts his eyes and quickly senses where the critter is behind him. With his fist ready, He lands a devastating blow that sends the mosquito tumbling down like a rag doll. He leaps from his spot and unleashes his next move, Ash Palm. As the energy intensifies, a huge blast erupts. Even after that brutal blow, the mosquito is still hanging on. But he quickly jumps again and unleashes a barrage of powerful punches on the critter. Finally, after all that effort, the winged mosquito goes down. As the mosquito begins to vanish, its body leaves behind a symbiotic egg. His face lights up with joy at the sight of it. Now he has two options: hatch the egg or fuse it with the mutated immense strength ant's symbiotic egg, with a fusion rate of 20%. It looks like he's not exactly thrilled with the low fusion rate the system is offering. Given that the monster he just defeated was an ant, the fusion rate shouldn't be this low compared to the skeleton knight's egg. He feels worried that the symbiotic egg might be wasted if the hatch fails, so he swallows his fear and decides to give it a try. Despite his hesitation, he presses yes. Suddenly, an empty void opens up, beginning to squeeze out his chi. His heart pounds rapidly as the dark red energy envelops him in a creepy, indescribable sensation. It feels like his back is being torn apart by sharp teeth. As the hatching process concludes, he's on the brink of tears, violently coughing up blood. I have a hunch that he's grown a pair of wings on his back, which explains the intense pain he felt there. He's feeling dizzy, not only from the intense blood loss while trying to defeat the mosquito over and over, but also from the real-life effects that left him on the edge. Eventually, exhaustion gets the better of him, and he collapses. His phone starts ringing, but in the next scene, strings of words hover around him, pulling him back to consciousness. Groggily, he gets up, glad that the real-life pain isn't as severe as what he felt in the game. Otherwise, he might not have made it. He smears blood on his phone screen to check his status, dreading the possibility that the hatching might have failed. But to his relief, the egg has successfully hatched. Eager to try out his new abilities, he quickly summons his avatar. When the silver-winged mosquito finally materializes, what he sees leaves him utterly devastated, because it's just a tiny mosquito. His shocked voice echoes through the mansion as he stares at the little critter, completely floored by the underwhelming result. He examines the stats and reads that this thing is a silver-winged mosquito larva, which is classified as a legendary pet. He has no clue what a larva actually entails, but he brushes it off and notes that the attributes are surprisingly poor for a legendary creature, especially considering how ferocious it was when it tried to kill him. Despite its weak attributes, it does look kind of cute. Suddenly, his phone beeps, and the system announces that the silver-winged mosquito is feeling pretty hungry, so he better feed it right away. He's clueless about what this little critter is supposed to eat, but when he presses the yes button to feed it, a system window pops up, asking whether he'd like to feed it the mutated skeleton ant or the mutated immense strength ant. Zhu is frustrated to see that this little critter has such picky tastes. He certainly doesn't want to sacrifice any of his other symbiotic pets for it. He starts grumbling about who designed this trash mosquito that can't simply eat regular monsters from the game. Meanwhile, the little guy, still cute as ever, is drooling and eagerly showing signs of hunger, ready to devour anything to satisfy its appetite. With no other options left, he reluctantly proceeds to sacrifice the symbiotic egg of the mutated immense strength ant. As soon as he presses the button, energy swirls around the little critter as its hunger is finally being fulfilled. Once he's done feeding, he decides to check out the critter's symbiotic form since this baby version isn't likely to be much help in a fight. As the mosquito morphs into its symbiotic form, a pair of wings sprout behind his avatar. He excitedly takes to the air, testing out his newfound ability to fly. The speed is exhilarating, and he feels a rush of thrill from such immense power. The wings grant him impressive agility, although they can't lift him too high. He realizes that while he can maneuver deftly at low altitudes, his flight is limited to just a few meters off the ground. Since he can now fly, it seems pointless to continue hunting ants, so he decides to dive deeper into the depths of the caves, ready to explore what lies ahead. As he ventures deeper, more and more ants start popping up, and the path keeps getting narrower and narrower, with monsters crawling around everywhere. When he finally looks at the scene from a bird's-eye view, he sees countless critters, and he's totally lost on how he's going to fight them off. But then he remembers he can fly, so he figures he can just zip right over their heads without getting hurt. Unfortunately, that plan doesn't work out as expected. The little ants quickly band together and form a giant hand, which lashes out at him, swarming him from all sides. Once he is stuck inside this swarm, light starts leaking from the horde of ants. Using his ash palm skill, he obliterates all those pesky ants surrounding him, clearing out the entire area. The impact is so intense that it punches a hole in the ground, and he starts falling into a place where there's nothing but a single boulder. Just when he thinks he's safe, he notices something near the boulder. It doesn't take him long to realize he's stumbled upon an ant nest, and now those critters are heading straight for him. Once he's overrun by the flying insects, his avatar eventually bites the dust, and he's pretty banged up. It's a real shame he can't explore the dungeon any further, as he'll need his silver-winged mosquito to recover before he can use those sweet wings again. His stomach starts rumbling, so he heads to the fridge, only to find it completely empty. Looks like he's got no choice but to head out and grab some food. As he steps outside the city, we notice a car trailing him. Inside, someone reports that their target has left the house and is heading for the main street. They ask if they should move in now. This woman, known as Lisa, while applying some lipstick, replies to her junior that it's too crowded right now. Since Chow asked them to stay undercover, she reassures them that she'll handle the situation. As our boy strolls down the footpath, the girl quickly positions herself in his path, making sure she looks absolutely smoking hot. She's determined to charm him as soon as he lays eyes on her. While he's still walking, completely unaware of what's coming, the lady hides behind a wall, waiting for the perfect moment. Eventually, she steps out and pretends to be clumsy, falling to the ground. Without missing a beat, she puts on a show with fake tears and calls him a handsome fella, asking him to help her up. But our guy, being the Giga Chad he is, just walks right past her without giving her a second glance. This response really ticks her off. What bothers her most is that this brat didn't even acknowledge her beauty. She then stands up and starts chasing him, ready to use her final trump card as a last resort. Meanwhile, our boy is lost in thought, mulling over how easy it must be for people who can fly to enter the lotus pond. However, figuring out how to deal with the blood-striped Buddha heart lotus is still a puzzle he needs to solve. Suddenly, the girl grabs his hand and asks why he's walking so fast. Zhou, confused, asks her who she even is. She replies that she's lost and hurt herself when she fell, so she's just asking for a little help. Hearing this, Zhou pulls out his phone and dials 911, telling her that help will be on the way soon. But she quickly insists that he put his phone away and just take her home. Zhou remains unhinged and says he's heading out for dinner and doesn't have time to waste. Frustration builds up for the lady with every passing second. Her pride is wounded, and she's reached her limit. Deciding she's had enough, she unleashes her powers and lunges at him, ready to knock him out and take him back by force. A violent explosion erupts from their clash, and as the dust settles, the woman is left standing alone while our boy quickly flies up and stands above a signboard. It doesn't take long for him to realize who she is, and in his memory serves right, she's one of the federal agents who were after Jing Daoxian that night. It seems she underestimated him. He's actually more agile than she anticipated. Growing more serious, she starts summoning fire. Meanwhile, our guy dials 911 and reports that he's being attacked. Seeing this, the girl grits her teeth, because if the police see her attacking him, her identity could be exposed, and she doesn't want to attract any unwanted attention. Reluctantly, she starts walking away, telling him that she's letting him off the hook this time. With that, she disappears from view. The boy lets out a sigh of relief and jumps back down, and he is still curious about why the Federation would be after him when he hasn't committed any crime. As he thinks it over, it suddenly dawns on him that he might be mistaken for Jing Daoxian's accomplice. He quickly calls his friend Li Xuan, and when his friend picks up, he sounds genuinely surprised and pleased to see that our boy is actually calling him by his own will. But our boy doesn't waste time catching up, and tells Xuan to find a private place because he has something important to reveal. After a while, once he's explained the situation, Xuan is shocked to hear that he's encountered Jing Daoxian. He also expresses how jealous he is feeling, because he also wants to meet someone as legendary as Jing Daoxian. Looks like our boy made the right call by not telling his friend about the Lost Immortal Sutra, otherwise he would have been over the moon with excitement. Anyway, Xuan further explains that based on the description our boy gave, he's almost certain that the hyenas are behind this. He explains that hyenas are a special federal organization that deals with things the government can't openly interfere in. He elaborates that hyenas are ruthless and will do anything to achieve their goals, no matter the consequences. They're notorious in the Federation, which is why they're called hyenas. Well, it looks like dealing with these hyenas is going to be really tough. Our boy then asks if he can get him into college ahead of schedule. He further explains that while the hyenas, or the Special Inspection Unit, are very powerful, they can't openly violate the law. Therefore, they'll be even more cautious at Sunset College. Xuan agrees that it's a great idea and teasingly reminds our boy that after all, Luoyan is Ang family territory. If he were to live with the Ang family, no one in the world would dare lay a finger on him. The boy, however, prefers not to discuss the Ang family and tells his friend he'd rather keep that topic off the table. After making that little joke, Xuan reassures him that he'll make sure his friend can get into college ahead of schedule as well. With that, our boy ends the call, and he begins gritting his teeth, clearly annoyed by the sudden trouble surrounding him. All the relief from these troubles boils down to one thing, which is, if only he were powerful enough. The next scene takes us to the Special Inspection Unit of the federal government. There, we we find a clearly annoyed senior laying into Lisa. He's furious because she should have stayed undercover, and he's worried about how he's going to explain the situation to his own superior, who will be calling him soon. Lisa quickly apologizes, saying it's all her fault. She admits she misjudged the situation and as well as our boy's preferences and his strengths. She then puffs out her chest and requests another chance to make things right, promising to deliver positive results this time. But the senior tells her that it's not so easy to get a hold of Jo-Wen now. He instructs her to check out some documents, hinting that the situation is more complicated than she realizes. The girl is curious and a bit confused about the documents. The senior explains that he had his teacher dig into the secrets of Ouyang Lan and the Ang family, and everything is laid out in those files. When Lisa opens the file, she's stunned to find that our boy has actually been enrolled in Sunset College ahead of time. What really gets her is that this place used to belong to Ang Jin, so it makes no sense how could the Ang family give it to Jo-Wen, who's just an outsider. By the way, if you are curious about what place we are talking about, it's about something called God-bestowed gift, and the Ang family has chosen Jo-Wen to receive this thing called God-bestowed gift. I can't deliver any more spoilers, so keep yourself strapped and watch. The senior reassures her that although it sounds crazy, his teacher's intel is solid. He explains that the Ang family used their only chance to switch the candidate to our boy. He's amazed at how everything, from the notorious Jing Dioxian to the Ang family, seems to be pointing to Jo-Wen, making things more and more tangled. Meanwhile, our boy suddenly sneezes and wonders if he's catching a cold, but he doesn't realize that he has become the target of some trashy federal agency who is going to nag the hell out of him throughout the series. While holding his backpack, he looks pretty relieved to have finally made it into the prestigious Sunset College. He looks at the key card his stepmom gave him. It says, 4 Seasons Garden, which must be where his dorm room is. After finally reaching the building he's been looking for, he climbs the stairs, swipes his key card, and steps into his room. Honestly, it looks more like a 5-star hotel suite than a dorm room where, let's be real, most students live for the chance to indulge in anime and junk food. In any case, this marks the beginning of his new life at college. When he opens his backpack, he realizes he didn't pack nearly enough for this new chapter of life, just some clothes and not much else. So he decides it's time for a shopping trip. He pulls out the campus map and starts looking for shops. As he's checking his phone, a girl starts descending the stairs. He looks up and sees Ang Jing. He's surprised to see her and asks if she lives upstairs. The girl seems a bit shocked but doesn't bother to respond. She just pouts and walks away, ignoring him completely. As she descends, our boy has no clue why she's so angry, but he decides not to dig into it and pretends he didn't see her. Once outside the dormitories, he checks his phone again and finds it odd that the shops he expected to be there aren't. He wonders if he might have taken a wrong turn. The street is completely empty, with no one around to ask for directions. Suddenly, he hears an unexpected meow. He looks around and realizes someone is playing with a cat. He quickly follows the sound and notices that the male voice playing with the kitten sounds familiar. It's no surprise the voice is familiar, as the person playing with the cats is Gu Dian, the same guy who lost to our boy in a punch bet. It's surprising to see this fella, who is supposed to be the most terrifying guy, getting all cozy with these little creatures. Well, this comes as a great shock to our boy, who never imagined seeing this guy playing with kittens. He musters up the courage and calls out to Gu Dian, but a sudden silence falls over the area. Gu Dian quickly releases the kittens and transforms back into his usual terrifying self. He warns our boy that if he tells anyone about this, he's in serious trouble. With anger bulging in his eyes, he gives Joe a fierce look, and our poor guy, feeling the heat, quickly says he didn't see anything and was just looking around for shops. He adds that if Gu Dian can point him in the right direction, he'll leave immediately. Baldy appears to be pleased by our boy's response, so he retracts his hand back. Just as he's walking away, he tells our boy Hat this is the old campus. He advises him to walk along this road, where he'll eventually find the guards who can show him the way. Gu Dian stops for a moment, shoots one last glare with his bloodshot eyes, and warns our boy to leave the kittens alone as well. With that, he turns and walks away. Our guy stays behind, gently patting the cute kittens. He reflects on how, after the dimensional storm, humans can now form contracts with creatures from other universes, which are more obedient and possess magical powers. Most people no longer care about weak local pets. So it's surprising to see someone as tough and intimidating as Gu Dian having a soft spot for these little creatures. Once he's back in the dormitories, our guy feels like he's on a losing streak. He's pretty annoyed that he keeps getting his butt handed to him in the game for no apparent reason. He pinches his thumb to draw more blood, and his avatar reappears in the game, once again standing on the same stairs where he keeps dying after getting his innards twisted. There's some mysterious force between him and the small Buddhist temple that seems to kill anyone who dares to step forward. He finds it odd that despite several attempts to approach the temple, He's met with instant death every time, even when he tries to fly without touching the ground. No matter what he does, he's killed as soon as he enters this area, and he's tried everything he can think of, but he does not seem to cross these stairs. Since it's a game, there should be a limit, no matter how difficult things get. Even though the Skeleton Knight and mosquitoes were very strong, he was able to figure out how to defeat them eventually. However, this time he's getting killed without any warnings. It's no longer a boss fight. It feels more like facing a sealed door he can't enter without the key. If he wants to access the small Buddhist temple, he needs to find the corresponding key. But in Buddha City, he can only explore the Lotus Pond right now, and there's nothing there. Reflecting on the meditation skill he acquired, he decides to give it a try. The skill, which he got in Buddha City, doesn't improve attack speed or defenses, and it consumes chi to maintain the state. With his meditation skill activated, he starts descending the stairs again. As soon as he reaches the bottom, he jumps over the ground, and this time, he survives. The sight of surviving the jump leaves him overjoyed, and he proudly strides into the small Buddhist temple, thrilled that he can now explore it. Or so he thought. Activating the meditation skill is consuming a massive amount of ki, and he's about to get screwed over. Eventually, he dies again, but summons his blood avatar back, only to be thwarted once more as his Kwai drains at lightning speed. He frustratingly pinches his thumb to draw blood and summons his avatar again. This time, he runs like a maniac, determined to rush through the chi-draining area as fast as possible. But before he can reach the other side, his ki bar depletes again. Not giving up, he pinches his finger, letting a drop of blood fall. He reflects on how his speed isn't quite fast enough to get him through to the small Buddhist temple, so he starts to consider using the mosquito instead. He is feeling pretty smug after activating the wings, and he is pretty sure that he's finally going to make it. But then, just as quickly, his smugness evaporates as his chi depletes even faster. Sure, the wings increase his speed, but they also drain his chi at a ridiculous rate, especially when combined with the meditation skill. He grudgingly finally admits that it's impossible to get through this area with just a rank 7 meditation skill. The only option left is to use skills at higher ranks. He decides that maybe he should explore the Lotus Pond again, hoping to find something useful. Just as he's about to set off, his phone rings. When he picks it up, it's Li Xuan on the other end. Xuan casually tells him to come to the Lotus Pond and watch the show. Zhou gets curious to hear this and asks what's so interesting about it. Xuan just looks straight ahead, where we see our boy's stepsister is standing against a gorilla-like guy, and cryptically tells him that he'll understand when he gets there. As she stands there, murmurs ripple through the crowd. People are saying that she had already reached legendary level before she even enrolled, and the guy standing against her is Yang Lu, a 3rd-level legendary figure. Apparently, this gorilla claimed he would kill the Buddha Heart Lotus as a gift for her. She glances at the flower and, with her usual swagger, tells him not to waste his breath on something as mundane as flowers. She's confident that he's just all bark and no bite and couldn't possibly defeat the blood-striped Buddha Heart Lotus. Her remark infuriates Yang Lu, who feels humiliated by her dismissal. On the other hand, Xuan is impressed to learn that the flower's actual name is the blood-striped Buddha Heart Lotus, which confirms that she has thoroughly investigated the monster. We then also see this lackey, Miantu, from earlier chapters. He points out that Yang Lu is trying to impress the Ang family, which is why he's putting on this show. Xuan points out that while the Yang family is famous, they are nothing compared to the Ang family. Heck, even the Yang family's business relies on the Ang family, and Ang Jing would never be interested in someone like Yang Lu. The lackey agrees, adding that the only person truly worthy of her is Li Xuan himself. But the boss quickly shuts his lackey down, saying he's not interested in Ang Jing at all. After all, he's not the type to clap cheeks of his friend's sister, and that friend, of course, is our boy. When our boy finally strolls into the scene, he looks at his stepsister and asks Xuan if he really called him here just to show off his sister. The playboy just smirks and says that's not the main event. He points out that his sister has an admirer, and as her brother, it's his right to check out the man who's fallen head over heels for her. Meanwhile, Yang Lu is seething with anger after the humiliating rejection from our stepsister. He's confident that once he takes down the blood-striped Buddha Heart Lotus, he'll make her swallow her words and accept his gift. But the girl dismisses his promise as pointless and tells him to stop humiliating himself. That's the last straw for Yang Lu. He summons his pets, and 2 white eagle-like birds appear in the sky. Miantu is awestruck to see these legendary-level silver-eyed eagles, and there are 2 of them no less. The cocky Yang Lu barks orders to his pets, and they quickly zoom towards the lotus flower. The lotus flower does not sit idly either, and fires a red laser again, smashing directly into one of the eagles. Yang Lu just laughs it off, saying that such puny tricks can't hold back his pets. As those eagles disperse that red blood laser attack, they strike back at the flower, which leaves Miantu awestruck once again. He is blown away by the fact that those feathers are immune to blood erosion. I guess it's no wonder they're at the legendary level. By now, he is pretty sure that Buddha Heart Lotus might actually be at risk of being plucked out after all. But just then, our boy throws in his 2 cents, saying that it's not going to be that simple and that the battle is far from over. As the eagles continue to scratch at the formidable petals, the lotus flower begins to awaken. The petals unfurl, and the eagles quickly retreat. The flower gives the pesky monsters a cold, menacing look, sending a chill down Yang Lu's spine. Seems like it's clear to him that he's bitten off more than he can chew. Xuan explains that, in theory, most of the lotus creatures are weak, but this one is a completely different species. However, it seems this cocky gorilla isn't ready to back down without a fight. He quickly turns his eagles into fiery beasts, which are resembling the reincarnation of phoenixes. With their fiery forms, they charge at the lotus flower at lightning speed, deploying their golden claw ability. But the flower quickly hides behind a red-crimson shield, stopping the phoenixes before they can deliver any devastating damage. The gorilla is stunned to see that the flower even has a defensive key fighting skill. But that is when he also realizes that the blood shield only defends against attacks directly around it, so he decides to keep the flower occupied with his phoenixes, while he sends another phoenix eagle to attack from above, where the flower is unguarded. Our boy quickly realizes that the gorilla is about to attack from above, and this triggers a memory of his past game experience, where the monster devoured him from above. He screams that it's a literal trap. But before the gorilla can make sense of what he's saying, his eagle has already reached the mouth of the lotus. The monster's giant mouth, lined with sharp teeth, opens wide, and in a split second, one of the fiery eagles is gulped down in a single chomp. The flower lets out a satisfying burp after having a roasted bird for dinner. The onlookers are stunned to see this horrifying sight, and Yang Lu just lost one of his precious eagles in one fell swoop. Even Yang is baffled by what just happened. He quickly recalls his last remaining familiar, and all he can do now is grit his teeth in frustration. That's when the guy starts strutting toward our boy, towering over him like a big shot. With his usual swagger, he asks how in the world our boy knew it was a trap. Well, Zhou can't exactly spill the beans that he's already battled this beast in the game, but thankfully, Miantu jumps in and says, "Of course Zhou knew it was a trap. After all, he is ranked second in the real combat test of Guida province." The gorilla just laughs it off, and Miantu just doesn't let it slide. So he asks this cocky guy, "What's so funny, huh? Don't you feel even a little regret for losing your silver-eyed eagle? If it were me, I'd have dug a grave and crawled into it out of sheer embarrassment." Yang Lu gets pretty ticked off and demands to see how the guy ranked second is going to take down the lotus. Miantu confidently responds that Zhou can handle it with ease, and it's going to be a piece of cake for him, unlike Yang Lu, who's just made a fool of himself in front of everyone. Meanwhile, our guy stays silent, as he is not sure what to say. That's when his stepsister comes rushing in. She gets right up in his face and asks if he can actually take down the blood-striped Buddha Heart Lotus. Once again, our boy isn't sure what to say. As much as he hates to admit it, he hasn't actually defeated the blood-striped Buddha in the game, and the lotus here is showing off some moves that didn't appear in the game either. But with her sharp gaze boring into him, and he doesn't want to look like a coward by admitting he can't handle it. So he just clenches his fists in frustration. Meanwhile, the gorilla starts chuckling and points out how Zhou looks pretty scared, saying that talking is the only thing he seems good at. That's when Li Xuan chimes in, and he expresses his desire to join our boy to defeat this monster. The gorilla is pretty startled by this unexpected development, because he didn't expect the famous playboy of the Li family to get involved. But then he starts grinning, thinking that even the silver-eyed eagles couldn't handle this. So they're just daydreaming if they think they can take down the monster. With that, the gorilla agrees and says he's looking forward to seeing their plan in action. A little while later, the crowd has gathered on one side, while our boy and his 2 allies are on the other side. Li Xuan is visibly pissed that Miantu provoked the gorilla and dragged them into this challenge. But our boy reminds him that pinching this dude's cheeks isn't going to help now, because they have already accepted the challenge, so they better focus on their next plan. Zhu is pretty confident, even though his blood avatar wasn't enough to take down the monster before. He's sure that with all 3 of them working together, the outcome might surprise everyone, especially since Li Xuan has 2 legendary-level creatures on his side, giving them a better shot at victory. The only hitch is figuring out how to get into the lotus pond. Zhou admits he can't rely on his skeleton ant alone, and can't protect all 3 of them during the fight. Xuan also points out that he doesn't have any flying creatures, and his new sky conch can barely manage to stay airborne. That's when Miantu steps up, placing a mask over his face and saying, "Leave this to me." He summons his pet, and suddenly a giant turtle pops out of the sky, plummeting into the acidic water. As it floats there, it creates a solid platform on its shell, giving them a way to stand above the acid. Li Xuan is pretty fascinated to see that even Miantu has a mortal-level symbiotic egg. At first, he thought only Zhou had pets of that caliber. Anyway, The three of them ride atop the giant turtle and head towards the flower. Miantu tells his friends that they should go fight the twisted flower, while he commands his dragon-scale turtle to support them from the sidelines. With that, both Joe and his friends start unleashing their pet powers. Then, my guy jumps into the sky, summons his skeleton ant, and hops onto its back. Li Xuan doesn't waste any time showing off either, and quickly begins to transform, leaving the crowd going absolutely wild when they see that even the notorious third son of the Li family has a legendary-level creature. Our playboy proudly dons his dark armor and gets ready to dive into the hack-and-slash action. Meanwhile, the cocky gorilla is fuming, seeing that these three might actually defeat the monster after all, thanks to their powerful pets. His stepsister watches intently, not missing a moment. It looks like our armored playboy is struggling to keep his balance on his conch, so Joe tells Miantu to keep an eye on Li Xuan since the floating ability of the conch isn't very flexible. They gotta make sure their friend does not fall into the acid. Miantu nods and says, "Leave it to me." With that, both of our boys charge at the monster. The Buddha quickly shoots out crimson projectiles at the party, but Joe tells his ant to block them. The skeleton ant promptly rises up and takes the crimson projectiles head-on, protecting them from the attack. That's when the black-armored guy spots his chance and slashes his sword at the monster. The flower retaliates with its crimson fluid-like attack again, but Xuan's slash cuts straight through that crimson stuff and hits the flower right in the face. Meanwhile, Zhou's ant lets out a powerful roar, and spikes begin to emerge from the curb, slamming directly into the flower's body. But this flowery jerk remains totally unfazed. It quickly pulls out its crimson stuff again and obliterates those spikes like they're nothing but cucumbers. Seeing the old trick, Zhou wonders if the flower is trying to lure them into attacking from above. But then the playboy jumps in, saying they don't need to do that because he's confident they can take this monster down from the front. He charges his sword and starts vanishing into thin air. Meanwhile, the monster isn't just sitting around. It lets out a massive roar, and a tornado-like force starts swirling in its mouth. The heavy air pressure makes it tough for our boy to get close, but the armored guy holds his ground. Once he's done charging up his sword, he comes crashing down on the monster like a goddamn meteor, and that single attack obliterates the lotus flower from the inside. Just as the petals of the flower start burning down, a frog sitting inside it spits out some weird stuff from its mouth. It's headed straight for our playboy, who's totally exhausted after his big attack and is just falling, like a sitting duck. But before it can hit, we hear our hero unleash his power punch. Flames erupt, completely obliterating that dark stuff. Joe threw his punch from a distance, and the remnants of the dark energy shattered the conch Xuan was riding. Joe quickly tells Miantu to catch Li Xuan while he takes care of the stinky toad. The lackey quickly agrees, and our boy darts forward, leaping off his skeleton ant with his punch charged up with fiery energy. The toad spits out more of its gooey stuff, but our boy easily sidesteps it like it's nothing. By now, the toad is pretty sure that he is screwed, so it braces itself for the impact. Joe's massive explosion takes it down, and when the flames finally settle, there's nothing left of the toad, other than the splatter of blood. Suddenly, Joe notices that Xuan is about to fall into the acidic water of the pool. The playboy is convinced that Miantu is intentionally letting him fall, and it's pretty clear when Miantu smugly says Xuan deserves to fall inside this acid. Meanwhile, the stepsister is ready to step in if things get messy. But before she can, my guy swoops in and grabs his friend just in time, preventing him from hitting the acid. Playboy feels pretty embarrassed that Joe had to save him once again. Once they land on the turtle's dragon scale shell, Miantu starts yelling at Joe, accusing him of hiding another symbiotic pet. But our boy just sighs in disappointment, reminding Miantu that he only had one job, and he failed miserably. That's when Xuan gives Miantu a solid smack to the face, telling him he's a terrible actor. The slap sends Miantu tumbling, and he asks why he was betrayed. That single slap has messed up this bastard's face, and he explains that our playboy can't defeat his brother Li Mobai because Mobai has already bought off everyone around here. But then, Miantu pulls another sneaky move and shatters the dragon crystal that Joe and Xuan are standing on. He makes it clear that if he can't take down the playboy alone, he'll gladly drag everyone down with him into the acid. As the rubble starts sinking into the acid, things look grim for both of our boys. But just in time, they're saved by a mysterious blob that encapsulates them before they can fall. And who's behind this rescue? Well, none other than Joe's stepsister. The next scene takes us to the investigation office at Sunset College. There, both boys are grilled by the officer, and after taking in all the info, the officer tells them to just leave. Once they're outside, Li Xuan is feeling utterly disheartened, wondering why everyone seems to be gunning for him. That is when our boy asks him why his brother has such a vendetta against him, and why he's going to such great lengths to kill him. Li Xuan explains that he and his brother, Li Mobai, have been almost estranged since their eldest brother passed away. While Mobai is busy running the family business with their father, he himself been living the easy life. Joe's curious why Mobai's so set on taking him down if it's not about power or wealth. Xuan says it's not about anything so trivial. Our boy presses for more details, and Xuan suggests they find a private spot to chat. There might be spies around. A while later, we see a bunch of cola cans scattered around, and it looks like they're back in Joe's dorm, and our boy is not too thrilled to see his friend littering all over in his room. Wan kicks off the conversation by asking if Joe knows the difference between creatures of different levels. He explains that they're categorized into mortal, legendary, epic, and mythical, and the higher the level, the bigger the gap. Eventually, the power gap becomes so huge between the mortal and mythical class that the mortal class is like ants compared to the mythical creatures. So, with that in mind, he asks his friend how the humans, who are in the mortal class, killed the very first mythic class creatures despite this huge power difference. Joe cuts to the chase, pointing out that all this is well documented in the books. He explains that after 3 days and nights, the original 6 epic heroes of the Federation managed to kill it. But Xuan dismisses this as hot air, reminding Joe that even with the biggest strength gap, 100 epic heroes wouldn't have made it, let alone 6. The real reason the mythical creatures were defeated was because humans had mythical symbiotic creatures on their side. Joe is shocked to his core and can't make sense of it. He questions how they could obtain mythical symbiotic pets before even killing the mythical creatures, since typically, the eggs can only be hatched after the creatures are defeated. Li Xuan explains that this is a god-bestowed gift. He reveals that someone bestowed the power to kill mythical creatures onto the 6 heroes, and that power was in the form of a larva of the mythical creature. Joe dismisses the idea as a bunch of groundless legends, but Xuan explains that the Federation has set up a top-secret department to handle and hide the deeds of the 6 heroes, and most people aren't aware of it. He further explains that his department is responsible for selecting specific individuals to receive the god-bestowed gift, just like the 6 heroes did. Joe starts to seriously consider if this god-bestowed thing might actually be true, though he's unsure why Li Xuan is sharing this information with him. But then everything starts to click in Joe's mind. He asks if it's really true, and the playboy proudly confirms it. He reveals that his father has appointed him as the first heir to receive the god-bestowed gift in his family, and the only way Li Mobai can claim the qualification rights is if he kills Li Xuan. The next morning, we see the blue head sleeping soundly while Joe is busy twiddling with his phone. He remembers the warning Xuan gave him last night about being careful because he's messed up Mobai's plans more than once by saving Xuan's life, and now Mobai might be gunning for him too. All these thoughts are fueling Joe's drive to dive deeper into the game and get stronger. As he's totally hooked on playing, a system window pops up with a notification, which says that Silver-Winged Mosquito is really hungry. Joe can't help but feel frustrated and mutters to the system, "Do you even know how much a symbiotic egg costs?" But at the end, he realizes that he has no choice but to feed it if he wants to grow his little buddy. The only way to acquire eggs is by taking down these monsters, who tremble in fear as they see Joe approaching with his bloodshot eyes. In the college, a crowd of students gathers to watch footage from yesterday, where our boys took down the monster with impressive ease. The students are amazed by Li Xuan's legendary creatures, especially since they've heard he's only at the ordinary level. Joe's performance as a supporting role also garners respect, and many think that if their third teammate hadn't betrayed them, they could have destroyed the core of the Lotus. Girls are buzzing about that fight as well, particularly captivated by how charming Li Xuan looked while fighting. They turn to Wei Yang, who is Li Xuan's sister by the way, and ask if she can bring her brother to meet them sometime. But it seems like Wei Yang is busy watching her own love interest, who is our boy of course. She smiles as she sees him in action on the video, clearly enjoying the show. In the Federal Investigation Unit, the team's glued to the footage of Zhou Wen's battle. They're pretty blown away by how he dodged that poison toad's attack and landed a punch that took the creature out in one hit. Lisa chimes in, saying that Zhou Wen's physical skills alone can't explain that kind of move. She figures he's probably using a top-tier key spell. But, she adds, the records show he's been practicing bitter meditation, which isn't exactly cutting edge. The senior investigator agrees with Lisa's observations but adds a layer of intrigue. He recounts that while he was in Guida province, he caught a brief glimpse of Zhou Wen's abilities. During that time, Zhou's skin had a slight jade luster, a sign that he was practicing bitter meditation. Now, that feature has completely disappeared, which suggests he may have abandoned the practice. Lisa asks if the senior suspects that our boy is not pursuing bitter meditation after years of dedication, and if so, who might have provided him with a higher-level key spell, which forced him to abandon the bitter meditation. The senior pauses for a moment, then drops 2 names which pop up in his mind. The first one is the Ang family, and the second one is undoubtedly Jing Daoxian. Well, we all know that it's Jing Daoxian who gave our boy the chi technique known as the Lost Immortal Sutra. The old man can feel his own technique weakening, which only means our boy is awakening his own powers. Back at the headquarters, the senior explains that our boy met his stepmother, Ouyang Lan, recently, and even if she had given him a new chi spell, there wouldn't have been enough time for him to master it. So, if they rule out the Ang family, the only real suspect left is Jing Daoxian. The senior then orders Lisa to charge Zhou Wen with being an accomplice of Jing Daoxian and to apply for a cross-district arrest warrant, because it's finally the time they interrogate our boy face-to-face. Lisa agrees immediately, and as soon as she pulls up the system window, she opens up Zhou Wen's entire profile. She's really looking forward to catching him and giving him a taste of what's coming. The woman then asks if the Ang family will protect our boy in college. The senior reassures her that as long as they get the warrant, they won't have any reason to protect him under federal law. Plus, since both Ang Tianzhou and Ang Jin have been messing with him, it's clear they don't want Zhou Wen to fight for the God-bestowed gift. Maybe they never really wanted to protect him in the first place. We then see our stepsister again, looking a bit hesitant before entering Zhou Wen's apartment. She stands there, reflecting on past memories. She recalls asking her mom why she chose our boy to be the candidate of the God-bestowed gift. She admits he's talented, but talent alone isn't enough to make him succeed. Besides, he's a gaming nerd, always glued to his phone whenever he gets a chance to play. But that's when her stunningly attractive mom, with a great figure and all, admits that she's already made her decision and would rather argue than change her mind. In the present moment, this is really irritating the girl. She's determined to prove to her mom that she's way better than him. She eventually decides to knock on the door, but before she can do much, Joe opens it himself, still glued to his game. It takes him a moment to realize Ang Jin is standing on his doorstep. The arrogant stepsister then explains that her sun shooting spell is legit and that he can practice it however he wants. Joan is confused about what her deal is and whether she's just here to brag about her spell. In his mind, he thinks even if he wanted to practice it, he wouldn't be able to learn it since he already has the Lost Immortal Sutra. She then asks if he still doubts her. If he does, she tells him to show her the flash drive to their father, and he will surely verify it. Joan lets out a sigh at this and finally asks why she even gave him the spell in the first place. The girl replies that it was to prove she's better than him. She then asks if he wasn't upset when she defeated him in high school. Our boy flashes a charming smile and says not at all. In fact, he kind of admires her for it. This annoys her, and she tries to remind him that she defeated him publicly, so it makes sense he'd want to bounce back and get revenge. She explains that she's seen his abilities at the Lotus Pond, and believes he'll reach the legendary level after 3 months of practicing the sun shooting spell. She'll allow him to practice it, but until then, she plans to challenge him again. Our boy simply asks if he can give up now, admitting defeat. But this stubborn lady just gets even more annoyed and tells him he must fight her again. She's fuming at the top of her head, completely baffled by how her mother ended up choosing this guy. Eventually, she withdraws her hand and decides to head back to her dormitory. She offers Joe some chi crystals as a prize, saying he's welcome to take any he wants since she won't be going easy on him this time. Joe stands there in silence, reflecting on how she's a talented girl, recognized by the Federation, who reached legendary level at just 13. It doesn't make sense to him why she's so determined to fight him. Well, it seems like this idiot is clearly still in the dark about being chosen for the God-bestowed gift as the Ang family's candidate. Nonetheless, he grabs the garbage bags Li Xuan littered last night, takes out the trash, and returns to his game. He's still glued to the screen and the action is intense. It looks like he's finally defeated the Lotus Buddha flower, and his ant skeleton has snagged the Buddha Heart Lotus egg. He quickly retrieves the egg from its pet, feeling anxious as he opens the stats tab. Li Xuan had mentioned that the symbiotic heart of the Buddha Heart Lotus is very useful. Meanwhile, his silver-winged mosquito larva is starving and will soon disappear if it doesn't eat anything in time. He lets out a defeated sigh and decides to feed the little critter first. As soon as he presses the button, the larva begins to undergo evolution, bathed in bright, flashy lights. Zhou Wen anxiously hopes that his larva will get bigger, but in the end, he's disappointed to see that the larva remains just as small as before. He's already fed it 2 ordinary symbiotic eggs, but it's still a larva. He wonders if ordinary symbiotic eggs are less effective for legendary creatures. It's tough to get a legendary symbiotic egg, and it would still take him a lot of effort, even if he fights Skeleton Knight over and over. The drop rate for legendary eggs is so low that it is going to take him forever to grab one. He leans back on his bed feeling defeated. He reflects on how he still has his sister to deal with, and if he doesn't reach the legendary level within 3 months, he's in serious trouble. He then remembers that thanks to the Lost Immortal Sutra, he can't even practice the sun-shooting spell. He's still in the dark about how the sutra works and how he can advance further. As he beats himself up over his lousy luck, a knock on the door grabs his attention. When he opens it, he sees the familiar face of Gao Yang. Our boy asks what's up, and Gao Yang says he's here to apologize. This raises a red flag for Zhou, who is unsure of the real reason for the visit. Gao Yang continues his yammering, saying there will be no discord or conflict, and he wants to apologize for the past. He simply wants to forget their past grievances and extend his hand toward Zhou, taking the first step toward their friendship. Our boy accepts the gesture of friendship and proceeds to close the door, mentioning that he's in the middle of a game. But Gao Yang tells him to wait because there's actually one more thing he wants to say. He then takes our boy somewhere and introduces him to his friend Haifeng, saying he's brought Zhou Wen here. Haifeng, a newcomer, just smiles and thanks Gao Yang for bringing our boy here. Suddenly, Haifeng moves with such incredible speed that our boy can barely see him. He appears in front of Zhou Wen in the form of a monstrous creature. But my guy remains cool as a cucumber and tells Haifeng that if he really wants to fight, they can just settle it in the arena, so there's no need to make a mess here. Haifeng then snaps his fingers, and the dark red creature begins to disappear. He compliments our boy on how he remained unusually calm and sharp. As the dark form disappears, we see Haifeng has arrived with two of his lackeys. He begins by apologizing for his previous impertinence and introduces himself as Hu Haifeng. Without wasting any moment, he cuts to the chase and invites Zhou to join their team and help them take down the blood-striped Buddha Heart Lotus together. It seems like our boy probably didn't completely destroy the core of the flower last time, which is why the lotus is still around. Anyway, he asks why he's being chosen for this, and Haifeng explains that he studied the video of the battle between him and the Buddha Heart Lotus. While Li Xuan performed brilliantly, Haifeng found our boy's command and judgment even more intriguing. He points out that the academy has people stronger than Li Xuan. However, what made their last fight valuable was Zhou Wen's overall observation skills, and how he anticipated Li Xuan's position and dealt with the poison toad at the perfect moment. Haifeng goes on to say that if their third member hadn't betrayed them, Zhou would have won the fight. He further reassures our boy that he won't have to deal with the Lotus Pond mess again. All he needs to do is guide them and manage their symbiotic pets from the sidelines. Even with all the chatting and explaining, Zhou still turns them down. In his head, he's more focused on how to beat the boss in his game than on directing a bunch of cocky seniors. He's almost got the Lotus figured out and plans to tackle it himself eventually. Gao Yang tells him to think it over because Haifeng and the other two seniors are at legendary level in the academy. Joining them could be a big win, and with their help, victory could come pretty quick. But our boy is not having it and refuses again, which really gets on Gao Yang's nerves. He thinks to himself that if it weren't for Haifeng, he wouldn't have even talked to this annoying brat. Just then, Haifeng stops our boy and reminds him that he doesn't have to refuse so quickly. He asks him what he wants and assures him that they can arrange it if it's reasonable. Zhou Wen turns around, and he startles these both of thugs by saying he wants a legendary symbiotic egg. Gao Yang is furious at this bold demand coming from his junior. But despite Gao's irritation, our boy stands his ground and happily states that he'll join the team if they offer him a legendary symbiotic egg. Gao Yang is clearly annoyed, and he further gets cocky and grabs Zhou Wen by the collar. He tells him not to push his luck because his role in this partnership is minor. All he is doing is just directing the symbiotic pets, which doesn't warrant the legendary egg he's asking for. Xu Wen tells Cao Yang to cool his jets. He makes it clear that it's entirely up to them. If they're willing to give him what he wants, then they're good. Otherwise, no hard feelings. Just then, Haifeng jumps into the scene and asks our boy if he has any specific requirements for the legendary symbiotic egg he wants. Zhou Wen shrugs, saying he doesn't have anything particular in mind. After all, he just wants a legendary egg to feed his pet, though he does not say it out loud. Haifeng then tosses an egg toward our boy and asks if that will be satisfactory. Well, Zhou Wen is clearly pleased with the offer and has no further demands, because getting a legendary symbiotic egg for free is more than enough for him. Haifeng extends his hand for a fist bump to seal the deal, and Zhou Wen quickly reciprocates, finalizing their agreement. As they part ways, Gao Yang turns to his friend and questions how he could give away the flaming toxic bee's symbiotic egg so easily. He doesn't understand why he trusts Zhou Wen so much. Haifeng reminds his friend that after watching the video of the battle, he felt our boy had something special, which is almost as if he'd fought the Lotus before. Gao Yang is a bit shocked to hear this, but Haifeng just walks off, telling his friend not to stress. The egg is now just part of the deal, serving as insurance against their failure. Back in his room, our boy summons his winged mosquito. Once the little critter appears, he flashes the legendary symbiotic egg he snagged for dinner. Without wasting any time, he pops the egg right into his pet's mouth. Immediately, a giant blob of aura and fire surrounds the little guy as he begins to evolve. When the transformation is done, our winged mosquito emerges with sharp green eyes, a needle-like sting, and an overall bigger size, which is way bigger than it was before. Joe finds it fascinating that this evolution merged the properties of the flaming toxic bee's attributes, probably because both are insects. He then checks the stats and notices that the larva tag is finally gone, and his mosquito has finally matured. But what really shocks him is how much the stats have improved, almost exceeding the limits of a legendary creature. On top of that, it's got a new skill called Magic Light Sting, which shoots a long, high-speed energy sting capable of piercing through targeted enemies. Joe can't help but flash a grin at his newly evolved pet. With its awesome upgrades, he's feeling pretty confident it can definitely take down the blood-striped Buddha Heart Lotus. He quickly drips some blood onto his screen, summoning his blood avatar, along with his upgraded winged mosquito. Without wasting any time, he sends his mosquito charging at the lotus. The lotus isn't about to just sit there and take hits. It conjures up that crimson stuff and tries to blast the mosquito out of the air. But the mosquito zips through the attack with lightning speed, almost too fast to see. As the mosquito gets close, it's just a hair away from piercing the flower's eye with its sharp claw. But in a split second, the sneaky lotus ducks into the water, leaving the mosquito wondering where it went. Just then, the mosquito notices something coming up from below the ground. The lotus tries to catch it off guard by attacking from underneath, but the mosquito dodges the sneaky petals and makes a quick escape. The mosquito then turns his attention back to the flower and ramps up its descent momentum by using its silver wing attack, aiming directly at the flower. The lotus tries to block the attack with its crimson substance, but the mosquito isn't finished yet. With lightning speed, it circles back, slicing through the crimson barrier with its sharp wings. The lotus looks quite frustrated, and it finally explodes, revealing a toad inside, just like we saw in the real-life battle. And as expected, the toad quickly starts throwing gooey, sticky sludge at the mosquito. But the little guy dodges everything with ease. It quickly counters with its sting attack, sending a sharp crimson needle straight into the toad. The toad pops like a balloon as soon as the needle hits its target, and another sting from the mosquito obliterates the core of the lotus, causing a massive explosion in the aftermath. Just as the haze starts to clear, the mosquito makes sure to grab the crystal from the smoky explosion. Meanwhile, our boy watches with awe, still doubting if his winged mosquito's skill has truly become that powerful. His pet returns with the prize in its mouth and quickly spits out the demonic crystal of the lotus. Joe doesn't waste a moment and grabs up the red crystal. He is feeling pretty confident that the QI fighting skill of this blood-striped Buddha Heart Lotus might be the key to entering that small Buddhist temple. He absorbs the crystal, and this time the absorption process starts to affect him in real life as well. It feels like a searing heat trying to cook him alive, but Joe endures the pain like a champ. Moments later, the system announces that the demonic crystal of the blood-striped Buddha Heart Lotus has been absorbed, and his original skill, meditation, has been upgraded to a stronger skill known as blood meditation. Once the process is over, Joe-Win's body is still emitting steam. He rinses his sweaty shirt, giving it a solid twist to wring out the water. After that, he activates his newly acquired blood meditation skill. As expected, the QE consumption rate with blood meditation is slower than with regular meditation, allowing it to last for about half an hour. He is now feeling pretty confident that this skill will help him explore the small Buddhist temple like a pro. Without wasting any time, he dives back into the game. He finally crosses the stairs of the underground Buddha city, making his way with renewed vigor, showing no signs of exhaustion. He's feeling happy that this enhanced meditation skills is helping him resist the power of this area. After a few minutes of running, he finally reaches the main entrance of the small Buddhist temple. He's feeling pretty nervous before going in because he's not sure what kind of monsters he might run into. But he goes in anyway. After looking around for a bit, he's kind of weirded out that there aren't any dimensional creatures around. Then he spots a slab on the other side with some Chinese writing on it, and the title on the slab says it's a short sutra on perfect wisdom. That is when he recalls that the large sutra on perfect wisdom is a well-known thing. According to legend, a Buddhist discovered it during a dimensional storm, and it was ranked as one of the 2 greatest QE spell arts in Buddhism. He is sure that this short sutra on perfect wisdom must also be a spell too. As soon as he tries to read the inscription, the words on the slab start twisting and wrapping around, and he gets hit with a brutal headache. It feels like someone's trying to scramble his brain like eggs. He grabs his head in pain, and suddenly something starts shining brightly in the middle of his avatar's chest. In the next moment, the immense pressure he was feeling vanishes, and he notices that the flow velocity of the Immortal Sutra has slowed down. The pressure is gone, and he's no longer feeling any discomfort as he tries to read the inscription. Just as he's trying to make sense of everything around him, he quickly notices his key bar is depleting. He hasn't even entered the Buddhist hall yet, so he starts running without wasting any time. Once he's standing outside the small Buddhist temple, he opens the door and spots a giant statue with 3 Buddha faces. He's not even sure if a 3-faced Buddha is a real thing in Buddhism, but as soon as he steps inside, his avatar starts to twist. And just like that, the game is over. He's dead again, without any warning or obvious reason. Looks like he'll need to dig deeper to figure out the rules before entering the temple. At least this experience taught him a bit about what those predecessors went through to gain their power. They really risked their lives, and he's starting to admire them for that. Even with the help of blood meditation, he still couldn't enter the Buddhist hall, but the fact that he didn't see any dimensional creatures suggests that getting into the temple must have something to do with that stone tablet. He's pretty sure that the tablet is some kind of chi spell, but since he has already practiced the Lost Immortal Sutra, he knows he can't practice another chi spell right now. Still, he decides to memorize the sutra written on it. Surprisingly, he's memorizing this script much better than the Lost Immortal Sutra. Once he's halfway through memorizing it, he decides to leave the small Buddhist temple's vicinity before his chi runs out. He plans to come back and finish reading it once his chi is replenished. He spends the entire day like this, yawning and grinding his ass away in the game. By the end of it, he's finally memorized the entire sutra. Suddenly, light starts radiating from him, and he's absolutely blown away by the new kind of chi circulating in his core. The only thing he can think is that this must be the short sutra on perfect wisdom he just memorized. He looks at his hand in his real life, and can also feel this new chi spell even though he hasn't practiced it. It's automatically circulating through his body, according to his memory. He has no clue what's going on, but he's too exhausted to delve into these mysteries right now. So he decides to hit the hay and will figure out what's happening once he wakes up. Just as he starts catching some Z's, mysterious patterns begin to pop up on his chiseled body. By the way, have you noticed that this lazy guy does nothing but game, yet he has one of the best bodies? It's a bit jealous-making. If I could get stronger just by writing manhwa recaps, I'd be the strongest person on the planet. Anyway, after his sleep, he heads to the bath in the morning. As the water pours over his body, he lets out a scream because his skin is shedding. He comes out of the bath, wondering if this is the effect of the short sutra on perfect wisdom circulating in his body. Regardless, he grabs his phone again and checks his stats. To his surprise, his old Lost Immortal Sutra key spell hasn't been replaced. Instead, his constitution has broken the 10 limit and improved to 11. Not only that, he can also feel the short sutra on perfect wisdom circulating through his body. But then he realizes something that completely blows his mind. Apparently, he can replace and circulate his newly acquired chi with the Lost Immortal Sutra. This means he's mastered 2 chi spells at once, which is a huge deal since most chi spells are very different in nature, and it's tough for a person to operate 2 simultaneously. The more advanced and complicated the chi spells, the harder they are to coexist. Just then, his phone starts ringing. It's Haifeng, who reminds him that they've already reached the lotus pond to challenge the lotus flower and asks why he hasn't arrived yet. Looks like our guy got so caught up in grinding his game that he forgot he had a promise to fulfill. Shortly after, he makes it to the lotus pond, where we see that the party has already started attacking the core of the lotus flower. And our boy is the one who is calling all the shots, and with his flawless guidance, the team manages to obliterate the blob of goo. Our boy quickly tells everyone to back off at least 20 meters. The beasts start stepping back, but that's when this cocky guy, who seems to be using his backside to think, insists that they should deliver the final deadly move now instead of retreating. This rowdy guy decides to take charge himself and orders his flying beasts to launch their blood-blade rain. The birds throw their feathers, which begin to demolish the area. A giant explosion rocks the entire area, and one bird gets caught in the explosion and gets burned to smithereens. The cocky guy is left silent after making this blunder. Our boy makes it clear that he won't be compensating for the loss of the bird because the guy didn't listen to him. The cap guy apologizes and admits his mistake, saying there's no need for him to pay for it. Once the lotus flower is finally reduced to debris and dust, we see 2 teachers standing near the entrance of the tunnel. The blonde teacher feels quite jealous that someone like our boy will be her student. The woman with glasses comments that our boy gives the impression that he somehow knew the Buddha Heart Lotus would explode at the last moment. To defeat the Buddha Heart Lotus in the military department of the Western District, 5 legendary creatures had to be sacrificed. The blonde then reminds her that since he has a relationship with the Ang family, it's safe to assume that he might have gotten the information from them. The lady responds that Ang Jing and her brother don't like Joe very much, so they wouldn't just hand over information without a good reason. This makes her even more curious about him, and she wants to learn more. We're back in the game, inside the dungeon under the lotus pond. The toad has been activated, and it's spitting out those black gooey balls. But our boy's winged mosquito is dodging them left and right and takes the toad out with a wing attack. To finish the job, the mosquito unleashes its magic light sting. Just like before, it erupts in a heavy explosion, and our guy is pretty chuffed to see that with his knowledge of the lotus's attack patterns and the mosquito's abilities, he can take down the boss quite easily. Suddenly his phone rings, and he sees that there's a new loot drop, which is a symbiotic egg of the blood-striped Buddha heart lotus. He picks it up and learns that it's an alchemy-level egg with pretty good attributes. However, he also finds out that while the real lotus knows several QE fighting skills, this one is too weak and only has one skill. Since there's a risk in hatching the egg, and he doesn't want to end up with a larva Buddha heart lotus, he considers fusing it instead. But the fusion rate is abysmal. That's when another system window grabs his attention, suggesting that he simply feed the egg to the silver-winged mosquito. Our boy remembers that the last time he fed his monster a legendary egg, it grew up. So he wonders if the same will happen again. With that in mind, he presses the feed button, but nothing particularly happens. It looks like he might have just wasted a legendary egg, and he's left with no clue about what exactly he needs to do to grow this critter. In the next scene, we see his avatar running towards the small Buddhist temple. As he nears the door, he quickly switches his QE spell to the Short Wisdom Sutra and feels pretty chuffed to see that circulating the sutra is working perfectly. Once inside, he spots the Buddha statue again. Suddenly, something begins to drip from the statue, and a magical enchantment starts to shimmer right under his blood avatar. He's worried he might have triggered another instant kill trap. To his surprise, nothing happens to him. Instead, a bunch of blobs starts to surround him. When he takes a closer look, he realizes they're actually symbiotic eggs. A system window pops up displaying some odd text. According to the postscript, the Buddha statue is one of the 5 kings of knowledge in Buddhism, who have conquered the 3 worlds of desire, form, and formlessness, and he is offered an egg by the Buddha. Our boy finds it pretty strange that this statue is trying to give him free symbiotic eggs. When he tries to check the stats of the egg, the system window says that the attributes can't be accessed because they're unknown. So, he decides to pick one of the 3 eggs at random. As soon as he makes his choice, the system announces that the mythical creature hatching is confirmed. Our boy gets absolutely furious and throws his phone away because he never confirmed anything. It's not that he doesn't want a mythical creature. In fact, they're very powerful in the dimensional realm. The problem is that even legendary creatures nearly killed him during hatching, so he's dreading the pain that's about to come with a mythical creature. But since the hatching has already been confirmed, the arc of pain begins. This red-black substance starts to choke him, and he really doesn't want to be the first guy to die from playing games. A while later, we see him sprawled on the ground, looking like he's just gone through post-nut clarity after jacking off to some anime girls. He's pretty weirded out that he's still alive despite the mythical creature hatching. He can also feel that his blood and chi have drained from his body. I guess it was worth it though, since I highly doubt he would have gotten a fluffy and cute furball like this otherwise. The creature is named Dieting. He's confused at first because a mythical creature is supposed to be a powerhouse capable of destroying everything, but this little fella doesn't seem to fit that description. He picks up his phone and checks the creature's stats. Well, here's the bad news. The system mentions that this creature is an ordinary one at its primary stage. What shocks him most is that this ordinary creature has all attributes in the 2-digit range, which seems far from ordinary. It's hard to believe this could be considered ordinary at all. Still, he was told it was a mythical creature, and now he feels like he's been scammed by this crappy system. Nonetheless, he starts pondering the system's mention of the primary stage, and wonders if this monster can grow like the silver-winged mosquito. In myths, the white dog of Bodhisattva Ksitagarbha could hear everything in heaven and earth, and in Journey to the West, Dieting could differentiate the real Monkey King from the 6-eared macaque, while many other gods couldn't. This little creature, however, looks quite different from what he had expected. He then decides to check out the creature's symbiotic form. The little creature transforms into an ear-piercing ring. As soon as the effects of the ring are activated, he can feel and hear his surroundings more acutely. He can even hear people outside his dorm room. That's when he catches the voice of Jiang, who seems to be groaning intensely, making him suspect she might be having a blast with her middle fingers. He even feels like a pervert for eavesdropping on girls, and decides to tune out and refocus. Still, her groans are getting more intense and she seems to be in real distress. He quickly reaches her dorm room and starts banging on the door, asking if she's okay. When he doesn't get a response, he starts to worry that something might have happened to her. Determined to rescue her, he takes a few steps back and charges at the door like a bull. However, he still can't get inside, because this is Ang Jiang's room, and her security door is built like a tank. Meanwhile, Jiang, lying on the ground, is puzzled about how he can even hear her. She definitely doesn't want him to see her in the awful state she's in right now. Before he can actually tear through the door, Jiang quickly tells him to stop. The thumping at the door suddenly stops, but our guy, Ever the Champ, decides to jump through the window, leaving her completely boggled. As soon as he's inside, he asks if she's okay. Jiang is utterly embarrassed to see him and asks, "How on earth did you get in through the window?" Our clueless hero replies that he thought she was in danger because no one answered the door. He adds that he prefers calling a doctor if she's hurt. The girl quickly gets terrified and assures him she's been through this many times before and it'll be fine soon enough. That is when this idiot asks her outright if she's having her period. She glares at him like he's the dumbest person alive, throws down a mug over his face, and reluctantly confirms that yes, she's having her period. Then she drags him out of the room and slams the door shut. Looks like our guy completely misread the situation. Meanwhile, inside the room, she leans against the door, sliding down to the ground, feeling utterly embarrassed and blushing like crazy after the awkward encounter. The boy returns to his dorm room and starts preparing food, specifically choosing red dates to help him recover sooner. His phone begins buzzing, and when he picks it up, it's Xuan on the other end. The playboy informs him that the new semester starts today, and that every club is looking for new members, so he suggests taking a stroll around campus to explore and get acquainted with others. However, the boy states that he's not interested in joining any clubs. Xuan responds that they could work together, and he's planning to start his own club. He even promises to help our boy with climbing up the ranks if he joins his club. But as we all know, my guy can easily climb the ranks just by playing video games, so he refuses and lets his friend know he's not interested. Xuan then tells him not to be so cold, reminding him that they need teams to complete most of the tasks assigned by the college. He points out that no one wanted to team up with them during the real combat test and asks if he wants to face that situation again. I guess our playboy got a point, so Joe eventually gives in and reminds his friend that the two of them alone aren't enough to start a club. Xuan just says they'll figure it out later. With that, the scene takes us to the outside, where the students start gathering in the central square of the college, and our boy feels overwhelmed by the crowd. Among the sea of people, Xuan is standing on the stairs, calling out to him, and he's accompanied by a lady. When they meet up, the playboy quickly asks why he's carrying a bag. Our boy explains he's got red dates and wolfberry tea to help replenish his blood. That's when the lady chimes in, suggesting that since he's already here, he should join Wei Yang's club. She adds that they have many lovely girls and would be happy to have him join. By the way, Wei Yang is Xuan's sister, which is exactly why Xuan protests, saying that our boy will be joining his club instead. He asks his sister if she's trying to lure him in with a bunch of beauties, making it clear that they're not falling for it. Despite his words, it's obvious from the way our playboy is drooling that he's definitely tempted. Our boy admits that he can't join Wei Yang's club, not because he's not interested in clapping some cheeks, but because he's already promised Xuan he'd join his club. Wei Yang's lovely sister gives up and says she's looking forward to cooperating with Xuan's club if the need arises. This pervert brother just gives a pleasant thumbs up to his sister, but our boy just stands there in silence. Once the ladies have left, Xuan jokes about how our boy let a group of lovely ladies slip away. Joe tells him to stop joking and get serious, asking if Xuan isn't really committed to starting the new club. He warns that they need to start recruiting members quickly, or all the freshmen will join other clubs soon. The playboy points out that there's nothing they can do because freshmen have to wait a month before they can apply to establish a club. They also need at least 5 members, and right now they're not qualified to start a club yet. Annoyed, Joe asks what the heck they're even doing here if they can't establish a club. Xuan proudly replies that they're here to check out the girls, of course. This just irritates our boy even more, realizing he missed out on joining a club with a group of girls just so he could help Xuan establish his club. But then, a familiar voice calls out to our boy. Hearing this, Joe turns around, only to see 2 of his former friends standing before him. He wasn't expecting to run into them here, and he finds it rather fascinating that they all ended up at Sunset College again. Xuan nearly jumps out of his skin when he sees a hottie in shorts and quickly asks our boy who this bombshell is. Xu introduces her as Feng Ruxi and mentions that they used to go to the same high school. The playboy then creeps over to Joe and whispers, asking how he could have missed the chance to meet her back then if they were in the same school. But even if he missed the chance back then, Xuan is glad to meet someone like Ruxi now. He quickly invites her to join his club, asking if she'd be interested. To the playboy's surprise, Ruxi agrees right away. That's when this idiot remembers to tell her that they can only officially apply to start the club a month later, so she might have to wait a bit for things to happen. The girl agrees to wait for their club and then walks over to Joe. She bows in front of him and apologizes, saying she's really sorry for leaving him out of the team during the college entrance exam, which might have caused him to miss his chance. Xuan watches with interest, wondering if she joined Sunset College just because of Joe. On the other hand, Joe forgives her, saying it wasn't entirely her fault. The blonde guy also awkwardly jumps in, saying they had no choice back then but promises it won't happen again. The playboy then tells everyone to chill and skip the formalities since they're all buddies. He suggests it's getting late, so they should head back and get some rest to gear up for tomorrow's combat test. Chu is a bit surprised to hear this, and asks if they really have to dive into a combat test on their first day of college. He wonders if they're heading to Buddha City for it. Xuan clears it up, saying they're not going to Buddha City because this place is a newly discovered with tons of hidden dangers, and the college isn't about to let freshmen take those risks. Rushi then explains that, based on past years' experiences, the college usually picks one of the 4 stable dimensional realms for the test. You just need to kill a dimensional creature to pass, and the more you take down, the higher your score. Joe's pretty intrigued and asks how she knows so much. The girl casually points out that all the info is posted on the college's dimensional forum. Soon after they part ways, our guy takes a quiet stroll and explains that the dimensional forum was set up by the Federation to help and encourage people to share info about different dimensional realms. There's no need to use real info for registration, and both the military and the public can post whatever they want. He didn't pay much attention to it when he was at Guida High since they rarely dealt with complex dimensional areas. He never thought that everyone at Sunset College would actually use the forum to communicate. Now he's thinking it might be a good idea to learn the rules and start using the forum himself. As he's absorbed in his phone, someone calls out to him, asking if he's a special admitted student living in his building. Joe quickly looks around, trying to find the source of the voice, only to realize that the short girl is standing right in front of him. Seems like he failed to notice her because of his long-ass, giraffe-like neck. He greets her and introduces himself as Joe Wen, mentioning that he lives on the 2nd floor. The girl, full of enthusiasm, introduces herself as Wang Lu. She's also a special admitted student, so he can just call her Lu. She mentions she lives on the 1st floor, and they're apparently neighbors now. But as soon as he sees her enthusiasm, he suddenly vanishes into thin air, leaving only the sound of a door closing. Looks like she's stumbled upon a rather strange neighbor. Our guy puts away his bag, fires up his computer, and dives headfirst into the forums. He discovers that the forum is a massive information-sharing platform accessible to everyone. The college and people from all walks of life regularly post or provide dimensional information through this site. He's totally blown away that such a huge platform doesn't require real name registration, and the Federation isn't worried about outlaws or enemies getting info from it. On top of that, there's a generous bonus system where you can trade all kinds of resources using dimensional points you earn from posting on the forum. He's amazed at how you can earn these points just by sharing information. The first way to earn dimensional points is through the clicks on regular posts, but this only nets you a few points, even if thousands of people read your post. To rack up more points, you can post paid content. The content of these paid posts is unlimited, and writers can set their own prices. However, due to the anonymity of the dimensional forum, users are afraid of being scammed, so they tend to stick with paid content from well-known posters. Additionally, the Federation and the college also publish strategies for paid content, which only cost a few points. At first, our guy mulls over what kind of post to make, but it doesn't take him long to figure out his move, so he dives in and creates his first post. Meanwhile, we see a teacher is lounging on her bed, sipping tea and scrolling through the forums. She comes across all sorts of freshmen trying to impress the ladies. As she skims through the usual junk, she finally stumbles upon something intriguing. It doesn't take her long to realize that this is a strategy for the small Buddhist temple, priced at 20,000 dimensional points. Her jaw almost drops as she realizes how impossible this is. How could this person possibly know about the small Buddhist temple? The area around it has been set up as a forbidden zone, and relevant news has been blocked. Even most teachers don't know the temple's name. She suspects the post might be a scam, especially since the account is new. But still, if this post is genuine, it could seriously shake up how the military approaches their explorations. Out of sheer curiosity, the teacher spends 20,000 points, and the information appears right before her eyes. She learns that consuming chi through the meditation of the Buddha Heart Lotus's dimensional crystal can resist the strange force in front of the temple, which twists people's insides. The higher the crystal level, the longer the effect lasts. The teacher finds this quite odd, because no one is foolish enough to practice a basic Kai fighting skill. And even if you give this technique to people for free, no one would want to practice it. She wonders if she's been duped by this post. Meanwhile, our guy is grinding away in the game again, battling the skeleton knight repeatedly. After taking down the skeleton knight a bunch of times, he finally scores a symbiotic egg as a loot drop. He quickly feeds it to his little critter, telling it to grow up and not just eat all the time. Seems like he is tired of farming the skeleton knight, so he decides it's time to explore deeper into the map. As he flies around the area, he's puzzled to find that there are no skeleton soldiers in sight even though he has ventured much deeper. Then he spots something unusual on the ground, which is a massive tower from an ancient imperial city known as Yanbo Tower. This is a real surprise for him, and he wonders why Yanbo's tower is here. For some context, Yanbo was the son of Deku, one of the 5 emperors from prehistory, representing the fire god. The tower, known as the fire god's stargazing place, is supposed to be located in the southwest, outside ancient Guida City. According to history books, it shouldn't be in the ancient city in the game at all. He's totally confused about why this iconic structure is here. Suddenly, he notices something flying over from the tower, and it quickly starts tracking him down. This thing seems like a fiery bird, and it swoops down at him with bullet speed. He immediately takes his stance and uses his ash palm ability, but the eagle-like fiery creature just pierces right through it. This encounter just leaves our boy totally blown away, because it just felt like he just hit empty air, and the bird just zipped past him. And in the next moment, the fire of that bird roasts his avatar alive. He chugs down an energy shake, puts away the empty glass, and jumps back into the game, determined to defeat this new monster he's just run into. This time he's flying using his winged mosquito symbiotic form. However, since the mosquito is the king of low altitude and extremely agile, he can't fly directly above the Yanbo Tower to see what's happening. What is making his situation terrible is this relentless monster, which is chasing him from behind, and he needs to find a way to shake it off first. He recalls the time when the firebird turned to attack him earlier, and once the mosquito dodged away, the firebird seemed to prioritize attacking whoever was standing near to the Yanbo Tower first. With this in mind, he decides to strategically use himself as bait to take down this fiery bird. Just as he reaches a certain height, he deactivates his symbiotic form and starts falling without its wings. That's when the fiery bird charges at him. But his winged mosquito quickly swoops in and takes down the fiery bird with a single strike. It seems like the mosquito's light sting works against the firebird, even though his ash palm earlier couldn't hurt it at all. He's also curious why the system hasn't announced the beast's defeat yet. Regardless, he quickly starts ascending the stairs to check things out himself. But then, he notices 2 more fiery birds coming his way, and he immediately tells his silver-winged mosquito to distract them. The mosquito charges at the fiery birds with its sharp agility, drawing their attention and clearing the path, just so our boy can ascend the stairs as quickly as possible. Well, it seems like his ascent isn't going to be as smooth as he thought, because the fire atop the tower starts reacting again, and this time, multiple fiery birds head his way. Instead of backing down, he goes full throttle. He leaps into the air and zips past the birds by using his ash palm to push himself through them. But just as he nears the top of the tower, he begins to see a word written in Chinese beneath the scorching flames. Before he can make any sense of it, a giant explosion happens, knocking everything around him, and the game ends once again. The word he saw earlier meant Imperial in English, but he still has no clue what it means in this context. He's sure that this dungeon is supposed to be based on the real ancient Guida city, but in the game, it's called the Ancient Imperial City for some reason. He also notes that there was no killing notice by the system after he took down the firebirds. He has a hunch that it might be because they were summoned by some kind of key fighting skill, and he's curious about what will happen if he faces the boss who summoned these monsters. He's sure there must be a lot of secrets in the Fire God Tower, but he doesn't have any way to explore them right now. While browsing the forums, he notices that he scored 20,000 dimensional points twice. Earning money through the forum isn't as hard as he thought. But his moment of satisfaction is cut short when he receives a direct message, and the sender wants to discuss the small Buddhist temple. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, the sender is waiting impatiently for Joe's response. Earlier, she had consulted her senior and shared everything about how meditation might help resist the mysterious power of the small Buddhist temple. Her senior agreed with her, saying they have tried meditation, and it indeed works. But they're both curious about who this unknown person is who knows such specific knowledge about the short temple of Buddha. The senior then dropped a hint that there's a stone tablet in front of the temple with a key spell on it. Apparently, similar tablets are found in other realms too. Rumor has it that someone practiced the chi spell and got some mysterious powers, but it's a bit more complex than that. There's something really weird about the short sutra on the tablet, which is located in front of the short temple of Buddha. The senior even mentioned that some volunteers tried to memorize the inscription, but unfortunately, they all ended up dying. The junior is stunned by this info, and her senior tells her that practicing the short sutra on perfect wisdom requires something special. He asks her to get more useful information from the poster who shared this knowledge. So, in the present moment, as she's anxiously waiting, Joe finally responds to her. She quickly starts typing and asks if he knows the short sutra on perfect wisdom. Our boy confirms that he does, which only confirms her suspicions even more that this guy knows all about the small Buddhist temple. While Joe waits for her reply, she responds by asking how he learned to practice the short sutra on perfect wisdom, and she's eager to offer a top price for this information. It turns out Joe has no clue how to practice the short sutra either. He remembers almost getting killed by the headache when he tried to read the inscription on the tablet, nearly losing consciousness. The only thing that eased his pain was the lost immortal sutra he'd already practiced. Well, it looks like he finally knows how he practiced the short sutra. So, he quickly gets up from his seat and tells her he just can't help with this. With that, he closes the forum tab without saying another word. The next day arrives, and the students have started to gather in the college. We can also see Xuan greeting mornings with our boy, who looks completely exhausted and barely awake. Xuan gives him a little pep talk, telling him not to burn out by gaming all night. And it's true, our boy spent the entire night playing his favorite game, exploring deeper into the ant nest, but came up with no new leads. Even though the evolved silver-winged mosquito could fight and even take down those black mosquitoes, the ordinary level skeletons and Joe's own life are always at risk. They're weak compared to the enemies and haven't scored any worthwhile loot. Once everyone settles down in class, in walks the stunning beauty with black hair, causing all the perverted boys to drool over her. She cheerfully greets everyone and introduces herself as Wang Fie, which literally means king's concubine. As energetic as she might seem, there is no denying that her eyes are begging for some sleep, and she spent the whole night waiting for a reply from the mysterious man, who is our boy, of course. Meanwhile, our playboy, being his usual self, asks her if he can become the king of her life. The teacher agrees and explains that if he can pass her test and graduate successfully, he can become one. After a bit of playful banter, she gets down to business, informing everyone that the entrance test is to kill one demonized general in the Tiger Cage Pass within 10 days. They can team up with up to 3 other students for this task. She makes it clear that they must finish the task within 1.5 minutes. Otherwise, they'll be expelled. The entire class lets out a collective scream, and some of them quickly remind her that they're still at the mortal level and there's no way they can pull this off. But she calmly explains that as long as they take it seriously, 10 days will be more than enough. She announces that everyone will be allowed to enter the Tiger Cage Pass over the next 10 days, and hopes to see them all again after the test is over. Xuan looks just as confused and admits that taking down demonized generals in the Tiger Cage Pass seems like an unbelievable task. Seems like our clueless idiot does not even know what the hell these demonized generals are, so he asks how they are so hard to defeat. In response, Xuan explains that the Tiger Cage Pass used to be an ancient battlefield, so the creatures there are pretty powerful. Among legendary level creatures, demonized generals are above average. Some special demonized generals have even reached the top of the legendary level. Since most of the freshmen are still at mortal level, this test is incredibly tough for them. Joe figures the best way to handle this is to take a closer look at the Tiger Cage Pass and see what's up. The next scene takes us to the teacher's office, where a male teacher is calling out to Wang Fie. He points out that using such a challenging test for special admitted students might not be a good thing, since they're just ordinary students. Wang Fie agrees and says she's already posted the details about the demonized generals on the Dimensional Forum. As long as the students are willing to study up, it's actually not that hard to complete the task. She clarifies that she's not trying to force anyone to drop out of school, she just wants them to stay humble and not get too arrogant or overconfident. After all, what they'll face in the future will be way more dangerous than this. We're back with our boys, who are staring down at the gate of Tiger Cage Pass. As soon as they enter, they find themselves in a desert, where a bunch of weird sand-dweller-looking people are hanging around. Apparently, these are the demonized soldiers, and Xuan isn't exactly thrilled to see them since they were hoping to find demonized generals. He then turns to his friend and suggests they should go deeper to see if they can find any demonized generals around. But our boy flatly refuses, because he just wants to play it safe and avoid risking their lives. He points out that they don't know much about this place, and he can't be the one to save this playboy every time. Shane calls him a party pooper, and Joe just starts walking away, saying he's going to look around on his own. As he strolls around, we learn that our boy is on the lookout for a dungeon to scan into his phone. He figures if he could find dungeons in underground Buddha City and ancient Guida City, then this place should have one too. His eyes land on a statue nearby, and as he squints his eyes to take a closer look, he spots the palm-like emblem he's been searching for. So without any further ado, he quickly pulls out his phone to scan it. A while later, other students have already started fighting the demonized soldiers, and Xuan is watching from above, looking seriously disappointed. You see, our playboy can tell that these demonized soldiers are just weak sauce, and they are barely a threat at all. To him, it's pretty laughable, really, considering how cautious Joe was about these pesky creatures. Speaking of Joe, our boy comes back and tells his friend to let's get going. After hearing this, Xuan turns around and agrees. But as soon as he sees his friend's unusually happy face, he feels a chill run down his spine. As they stroll out of the gate, Xuan can't help but point out how unusually happy his friend seems. But Joe just outwardly denies it, all while inwardly, he's over the moon because he's finally found a new dungeon to explore. As Joe returned home, he checked the game on his PC and read up on its features, eager to start playing. His character appeared at Hulao Pass. Standing on the wall, he jumped down to find soldiers below and struck them with a powerful blow, feeling his character's strength had increased. Hearing a roar, he looked around and spotted more soldiers. He easily slashed through them. With a small grin, Joe moved ahead, slashing down more soldiers, wondering if he might encounter the mysterious, marked, demonized general. He noticed a different soldier ahead, one with a distinctive cloth tied around his head, and guessed this must be what Ms. Wang had mentioned. Joe directed his flying creature to attack the soldier, but the enemy countered with a slash aimed at the creature. The fly dodged the attack and, circling behind the enemy, unleashed a beam attack. The enemy, enraged, used his spear to try to hit the fly with fire, but the agile creature evaded the blow. Then Joe noticed the enemy leaping up on his monster, trying to get closer to the fly and launching a dark and fire-infused attack. Joe cursed the vitality skill as the flying ant was pulled toward the enemy in an instant. Just as the enemy attacked Joe with his spear, it passed through Joe's body. Shu realized how strong the enemy was and felt a burning desire to obtain such power for himself. Ju noted that the flying ant's specialty was its speed, making it one of the top creatures in the legend class. Yet, despite its prowess, it had still fallen to the demonized general. The enemy general had likely reached the pinnacle of the legend class. Joe flew to the area, but found that the previous demonized general was no longer there. As he stood on a rock, he narrowly dodged an attack and spotted several enemies. Joe sensed that there was still a chance for the general to reappear. Unfortunately, he only encountered a normal demonized general, devoid of any distinctive traits. He commanded the flying ant to attack and eliminate the enemies. After defeating them, Joe realized that the enemies were indeed legend-class creatures, and the normal demonized general was a far cry from that level. He obtained a level 15 vitality crystal, but felt a pang of frustration as his stats were already at their maximum limits. Absorbing the crystal wouldn't enhance them further. With no marked demonized general blocking his path, Joe resolved to continue his quest. As Joe pressed ahead, he came across a gate and wondered if it was the city gate of the Hulao Pass. He realized he hadn't encountered any strong opponents along the way, and suspected that the gate might offer a greater challenge. While approaching, an arrow suddenly shot from the wall, attacking Joe's character. Angered in the real world, Joe wondered who could have ambushed him. He couldn't spot the origin of the arrow but suspected it had been fired from within the gate. He quickened his pace towards the gate, but another arrow struck him. Realizing he couldn't dodge the arrow with his current speed, Joe decided to check the Hulao Pass on the internet. He found extensive information, but only a few details about the interior. He learned about an epic class team that had attempted a raid but was defeated, resulting in the area 5 miles within the Hulao Pass being classified as a forbidden zone, restricted to ordinary students and teachers. The available information about the demonized general was sparse, but it indicated that these formidable enemies appeared only occasionally in the Hulao Pass. Determined, Joe resolved to explore the area himself. Just then, his second pet appeared in the real world with a roar. Joe lifted it and acknowledged that he needed to feed both it and the flying ant. He planned to head to the Imperial City dungeon to secure some food for the pet and ensure it was well nourished before tackling the new dungeon. The pet's egg had been a challenge to hatch, nearly costing him his life, and he had spent extra hours securing the best food for it. This effort made him feel like a father to the pet. While touching the horn of his pet, it unexpectedly bit Joe's hand. He screamed loudly, causing his neighbor to think he was acting strangely. 2 students were in the Hulao Pass area of the game, using their powers to attack enemies. Wang observed their battle from the sidelines and noted that, after a few days, all the other students except Joe and his friend had gradually begun to attempt the challenge. However, those 2 had not returned since the first day. Meanwhile, Joe was playing the game on his phone and received a dimensional crystal. He was surprised at how low the drop rate was for skill crystals and even for companion eggs. He tapped to absorb the crystal and felt its effects in real life as it coursed through his veins. Joe wondered if his physique, having already reached level 11, was the reason he didn't experience any discomfort from absorbing it. He considered trying the Lotus Buddha body as a defensive skill. He activated the power, and a red crystal enveloped him, causing his vitality to deplete rapidly. Zhu realized that the skill consumed his vitality quickly, making it unsustainable for long-term use. Curious about its strength, he decided to test it further in the game. Joe continued playing the game and during battles utilized the new Lotus Buddha body skill. He hoped it would nullify all attacks from the soldiers. However, when a soldier attacked to break the protective circle, Joe realized that while the skill could weaken the force of the attack, it was not as effective as he had hoped. Despite his expectation that a vitality skill from a general would be sufficient to withstand the attack, it was still inadequate against the arrows. Disappointed, he found that the skill, which was supposed to be of legendary class, felt as flimsy as paper against the arrows. He suspected that the archer inside was of a higher class than legend, and concluded that approaching the door with such strength was unwise. As Joe reassessed his situation, he encountered a different demonized general from the one he faced before. The scene shifted to his principal's office, where a lady arrived and informed the principal that she had reached Sunset College. The principal mentioned that they had also obtained the trans-regional warrant and that the lady should begin her task without alerting the An family, arresting Joe swiftly. The lady agreed and prepared to proceed. The next morning, the lady stood before the vice principal with a man by her side. The vice principal inquired about what had led to the Special Supervision Bureau's involvement and why they were requesting Joe. The lady reassured him, saying not to worry. They were only there to talk and had no intention of causing harm. The vice principal mentioned that he was aware of their reputation and the potential consequences of taking Joe, suggesting that it would come at a significant cost. The lady noted that it seemed the vice principal was reluctant to hand Joe over. She then asked the man to present his card. When the man placed it on the table, the lady told the vice principal that he should understand its significance and asked if his college was prepared to violate the law. The vice principal recognized the card as a trans-regional warrant, astonished that such a decree was being used for a student. The scene then shifted to Joe's room, where he was still engrossed in the game. He rushed to attack the new general, who was using flame attacks against him. Joe made his character disappear from the area to get above the enemy, gathering power in his hand to deliver a decisive blow. However, the enemy suddenly launched an attack against him. Joe closed the game and realized that the enemy had created a blade with his hand, displaying a different ability compared to the general he had fought earlier. He wondered if this new enemy was a knife-wielding character, distinct from the cloth-based one he had encountered before, and speculated if there might be another special demonized general with a stone-based ability. Although he was not yet ready to face the cloth-wielding general, he thought he might be able to avoid the knife general's blade aura with Silverwing Flash. He considered that if he deactivated his companion state, he might have a better chance of winning the battle, as the general might present more openings when facing two opponents. Additionally, he couldn't use demonic light metal while in companion state, which would result in further losses. Just then, someone knocked on his door. Curious about who it could be at this hour, Joe opened the door to find a man who asked if he was Joe, and then requested that he come with him to the principal's office. Joe, puzzled, agreed, and followed the man to the principal's office. Meanwhile, Joe's neighbor watched in confusion as he was taken away. As Joe and the man walked, Joe noticed that the number of people around was dwindling. He stopped the man and pointed out that they seemed to be leaving the college grounds and were not heading toward the principal's office. Just then, the lady arrived and remarked on Joe's vigilance. Without warning, she rushed forward and punched him in the stomach, causing him to cough up blood. She declared that they were finally meeting again and that she intended to extract information about Jing from him, slowly and painfully. Joe realized it was as he had suspected. She was indeed after Jing. He responded that he didn't have any information and questioned whether she had any evidence to justify his arrest. The lady was taken aback that Joe was still standing, as that punch would have incapacitated someone of mortal class. She brushed off his question, stating that evidence was irrelevant until after they had arrested him. She instructed the man to take Joe away. Joe asked what would happen if he refused to cooperate. The lady replied that she would chop off his limbs and take him by force, suggesting it would be in his best interest to comply willingly. Joe used Silverwing Flash, emitting a blinding light that prevented the man from seeing him. Once the light faded, Joe had already managed to escape. The lady observed the flying vitality skill and instructed the man to pursue Joe, assuming he wouldn't have gone far. She speculated that Joe had headed into the forest and ordered the man to search there. As Joe leaped from tree to tree, he realized the lady was convinced that he was conspiring with Jing Daoxian and wouldn't give him a chance to explain himself. Moreover, losing the Immortal Sutra, which came from Jing, would make it easier for them to fabricate charges against him if he were captured. Suddenly, an attack struck him, causing him to fall from the tree. Joe feared that the pursuit was becoming too intense. A hand with green rays emerged from the underbrush, reaching out to grab him, but he managed to fend it off. He recognized that the pursuers were both at the legendary class, and if he continued running, capture was inevitable. Checking his phone, Joe discovered information about the underground Buddha city. He hoped that if he could reach that location, he might be able to evade them. Joe reached the underground Buddha city, but his pursuers followed closely behind. The lady was furious with the man who had stopped them to check their documents. The man suggested that they could not afford to waste any more time, especially if the An family were to notice. The lady acknowledged his point and immediately attacked Joe with a barrage of pink rays. Joe managed to dodge some of the attacks, but when 3 rays came at him simultaneously, he used his wings to fly upward. The lady noted that Joe's wings were indeed a legendary class ability, but she was certain that he wouldn't have enough vitality left to sustain it for long. As Joe descended, he resumed running and soon encountered a blood zone. As he prepared to jump over it, the lady attacked him again while he was heading upstairs. One of her attacks struck him, causing him to fall. The lady and the man halted at the edge of the forbidden area where Joe had ventured. The lady decided that if a student dared to enter, they shouldn't be afraid to follow. As they climbed the stairs, they saw Joe sitting there. The lady asked why he hadn't run away. Joe replied that they would die if they dared to enter the forbidden area. The lady told Joe to stop bluffing, and as the man approached him, Joe used his hand like a gun to shoot the man, causing him to collapse. The lady was shocked to see that the man was dead and demanded to know what Joe had done to him. Joe replied that he had already warned them and asked if she wanted to try her luck as well. He noticed that the lady seemed unaffected by the forbidden area. The lady, enraged, used her power to intensify her attack and remarked that something was definitely strange about the area. She realized that Joe's presence there made sense now. As a creature appeared behind her, Joe recognized it as a headless angel. The lady explained that this creature was said to be formed from someone who lost their head during ascension and was a dimensional being from the Western Federation. It had achieved great military success and was highly ranked within the Federation. Although not strong in offense, it possessed a very unique life providence. She warned Joe to brace himself. As the lady rushed to attack Joe, he wondered how she had managed to acquire the headless angel as her companion. Preparing for her assault, he used skeleton pieces to create barriers with long sticks around her. He summoned his pet, thinking that if he kept advancing, he might reach the Buddhist temple. If even the three-faced Buddha couldn't handle her, he would truly be cornered. The lady asked what other strategies Joe had in mind. She then used her power to break free from the barriers he had set up, visibly enraged. She demanded to know how he planned to fight against someone at the peak of the legendary class like herself. The lady attacked Joe, sending him crashing into the Buddha temple. She taunted him, claiming that he wouldn't be able to escape and would have to say goodbye to his legs. As she entered the temple, the eyes of the Buddha statue opened and attacked her fiercely. Joe watched with satisfaction, confident that she was being injured. Taking advantage of her vulnerability, Joe summoned the flying ant, intending to strike while she was weakened. The flying ant launched a demonic light needle at the lady, but she quickly summoned a want lion to aid her escape. Joe felt a sense of relief as the lady finally managed to flee. When the lady returned to the city, she was heavily injured. She planned to convict Joe of killing Federation soldiers, knowing that even if the Ann family intervened, her case would stand. Before she could finish her thoughts, someone pointed a gun at her and demanded to know what was happening. The lady turned and saw Tien, wondering what he was doing there. Liz referred to Tien as a warlord. Tien asked if Liz was attempting to kill a student at Sunset College and inquired about the reason behind it. Liz replied that the operation was conducted under the orders of the House of Lords and would proceed regardless of Tien's objections. The man instructed her to answer the warlord's questions and not to speak out of turn. Liz mentioned that their targets were connected to the operation. Without warning, the man shot her in the leg. As she screamed in pain, she demanded to know how he dared to shoot her. Before she could say more, he shot her second leg to force her to the ground. Angrily, the man asked if she hadn't understood his command and moved closer, threatening that if she continued to talk nonsense, her mouth would be next. Tien told the man to stop talking and to execute her, instructing him to inform her superiors to retrieve her body. Liz pleaded for a moment, explaining that Xiao had ordered her to undertake this task. The man called Xiao, who warned him that he had only 5 minutes to resolve the situation. If Tien didn't resolve it, those who had trespassed at the college would be executed. After 5 minutes, Tien declared that time was up. As the man aimed his gun at Liz, she was terrified. Just then, Xiao arrived, flying in, and demanded that they leave her alone. He wondered how Liz had gotten herself into such deep trouble. Xiao requested a private conversation with Tien and asked for forgiveness for all the offenses committed during the operation. He explained that Liz was the daughter of the Lord of the House of Lords, had despised evil since her youth, and had acted impulsively after receiving orders. Xiao pleaded with Tien to give Liz a chance to redeem herself for the sake of those above. Tien questioned why he hadn't been informed about these details. Xiao explained that the higher-ups of the Federation were deeply concerned with Jing's case, and that Zhou was currently their only lead. They needed Zhou's assistance with their investigation, and Tien had previously criticized Zhou, suggesting that Tien was aware of Zhou's dubious nature. Tien retorted that Zhou's issues were evident, but not everyone could be blamed for causing trouble. Xiao bowed, acknowledging that they had overstepped their bounds. Tien remarked that Xiao's attitude toward admitting wrongdoing was commendable, so he would allow Liz to be taken back. Xiao expressed his gratitude. Tien then stated that Liz's cultivation would be crippled, and he slashed at her. Chow mentioned that Liz came from the renowned Cape family. Tien asked Chow if he knew why he was called a warlord, explaining that it was because heaven was on the right and Tien was on the left. Chu sat in silence, contemplating the situation. Noticing the lack of news from Liz after her encounter with the king, he surmised that she might have fled. Unable to wait any longer, Joe decided to investigate the matter himself. Meanwhile, the skeleton army had been severely injured, but Joe managed to retreat in time. He needed to plan his next steps and considered discussing the situation with Xuan. As Joe was preparing to leave, the lift arrived and the gate opened. A man, referring to Joe as young master, informed him that he had been waiting for him. Joe inquired why he was addressed as young master. The man replied that Madame Lan had sent Tien to pick up Joe. During the car ride with Tien remarked that Joe must harbor strong feelings of animosity towards him. Zhu responded that it wasn't the case, though he did wonder if Tien expected him to express gratitude for nearly ruining his college entrance exam. Tien dismissed Joe's comments, stating that he didn't care how Joe perceived him, but reminded him that Tien never acknowledged Joe's right to replace Jing. Joe asked for clarification, wanting to understand what Tien was referring to. Tien offered no response, leading Joe to think that perhaps Tien needed to return to kindergarten to learn better communication skills. They arrived at a mansion where Joe met Ling and Liu. Ling noticed Joe's chest injury and asked about it. Liu called Tien, who assured him that he had already taught the troublemakers a lesson. Liu then asked Ling to take care of Joe. Ling escorted Joe to a room, where he began tending to the injuries on Joe's back. Ling remarked that it reminded him of when Joe was a child. Joe corrected him, saying that Ling must be mistaken, as it was Ling who used to get beaten when Joe was young for flirting with the pretty aunt next door. Joe then asked Ling about Tien's comment in the car, where Tien had mentioned Joe taking Jing's place. Just then, Lan entered with a maid who informed Joe that he now had the right to enter the territory of the divine gift. The maid handed Joe some new clothes. Joe thanked her, and then asked Liu why the divine gift was being granted to him. Liu explained that Xiao was not surprised by the divine gift and noted that the youngest son of the Li family had already informed Joe about it. Zhao remarked that such an important opportunity had been taken away from Jing. Ling explained that Jing had suffered from cold factory syndrome since childhood. Although Liu knew Jing was strong enough to participate in the trial, she did not want her to push herself further and asked Zhou to understand a mother's concern. Zhou then questioned why Tian wasn't chosen instead. Liu responded that Tian was already exceptionally strong and didn't need the divine gift. Additionally, her father believed that Zhou was more suitable for it than Jing. Ling mentioned that Zhou was also acquainted with Xiao's father and had met him in high school. As Ling showed Zhou a photo of Xiao's father, Zhou realized that he was the former principal. Zhou recalled that his father had disappeared before his final year of high school, leaving him to stay at school and train even on weekends. It was during this period that he met the former principal. Zhou remembered practicing his punches when the former principal had thrown a cold drink can at him, challenging him to catch it. Zhou easily caught the can and recognized the principal. The principal suggested they take a break and go out for some good food. Zhou noted that he had heard the former principal retired early due to health issues and hadn't seen him since. He was surprised to learn that Lan was actually the daughter of his former principal. Lan assured Zhou that it was fine if he didn't want to take the risk. Zhou reflected on the situation and decided it was acceptable to avoid unnecessary risks. Later, Zhou arrived at his destination and was greeted by a man who informed him that the troublemakers would no longer pose a threat. Zhou got out of the car and received a call from Xuan. Xuan reported that there had been a commotion at the college, but it appeared that the AN family had resolved the issue on Zhou's behalf. Zhou commented on how fast Xuan was. Xuan replied that it was the president's job to take care of the members. Zhou thought the club hadn't even been officially established yet. Xuan advised Zhou to get some rest after everything and wondered why he didn't complete the test the following day. Just then, Zhou heard a loud noise on Xuan's end and asked where Xuan was currently. Xuan responded that he was at Hulao Pass. Zhou asked what they were waiting for and said he would come over there, feeling the need to vent his frustration that day. Zhou arrived at Hulao Pass from the sky and leaped to attack a monster. Xuan remarked that Zhou's moves could be quite intimidating at times. Zhou wondered why, despite being so deep in, they hadn't encountered a demonized general yet. Xuan noted that he hadn't come across any demonized generals either, and it was odd that the area was so quiet. They soon saw frightened people arriving, urging others to flee as a marked demonized general was approaching. Xuan suggested Zhou go and confront it. Jing then told Xuan that Wei hadn't returned after covering for a few juniors. Xuan hurried off to check on Wei. Jing asked Zhou if he wasn't going to help his friend. Zhou replied that Jing seemed eager to try things on her own and asked if Lan had sent Tian to save Zhou because of Jing. Jing ran ahead, claiming she didn't know what he was talking about. The scene shifted to Wei, who felt she couldn't escape the situation. The general enemy appeared before her. Xuan arrived to assist Wei and asked if she was all right. He felt the shock of the battle affecting his organs and realized he was outmatched by his current opponent. Deciding to hold off the enemy and escape when he had the chance, Xuan attempted an attack to distract the foe. As the enemy was momentarily distracted, Tian grabbed Wei and began to flee. Xuan saw his summoned pet, a white tiger, fall to the enemy's attack in a single blow, which left him feeling devastated. Zhou and Jing observed the scene. Xu identified the enemy as the knife-wielding demonized general and thought that if he and Jing worked together, they might stand a chance. He proposed that any items dropped by the enemy would belong to Jing if they succeeded, and suggested they team up. As the enemy prepared to attack Xuan, he pushed Wei to safety and tried to escape. Zhu intervened, saving Xuan with the help of his flying ant. While flying away, Xuan expressed his gratitude, noting that Zhou had saved him numerous times and he wasn't sure how to repay him. Zhu requested that they not fight over the drops if they won. Xuan questioned if the two of them alone would be enough to defeat the enemy. Zhou responded that they would need a third person. At that moment, Jing launched a beam attack at the enemy. Xuan praised the offensive sun-shooting technique, marveling at its effectiveness, and asked Zhou how he had managed to convince Jing to use it. Jing, thinking of her grandfather, said that despite being born with cold factor syndrome, she was still able to utilize the sun-shooting technique to its fullest. The enemy, now enraged, began healing itself. Zhou urged them not to give the enemy a chance to recover and to finish it off while it was still injured. Despite their efforts, the enemy's pet attacked them as well. Xuan wondered if the enemy was trying to escape. Zhou clarified that the monster was moving rapidly underground with the help of a bloody horse and was heading toward Jing. As the enemy prepared to attack Jing, Zhou rushed to intercept and protect her. Jing reassured him that she could have dodged the attack on her own. Zhou set her down and moved behind the enemy to launch a counterattack. After defeating the enemy, Zhou obtained a skill crystal and offered it to Jing. She asked why he was giving it to her, noting that he must understand its value. Zhou replied that he wouldn't make her help him without compensation and reiterated that any items dropped by the enemy would belong to her. Jing turned away, saying there was no need for such a gesture since he was the one who had saved her. She made it clear that while she didn't want to owe him anything, he was mistaken if he thought she would treat him as a brother. Zhou shrugged off her comments, dismissing their significance. Wei took a picture of them together. Xuan remarked that he was used to such interactions, and Wei added that all the freshmen that year were exceptional. Back in his room, Zhou acquired the dimensional crystal and entered the game, facing the monsters. He noted how fierce they were, and observed a knife aura that drained all his vitality, capable of killing a demonized general instantly. He realized that the aura didn't consume a fixed amount of vitality, and recognized it as a unique vitality skill. It was no wonder that the marked demonized general could instantly kill the Jedi White Tiger, which was also renowned in the Legend class. Zhou acknowledged the power of the star-slashing knife aura, but resolved to use it carefully, noting that it was incredibly powerful when he expended all his vitality. He was concerned about what might happen when his vitality was depleted. A monster launched an attack at Zhou, catching him off guard. As he dodged the assault, he used the star-slashing knife aura, but the monster easily brushed off the attack. Xu realized with dismay that the knife aura hadn't even scratched the monster's skin. The monster then launched a lethal attack, ending the game for Zhou. Zhou reflected on how the vitality skill of the knife character Demonized General was ineffective against the first character Demonized General. He speculated that the symbols on the Demonized General's forehead were related to a rock-paper-scissors dynamic, with each of the three generals possessing unique abilities. According to the rock-paper-scissors rules, the star-slashing knife aura should be effective against the cloth character Demonized General. However, the spawn rate for these specific marked Demonized Generals was low. Zhou decided he would need to grind in other dungeons to improve his chances of encountering them. As Zhou's neighbor girl walked through the college, she overheard others discussing a video from Wei's club. They found it quite ridiculous. One boy wondered if the person in question was really a freshman, while another confirmed it, noting that the forum had been blown away by the news. A third boy remarked that Zhou was just a mortal class student, so it was surprising that he was fighting alongside Jing and had actually killed a marked demonized general at the peak of the legend class. The girl realized that her neighbor was incredibly strong. The scene then shifted to the faculty room, where Ms. Wang and a man were watching the same video. Mrs. Wang paused the video, and the man commented that not only had Zhou completed his studies and the test, but he had also killed a marked demonized general. He wondered why she wasn't happier. Wang explained that although Zhou was extremely talented, He had never attended any self-study sessions and had been gaming all day recently. She was determined not to let her students squander their talent on games. Additionally, she was preparing to submit her Mount Laojun teaching plan. The man agreed and advised that as long as Wang used the power of the mysterious wordless stele in Mount Laojun correctly, Zhou would likely overcome his internet addiction and focus more on his studies and training. As Zhou slept that night, he was jolted awake by a strange feeling. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar and devastated world. The landscape was shattered, and monsters had slaughtered all the human military who had been fighting them. The few survivors were pleading for help. Zhu sensed someone behind him and turned around to see a figure smiling enigmatically. He woke up to find it had all been a dream. The vividness of the dream lingered. He could still recall the scent of blood and burning. Chu wondered about the mysterious figure from his dream. Was it connected to the list of Immortal Sutra? He speculated whether the hallucinations were a result of the sutra's influence, which had previously felt like nothingness, but now seemed disturbingly real. He questioned whether the dream was a sign of the sutra going out of control, a warning related to the Demon King, or something else entirely. As he pondered these thoughts, another of his pets appeared. Zhu wondered why it had come out on its own and whether it was hungry. He decided to put the dream out of his mind. No matter how much he thought about it, he wouldn't gain any clues about whether it was an omen or a catastrophe. The only thing he could do was to become strong enough before any threat arrived and find a way to advance to the legend class. The scene shifted to the dimensional defense line in the Eastern Sea region, where a dimensional creature was detected bypassing the defense line underwater. As it emerged from the water, its image was captured, confirming it as a Western dimensional creature. The scene then moved to Ms. Wang's class, where she was addressing some students. She congratulated them on passing the admission test and announced that they would start their lessons. Although she wasn't planning to focus on combat that day, she would be taking everyone to Mount Laojun for meditation. She explained that the worry-free stele, located at their destination, had mysterious powers that would greatly benefit everyone. As Zhou and Xuan joined the class, Xuan asked Zhou what he had been up to lately. Zhou appeared to have been preoccupied with something, and Xuan commented on Zhou's tendency to book too many appointments, advising him to control himself. Zhou responded, questioning whether that was all Xuan could think about. Xu yawned, reflecting on his recent efforts to find a way to advance. He realized that if he didn't break through to the legend class, he wouldn't be able to increase his stats, even if he absorbed stat crystals. He had been thinking of techniques to enhance his stats, but despite staying up late for several nights, he couldn't make progress. It seemed that just using the flying ant to draw firepower wasn't sufficient. He also needed a vitality skill that would make him swifter. As he slept, Zhou's laziness was evident. The scene shifts to Mount Kizi, where devastation reigns and flames consume everything. A man is engaged in combat with a general. By skillfully blocking and dodging the enemy's attacks, the man grabs the ropes and pulls them towards himself. He then signals Tien to attack. Tien responds by unleashing a powerful beam against the enemy. The man reports to Tien that everyone in the third squad has been killed and no one was able to retreat. They hear a voice and rush towards it, but by the time they arrive, the boy is already dead. Tien acknowledges their sacrifice, stating that they were the pride of humanity, and expressing his wish for them to rest in peace. He emphasizes that there is no time for mourning. Their sacrifice must not be in vain. He orders the immediate deployment of the Engineer Corps to rebuild the defense line. Meanwhile, the mutations within Mount Kizi's dimension are worsening. Tien urges Tenny to find the root cause and hopes that the Eastern Sea region can manage the situation effectively. The scene shifts to Mount Laojun, where Zhou, along with Xuan and other students, arrives at a location. Xuan comments on how it's surprising that only specially admitted students have had classes here in recent years. Zhou asks if it's safe, and if Mrs. would actually bring freshmen here like that. Xuan reassures him, explaining that this place is known as the non-killing realm according to the Federation. The creatures here won't actively harm humans, and humans can't harm the creatures either. It's considered the safest dimensional realm in that regard. However, Zhou must adhere to the no-killing rule, or karma will retaliate. Zhou inquires whether Xuan believes in such superstitions. Xuan replies that the Federation wouldn't enforce a rule based on ordinary superstitions and suggests they should just go along with it. As they continue, they spot a creature, and Xuan remarks that it's jinxed. Zhou then asks if there is anything special about the wordless stele. Xuan explains that while it won't kill him, it could make Zhou uncontrollably excited, as if it were providing him with endless energy. As the other students settle into meditation, Ms. Wang approaches Zhou and Xuan, asking what they were discussing and inviting them to come forward. She reveals a statue and explains that it will be their schoolwork they must endure the mysterious power of the worry-free stele for half an hour. No more, no less. She then starts the timer. As Joe meditates, he feels a warm, enigmatic energy entering him. The sensation grows increasingly intense, and not only does he feel the heat, but his body also becomes uncontrollably agitated. He clasps his pants tightly to help him remain calm. The strange feeling eventually subsides, and the lost immortal sutra begins to flow through him, reminiscent of the experience he had in the small Buddhist temple. All the students struggled with the exercise. Wang explains that the worry-free stele is meant to bring inner peace, but it can also fill them with excess energy, or even make them extremely excited if they are under its influence for too long. She hopes they will become diligent students, especially Joe. Noticing that Joe is sleeping, she warns that if this continues, the worry-free stele's power might end up harming the other students. As the time nears its end, she instructs everyone to stop meditating. The students, now highly energized, eagerly talk about battling each other and are unable to contain their excitement. Wang is surprised, noting that this is the first time she has seen the worry-free stele fail to affect a student, and wonders if Joe's indiscipline has reached a point of hopelessness. Xuan, on the other hand, is highly motivated and performs numerous push-ups. Joe, brimming with energy, asks if he can go for a walk or run a marathon. Ms. Wang is taken aback and wonders if Joe is serious or merely pretending. She questions whether he even believes what he is saying. Ms. Wang allows Joe to leave and instructs him to return in 3 hours for the next session at the college. Joe heads into the forest and checks his profile. He notes that his vitality increased to 11 during the meditation, similar to the experience at the small Buddhist temple. One of his stats has broken through its limit again, and the vitality flowing through him clearly represents a third kind of vitality technique. Ju realizes that the worry-free stele must be a form of mysterious vitality technique, leading him to wonder if Mount Laojun might also have a place where he could acquire a mystic egg for free. While exploring, Joe encounters a dimensional creature, which he immediately recognizes as being of high level based on its appearance. Surprisingly, the creature ignores him and continues eating the grass. Joe observes that it doesn't seem aggressive and wonders if it might be consuming a rare spirit herb. He spots a similar flower at a distance, pulls it out, and reflects on its tenacity, questioning whether it is indeed a magical herb. The creature becomes extremely agitated, and Joe realizes that it was pulled away by the force of being thrown. The creature had come to eat the grass, but Joe had taken it instead. In response, the creature makes Joe fall to the ground. Joe argues that he found the herb first, implying that it should follow the principle of first come, first served. He notices that the creature has no intention of relinquishing the herb, so he decides to let it go and asks the creature if it wants it. The creature, feeling confused, turns and begins to leave. Joe reflects that even if he can't defeat the creature, he can at least make it uncomfortable. He continues onward and soon arrives at the Zhongtian gate, wondering if he is already halfway up the mountain. As he approaches the gate, he notices the thick fog surrounding it, suggesting that no one has been there for a long time. He recalls that there should be a dungeon mark in the area as well. Checking his phone, he considers exploring the dungeon. Suddenly, a beam attack strikes him from behind. It's the creature whose food Joe had taken. Chu wonders why the creature ambushed him, nearly breaking his back. He realizes that the animal knows it can't defeat him on Mount Laojun, so it pushed him into a confined space. Ju notices that the herb he ate seems to be emerging from his body and questions what is happening to him. Roots also start to ensnare him, and he fears he might be turning into a plant. Using his power, Joe dispels the roots and muses that this situation is reminiscent of his experience at the small Buddhist temple. He recognizes that he needs a mysterious vitality technique to break free from the influence of the enigmatic power. Confused about which direction to take due to the surrounding fog, Joe finds it difficult to see. The creature reappears and observes him. Initially frightened, Joe wonders what it wants. The creature uses its leg to clear the fog from the path ahead of Joe and begins to push him in that direction. Joe acknowledges that he understands the creature wants him to go that way, but comments that it doesn't need to push him. Joe arrives at a town and notes how quiet it is, wondering if this place is also within the dimensional area. He observes the giant trees behind the houses and is curious about the building at the end of the road, feeling a sense of déjà vu reminiscent of the small Buddhist temple. Upon investigation, he discovers that it is the Taiking Temple. Ju wonders if Taiking, one of the legendary 3 pure ones, is worshipped there, and whether the Taiking Temple might be cursed like the Buddhist hall. He decides he shouldn't enter, but the creature pushes him inside. Inside the temple, Joe hears a voice proclaiming that the Great Tao is formless and brings forth heaven and earth. The Great Tao is heartless, governing the sun and moon. It is nameless, nourishing all things, and thus called Tao. The voice explains that those who enter are followers of Taoism and must choose one of the 3 pure talismans. 3 cards appear before Joe. Reflecting on his past experience as a Buddhist and now facing Taoism, he wonders what is happening and whether anyone can explain it to him. Joe faces the task of choosing one of the 3 cards: the Jade Talisman, the Wood Talisman, and the Metal Talisman. Given that Mount Laojun is known for its giant trees and wood element, he selects the Wood Talisman. As he makes his choice, he begins to feel pain and wonders if this is another forced hatching. He feels drained, and when he opens his eyes, he finds a green light ball in front of him. The ball bursts, revealing a banana fairy. Joe recognizes the banana fairy as similar to Ting's, with all its stats at their limit but possessing only one skill, Great Yin Wind. He is curious about the nature of this ability. Joe decides to return and study it further, worried that the teacher might become suspicious if he is gone for too long. Upon his return, Ms. Wang inquires about where he has been, as she had been searching for him. Joe explains that he went for a walk and went a bit far. Joe is surprised and, upon hearing the sounds of an animal, checks to find that an antelope has indeed followed him. Noticing a mark on the antelope's head that resembles an eye, Joe wonders if this is the legendary antelope. When Joe returns home with the antelope, he shows the antelope its grass food, explaining that he has washed it several times and it won't get any cleaner. He wonders why the antelope doesn't eat it, and why it hasn't gone back to Mount Laojun. The antelope ignores him and relaxes while reading a book. Joe reflects that it followed him here and shows no intention of leaving. Joe sits down and mentions that he hoped he could find a way to free himself from this situation in the game. On his way back, he tried entering Mount Laojun using his phone, thinking it would be as safe as reality. However, he was instantly killed by a dimensional creature upon entry. The only difference between the game and reality was that the antelope followed him in real life. He guesses that despite its unpleasant demeanor, it is definitely not a simple high-class creature. Though he doesn't understand why it is following him, he decides to keep it since there's nothing he can do about it. He starts the game at the Ebo Tower with the Banana Fairy. As enemies approach to attack them, he asks the fairy to use the Great Yin Wind. The fairy uses the Great Yin Wind attack, and as it hits the enemy, Joe remarks on its effectiveness. The extreme cold of the Great Yin Wind proves to be highly effective against the firebird from the Temple of the Fire God. He notices that the fairy appears exhausted, realizing that with its current vitality, it can only use this powerful attack once. The Great Yin Wind has a large area of effect, and if used strategically, it could potentially wipe out many firebirds at the top of the temple in one go. Shu decides to gather the firebirds together to maximize the attack's effectiveness. He rushes ahead and instructs the flying ant to join him. As the firebirds attack, he uses the flying ant to fight back. Joe acknowledges that it won't be as easy as he initially thought, and that both he and the fairy might get surrounded by the firebirds before they can gather them effectively. To avoid being overwhelmed by the firebirds, Joe realizes he needs to enhance his agility. He decides it's time to find a suitable footwork-type vitality skill. After checking numerous comments and reviews, he plans to visit the library for more information. Meanwhile, the antelope makes a sound to get Joe's attention and shows him a picture of a vegetable it wants. Joe comments that the antelope certainly enjoys its life. Afterward, Joe heads to the library and starts reading through various books. He discovers that one of the techniques is not suitable for him, while the fish-to-dragon technique, similar to the Sovereign Flash, can accelerate instantly, but consumes a lot of stamina. He crosses off several techniques and concludes that the Dragon's Gate flying technique seems to be the most suitable option. This flying technique, depicted with a goddess in a painting, doesn't allow one to stay in the air for long, but makes the user light and agile, which can be maintained for extended periods. Ju notes that the Dragon's Gate is located in Luoyang and plans to visit it the next day. As he steps out of the library, a dimensional creature suddenly appears by breaking through the floor. Ju wonders why a dimensional creature has appeared in the city. The creature attacks him, but he dodges the strike by flying. He notes the immense destruction caused by its swing and wonders if it is an epic-class creature. Joe then observes that the creature is about to use a vitality skill. 2 aircraft arrive to attack the creature, and a man appears, asking the creature where it could go after running so long. The man then uses a Thunderbolt snap attack. The Thunderbolt strikes the creature, causing its blood to splatter onto Joe. The creature is swiftly killed, and the man approaches Joe to check if he is all right. Joe confirms that he is fine and inquires about the situation. The man explains that the creature was a companion pet that went berserk and escaped because its master deviated during cultivation. He tells Joe that the military will handle the situation and advises him to leave and stay quiet to avoid unnecessary panic. Joe agrees, leaving the scene with the thought that the creature didn't appear to be a companion pet bound by a contract. Upon returning home, Joe takes off his jacket, which is stained with blood. A conch falls from Joe's jacket, and he wonders when it got there. Ropes emerge from the conch and wrap around his neck. A lady appears, remarking that she has finally escaped their sight and expressing regret over the fate of her little pet. Joe realizes that her coercion is even stronger than that of the snake he encountered before. The lady addresses Joe, saying that he has done her a great favor, and as a reward, she will make him her meal. As she moves to attack him, the antelope intervenes, causing the lady to fall and freeing Joe. Joe looks at the antelope, which shows him a picture of what it wants. Joe promises to buy it for sure. The lady introduces herself as the princess of the sirens, stating that there is no way she will be subdued by an antelope. Joe asks the antelope if it intends to kill her and if she might drop something useful. The lady pleads with him, acknowledging her offense and offering to share her father's divine technique if he spares her. She explains that her father, Chaos, is a primordial god from mythology, the first god born from chaos, embodying primordial order, time, and space, and representing the start and the beginning of the world. She explains that she escaped from the West to obtain this divine technique and offers it to him if he spares her. She produces a small orb to show him. Joe wonders if the divine technique is a vitality technique and asks for confirmation. She agrees, explaining that all he needs to do is gaze into the space within the orb, and he will experience the power of chaos. Joe places his face close to the orb in her hand, and her trick begins to work. He starts to sense that something is not quite right. He soon realizes that he has been deceived. He finds himself an antelope in a space-like area with red rays swirling around them. He wonders where they are and if Antelope has been deceived as well. They hear a voice calling for their children. Joe questions when he became a child of chaos, and then realizes he is about to be pulled in. He discovers the lost immortal sutras and thinks they have activated on their own again, wondering if he has become a follower of some ancient god. The scene shifts to the lady who was in Joe's room. She had been attacked by something but starts to recover, noting that only the descendants of chaos could control the first order of chaos. The orb glows brightly, and she is shocked to see Joe return, questioning why he was not affected by the power of chaos and even managed to obtain the divine technique. Antelope arrives and collapses at Joe's feet. In anger, Antelope shoots toward her, but the attack is absorbed by his third eye. Joe explains that the siren's orb has become an empty marble after losing the first order of chaos. He then called Antelope, and suddenly it was absorbed into the small orb in Joe's hand. Joe commented that the space still seemed to exist, and speculated that it might function like a real-life game inventory. Antelope emerged and struck Joe. Joe realized that living beings with consciousness couldn't be stored inside. After a while, he brought the vegetables Antelope wanted and told him he was heading out, asking Antelope to stay at home. Antelope responded by kicking him out. Joe checked his phone and saw a wealth of information about the Dragon's Gate grottos on the forum. He read that there were many different caves and considered finding a dungeon mark to identify which cave contained the flying technique. As he was leaving, he encountered Xiao, who greeted him. He greeted her back and asked if he could call her by her name, Xiao. She agreed and inquired where he was going so early. Joe replied that he was heading to the Dragon's Gate grottos. Xiao was pleased to hear this and mentioned that she had been cultivating there recently. She suggested that they go together. He agreed, and she mentioned that she had won a new means of transport from a lottery event on TV, which was very convenient. Joe wondered if it was something like a bicycle. When they stepped outside and Joe saw an aircraft, he asked if she was truly a princess from a country blessed by the Ringasus. She questioned if it was strange to win a helicopter from a lottery. The scene shifts to the dimensional area of the Dragon's Gate grottos. As Joe and Xiao arrive, they observe many people wandering, trying to decide which cave to enter. Some are engaged in bartering. Joe notes the vastness of the Dragon's Gate grottos and wonders if there will be a dungeon mark here. Xiao asks if he is also here for a mission. Zhao replies that he is searching for the Dragon's Gate Apsara technique. Xiao explains that the Dragon's Gate Apsara technique isn't a drop from the dimensional beast in the Lotus Cave, and her target is the best Apsara. She mentions that she is in need of an assistant and proposes a deal to Joe. When Joe asks what the deal is, Xiao explains that she needs to kill an Apsara beast and requests his help in exchange for the Apsara technique crystal that will drop. Joe agrees, thinking that a skill crystal is one of the rarest item drops. He reflects that there is no guarantee it will drop as she hopes, and wonders how she can be so lucky all the time. They reached the Lotus Cave and spotted the Apsara beast. Xiao instructed Zhou to film her battle beautifully and handed him her phone. She launched an attack by flying, and Zhou also took to the air to record. He thought she needed someone to capture the moment. The beast attacked her, but she dodged and slashed at it. While recording, Zhou noticed a dungeon mark in the area. After Xiao defeated the beast, she handed him the crystal containing the Dragon's Gate Asura technique and asked how long the video was. Zhou replied that it was 1 minute and 5 seconds. Zhu took the crystal, thinking how lucky Xiao was to have a rare skill crystal drop on her first attempt. Xiao remarked that it had taken her a long time. Huang arrived and asked if Xiao was there to break his record. Xiao admitted that she had failed again. Guang introduced a boy who had broken Huang's record in 20 seconds. Xiao inquired if Feng had come to Sunset College and how he was doing. Guang explained that Feng was not continuing and that Feng's legendary life providence as the heavenly king of the quick blade made him a specialist in the field, suggesting there was no point in competing with Feng's speed. She said she was planning to explore other caves to challenge herself and then asked about Zhou's plans. Zhou replied that he intended to roam around the area. Huang mentioned to Xiao that he wanted to discuss venture capital, referring to their previous conversation. Xiao ignored him and continued on her way. Huang followed, determined to talk to her about it. Feng approached Zhou and remarked that he had seen the video of Zhou defeating the marked demonized general and was impressed by his strength. Feng admitted that he was skeptical when the teacher said Zhou was making progress, but he didn't expect Zhou to take on the role of cameraman. Feng felt somewhat embarrassed. Huang reassured Zhou not to take Feng's comments to heart, explaining that while Feng was a good person, he could be a bit arrogant. Zhou reflected on how their dynamic was like that of close friends, and now that everyone else had left, he decided to explore the new dungeon. As Zhou examined the area, he realized that the Dragon's Gate Grottos was indeed one of the dungeons. He walked around and saw Huang sitting nearby, calling out for people to sneak a peek and take a glance, emphasizing that they shouldn't miss the opportunity. Zhou called out to him, and Huang recognized him immediately. Zhou asked if Huang was involved in street vending. Huang confirmed and explained that he was selling eggs from the stone Kylan, a legendary class creature. He asked if Zhou was interested. The stone Kylan had impressive stats and a vitality skill called Petrified Skin, which provided strong defense. While its offense was lacking, in rare cases, it could hatch with a divine skill. The Kylan's dominating body could convert its defensive abilities into offensive power, making such stone Kylans top tier among legendary class creatures. Huang offered Zhou a special price of 200,000 dimensional points per egg and asked if Zhou wanted to try his luck. Zhou inquired why Huang assumed he had the money. Huang looked disappointed and explained that since Zhou was with Xiao, he assumed Zhou would be wealthy as well. Zhou scanned an egg and noted that he had examined over 10 companion eggs with his phone, all of which had petrified skin as their skill. He acknowledged that the Kylan's dominating body was indeed rare. Zhu told Huang that if he could break the defense of the stone Kylan, he might obtain many companion eggs, implying that the Kylan was quite powerful. Xiao arrived and commented that it wasn't unusual and that Huang didn't appear to be as he seemed. She mentioned that Huang was currently ranked first in their college's power rankings. Huang, seeing Xiao's return, asked if she wanted any stone Kylan eggs. She declined, stating that she preferred cute pets. Xiao then revealed that Huang was actually the strongest person in the college. Zhou pointed out that if Huang was subsidized by the college, he should have money. He questioned why Huang was selling the companion eggs. Huang explained that he was raising funds to develop a game. As he showed the game to Zhou noted that it was quite rough. Huang admitted that was why he needed money, to perfect the game. He added that the game was designed to reflect reality, with maps and monsters based on the real dimensional areas he had explored. Zhou thought that Huang's approach was different, but similar to his own mysterious game. He realized that if Huang's game were fully developed, he might not stand out when playing it in the future. Zhou told Huang that it was a great concept and would be useful for newcomers. He expressed regret about not having the money at the moment, but promised that he would definitely invest in the game once he had the funds. Huang became emotional and asked Xiao if she saw that someone had finally acknowledged his venture. He then asked Zhou to promise to be his collaborator. Zhou agreed, and Huang offered him one of the stone Kylan eggs as a gift. Zhou acknowledged that it was also a gamble. When Zhou returned home, he found that Antelope had eaten everything in sight, resulting in a significantly increased body size. Zhou asked if Antelope had really eaten all that food. He realized that, like Huang, he would also need to work hard to earn money. However, he had acquired the Apsara technique and a rare stone Kylan companion egg from the Dragon's Gate. Holding the egg, Zhou saw Ting rush to grab and eat it. Zhou then examined the crystal he had received and entered the underground lotus pond. There, he saw the blood-patterned Buddha heart lotus and realized he had arrived at the right time. Now he was ready to test out what he had just learned, focusing on the Dragon's Gate Asura technique. A creature suddenly attacked him, but Joe dodged effortlessly. He thought that by applying some force he could avoid the creature's strikes, which was good since he was using this opportunity to test his skills. He called upon the flying ant and then attacked the creature. He discovered a blood-patterned Buddha heart lotus and learned that it possessed 4 skills, with only one being related to physique. He noticed a mark on his hand, and the system prompted him to merge the companion egg into the skeleton ant. He agreed, knowing that the process had only a 1/3 chance of success. However, considering the skeleton ant had been badly injured by Liz and had potential for evolution, it seemed worth the risk. As the merging process completed, the skeleton ant evolved into the lotus ant. Joe checked its profile and noted that its stats were superb within the legendary class, having inherited all the skills of the blood-patterned Buddha heart lotus. He thought about summoning it now, though he was concerned about its size, as it was as large as the skeleton ant and might overcrowd the room. Next, he headed to the new dungeon he had, eager to test the strength of the lotus ant. As Joe arrived at the Lotus Cave in the Dragon's Gate grottos and observed the monsters, he summoned the lotus ant and commanded it to attack. The monster charged at them, but the lotus ant used a beam attack to bring it down. It then swiftly followed up with a skeleton pierce attack. Joe noted how brutal the lotus ant's combat style was. After defeating the monster, Joe found a companion egg. He assessed its speed and other attributes, deciding to attempt merging it with the lotus ant. He hoped for the possibility of creating a flying lotus ant. The system prompted him to confirm if he really wanted to merge the companion egg into the mutated lotus ant. Joe agreed, feeling a sense of anticipation. He then focused on Ting and observed that it was evolving. He remarked that while the mythic creature was incredibly powerful, it was still considered legendary, yet it had surpassed most creatures in that class. He wondered about the significance of the life providence of hearing the world, and found the explanation somewhat vague. Determined to explore this further, he decided to experiment. Using a technique, Joe discovered that he could visualize his surroundings through sound, even seeing past walls and perceiving what was going on outside his room. He found this ability incredibly useful and believed it would aid him in taking down the Temple of Fire God, especially when combined with the Apsara technique. Joe arrived at the steps of the Temple of Fire, ready to put his newfound perception and skills to the test. Joe used the flying ant to attack the firebirds, noticing that the flying ant had managed to draw some of them away while he prepared to handle the rest. He employed his powers to evade the birds repeatedly, and continued making his way upstairs, confident that the Apsara technique could surpass the firebird's speed. He instructed the flying ant to regroup with him. As they reunited, Joe activated the silvering flying ant, which transformed into its companion state and emitted a blinding flash. They then merged, and the banana fairy appeared to launch an attack. Reaching the summit, Joe discovered that the firebirds were emerging from flames in a cauldron. He decided to test his vitality and the companion state. He attacked and realized he was facing the ancient Imperial Sutra. The encounter caused a sharp pain in his heart, leading him to wonder if the ancient Imperial Sutra was cursed. The pain felt like his heart was being ripped apart, and he began to lose consciousness, with the lost Immortal Sutra remaining inactive. As he contemplated stopping, the pain in his heart ceased. Sitting down, Joe observed that although the lost Immortal Sutra hadn't reacted, he seemed to have successfully learned the ancient Imperial Sutra. He noticed a stone sword inside the cauldron and understood that it was the reward rather than a companion pet. As he reached out to touch it, he realized he was unable to grasp it. Joe wondered why he couldn't touch the stone sword, considering all the effort he had put into climbing to the summit. He had hoped to obtain another mythic pet, but even the sword turned out to be a phantom. Just then, someone knocked on the door and informed Joe that he had a registered mail. Upon reading the sender's name, Yang, Joe realized it was the principal's name. He was puzzled, wondering how the principal, who was usually busy exploring dimensional areas, had the time to send him a letter. Inside, Joe found a business card for the Shiwan crystal shop with the owner's name, Chin, and a phone number listed at the bottom. Joe called the number, only to find that it didn't exist. He suspected it might be a wrong number and decided he would visit the crystal shop one day. Xuan arrived and asked why Joe was at the door, wondering if Joe was standing there to greet him. Joe inquired about Xuan's visit. Xuan announced that he had broken through to the legend class and had come to deliver the good news. Joe expressed his amazement. Xuan pointed out that Joe was the first person he was telling and expected him to act surprised. Xuan then explained that Joe should understand the significance of advancing to the legend class. He noted that while Legend class was above the Mortal class, it represented a crucial turning point in life classes. Xuan explained all of this to Zhou, who then asked about the life providence Xuan had awakened. Xuan, eager to share, revealed that he had awakened the immortal form for combat. This life providence granted him maximum buffs to his life force and defense, making his injuries self-heal as long as he wasn't killed outright. It brought him infinitely close to having an undying body. Excited, Xuan playfully placed his leg on Antelope, who responded by attacking Xuan and knocking him down. Zhou rushed over to check on Xuan, asking if he was okay. Xuan, still in shock, remarked that despite his new providence, he could still be hurt, and wondered what kind of creature Antelope was to have broken his defense with a single kick. An ambulance arrived to take Xuan away. As he left, Xuan told Zhou that with his strength, breaking through to the Legend class should be within reach if he worked harder. He urged Zhou to stop isolating himself, questioning how anyone could suddenly advance to the Legend class while being a shut-in. Zhou realized that if someone who gamed all day suddenly became stronger, people would definitely be suspicious. To avoid drawing attention, he decided he needed to train regularly. He set his training mode to normal and prepared to show his face at the gym before returning to his game. As he started training, he used his keen listener ability to sense and perceive even the slightest adjustments in the pitching machine's trajectory. By catching the subtle changes, he could swing his bat precisely at the programmed spot. Zhou began hitting the balls, practicing with intense focus. Feng, who was also at the gym, noticed Zhou's exceptional performance and checked to see who was there. Seeing Zhou, Feng commented on how Zhou seemed to be showing off by hitting balls while closing his eyes. Feng saw this as a rare opportunity to demonstrate the importance of training and decided to show Zhou the gap in their strengths. As Feng prepared to hit the ball, Zhou struck the ball faster and more accurately, surprising Feng with his skill. Feng thought it was impossible and assumed that Zhou's previous hit was a fluke. When another ball came, Feng was determined not to miss it. As he prepared to strike, Zhou quickly intercepted the ball. This pattern continued several more times, leaving Feng bewildered. Despite his quick reflexes and blade skills, Feng struggled to make contact with the ball. When Zhou started to move away, Feng asked him to wait, explaining that there was still another ball to hit. Zhou managed to hit that ball as well. Feng couldn't help but think that Zhou seemed to anticipate where the ball would land, even with his eyes closed. Feng felt a deep sense of shame and frustration. Zhou, believing the machine had stopped, prepared to leave and resume his game. However, Feng dropped to his knees in front of Zhou, addressing him as coach. Zhou was puzzled by Feng's behavior, and after a brief conversation, Zhou explained that he didn't have the time to be Feng's coach. Feng responded by acknowledging his shortcomings and expressing that he had learned a lot from their brief encounter. He firmly believed that with Zhou's guidance, he would greatly benefit. Feng promised to compensate Zhou appropriately and pleaded with him not to refuse his request. Zhou just received a message informing him that he had received a payment of 50,000 yuan. He wondered if Feng truly did not understand what refuse meant. Realizing that the amount was substantial, Zhou reconsidered his initial decision. Although he had already decided to invest in Huang's game, he decided that he could still find time to guide Feng. Zhou agreed to Feng's request, but made it clear that he couldn't promise that Feng would achieve enlightenment or anything of the sort. Feng acknowledged Zhou's point, understanding that personal growth requires raising one's own comprehension. He agreed that discoveries made independently are the most valuable. Afterward, Zhou returned home and reflected on how he had unexpectedly become Feng's coach. He appreciated that Feng was paying him well for his time. While playing the game, Zhou contemplated the concept of the rock-paper-scissors analogy. He thought that, according to this concept, the star-slashing knife aura, which represents scissors, should be able to significantly damage the paper-demonized general. However, he knew that using the star-slashing knife aura would deplete all his vitality. He continued battling, curious to see what would happen next. The enemy, despite having fought Zhou and his allies for so long, was still able to launch attacks. Zhou instructed the lotus ant to draw the enemy's attention away from him. As the lotus ant engaged the enemy, Zhou observed that the poisonous fog was absorbed by the black ball. He recalled that the cloth general's ability was telekinetic the last time he encountered it. The resulting explosion was immense. The general enemy noticed the star-slashing knife aura and prepared to counterattack. Zhou quickly raised his shield to protect himself, realizing he had finally caught the general off guard. Zhou concluded that the cloth general's ability was not limited to telekinesis, but also involved manipulating the space between two black balls. Fortunately, the Lotus Buddha brother could defend against the poisonous fog, which was also connected to the blood lotus. Zhou knew he would have been doomed if that protection had not been in place. Then, he noticed the companion egg. He reviewed the description of the companion egg and was prompted by the system to decide whether he wanted to hatch it. He agreed, and the hatching process began. He felt a surge of power and realized that he needed to endure this process. His physique and vitality had already surpassed the mortal limits and could not be further reinforced. Fortunately, the List Immortal Sutra would help recover his vitality, so he was confident he could hatch the egg without any problems. The process was successful. Meanwhile, the general was attacking his own subordinates and moving away from the scene. Joe remarked that it was expected of top-tier legendary class characters to eliminate troublesome monsters with ease. Now he could continue grinding to his heart's content. Arriving at his class, Joe opened the door and apologized to Ms. Wang for being late. He realized he had completely forgotten he needed to attend her class. Ms. Wang asked him to come in. Xuan greeted Joe and commented that it was no surprise he was late for their esteemed teacher's class. Ms. Wang asked everyone to be quiet and announced that the class would focus on the upcoming annual unified examination at the college. She explained the details of the exam. It would consist of several challenges. The first challenge involved retrieving oil, which would test their defense. The second challenge required flying across a paper bridge, assessing their agility and speed. The third challenge was devour mountains and rivers, designed to test their vitality. The final challenge involved lifting a stone cauldron, which would gauge their strength. Xuan and Zhu noted that these challenges seemed far removed from acrobatic performances of the past. Ms. Wang continued, stating that to pass the exam, they needed to clear at least 2 of the challenges. Their performance would be evaluated based on their time and the number of tests they completed. Those who ranked within the top 10 would have the chance to enter the Ziwei Palace. The announcement shocked the class, with many wondering if this was the rumored place where countless treasures could be found. Wang confirmed that the Ziwei Palace was indeed rumored to offer numerous opportunities within the jurisdiction of Sunset College. As the class ended, Zhou walked out with Xuan. Xuan commented that it would be amazing if he could get the chance to explore the Ziwei Palace and see what it had to offer. Zhou asked Xuan if, as the third young master of the Li family, he wouldn't be able to secure a spot in the top 10. Xuan replied that it was quite challenging, given the presence of many strong competitors and only 10 openings. While it was understandable that seniors like Huang and Hui would be in the top 10, there were also formidable freshmen like Feng, Zhou's stepsister, and Lu from the Wang family. Chu inquired if his sister would also be among the top 10. Xuan advised against underestimating her and went on to praise her extensively, highlighting her impressive abilities. Zhou was struck by how strong his sister Xiao was. As they parted ways, Xuan told Zhou to call him if he needed anything. Zhou considered the ranking system, acknowledging that while it wasn't the most crucial factor, the Ziwei Palace was indeed tempting. He wondered if there might be a vitality technique in the palace that could elevate his last stat to 11, and if the Ziwei Palace had a dungeon mark, which could mean many opportunities to find treasures. At that moment, the man who had been with Tian earlier approached Zhou, saying it was fortunate he had found him. Zhou recognized him as Sheng, Tian's adjutant. Zhou asked Sheng what Tian wanted from him. Sheng reassured him not to be nervous, explaining that Tian was not a bad person and was not currently inviting Zhou, but it was Lan who sought him out. Sheng then guided Zhou to Lan, who thanked him for coming. Zhou asked Lan why she was looking for him. Lan invited him inside to talk. As Zhou followed her, he noticed a shop called Siwan Crystal and recalled that the principal had mailed him a business card for this shop. As Zhou entered the shop, he asked again why Lan had called him. She explained that Jing's birthday was approaching, and Lan wanted to select a companion egg for him. However, she wasn't familiar with the preferences of young people and wanted Zhou's opinion, as he was someone Jing was particularly concerned about. Zhou thought that Jing didn't seem particularly concerned with him, but he agreed to help. As Zhou looked around, he noted that there were no customers in such a large shop. Lan explained that the shop was owned by Uncle Qin Xiyuan, who was a close friend of her father. When Lan was younger, her father used to bring her here, and whenever Uncle Qin received a new collection he was proud of, he would close the shop so they could view it first. Zhou realized that the shop had been specially closed for Lan's visit. Lan continued, saying that although Uncle Qin's shop in Luoyang wasn't the largest, it boasted the most exquisite goods. The shop was divided into 2 levels. The upper level, which Zhou could see, was filled with high-priced crystals and dimensional skill stones. Zhou recognized that this must be the place mentioned on the business card he had received from the principal. Lan continued, saying that the companion eggs they were looking for were located on the lower floor. They took the elevator down to the lower level. Upon arriving, Zhou was amazed by the vast space beneath and the numerous companion eggs displayed. Lan began describing the options. She noted that the Ice Moon Fox was elegant and might appeal to Jing, but the Flower Fairy also seemed like a suitable choice. She asked for Joe's opinion. Joe responded that the companion egg of the venomous caterpillar was an excellent choice. When Lan asked if girls liked it, Joe explained that in terms of strength, it was at the peak of the legend class and could evolve into the even stronger venomous queen butterfly after metamorphosis. Lan remarked on Joe's unique taste, but agreed that if she told Jing that the companion egg was the black jade butterfly, it would indeed make for an interesting birthday present. Joe mentioned that his father had never remembered his birthday since he was young. Lan said she would ask Sheng to wrap the present and noted that they still had time. She suggested they continue exploring the shop. He asked if there was another lower floor. Lan answered that there was indeed a lower level where very special companion eggs were kept. This level could only be accessed when Uncle Chin was present, but Lan also had a key. She wondered if the special eggs were still there. As they descended, Joe saw a massive and powerful companion pet inside a cage. Lan explained that most of these pets were fighters who had battled alongside veterans during the dimensional storm period. Over time, they developed bonds with their owners, who could not bear to see them die. Therefore, these pets were placed here, waiting for a chosen person. The gate opened, revealing someone bound with chains. Joe asked if this was a companion pet. Lan admitted she didn't know either. Every time she visited with her father, he always watched over it, and she had not expected it to remain there after so many years. She had asked her father about it before, but he had remained silent. Only Uncle Chin knew that Lan's father had placed it there. Afterward, they exited the shop, and Lan mentioned that it might be getting late, so she would have Shang drop Joe off. Joe agreed, still feeling that something about the encounter was unsettling. He had a lingering feeling that the chained figure was watching him as they left. He wondered if the mysterious message from the old principal was related to this situation. He pondered whether the numbers on the business card might be the code needed to unlock the cage. It struck him that if Lan hadn't shown him this place, he would never have encountered the companion pet. He was still trying to understand what his old principal had been trying to communicate to him. As Zhou and Xuan were in class, it was announced that they were free to leave. Xuan sat with his head down, while Zhou played a game. When Zhou heard Xuan's voice, he commented that Xuan had been singing throughout the entire class, wondering what was wrong. Xuan explained that the following day was the deadline to apply for a new club, but they were still short one person to establish it. The freshmen nowadays were utilitarians who rejected any new club proposals outright. Although they only had 4 members at the moment, the club had great prospects for growth and advancement. Zhou dismissed Xuan's speech as cliched and remarked that it was no wonder no one wanted to join. Xuan wished for someone who hadn't joined a club yet, stating he was open to anyone. Zhou then mentioned a potential candidate, Dian. Xuan was shocked and asked why. Zhu explained that since Dian was known as the Devil, he doubted any clubs would invite him. Xuan recalled that Dian had previously caused trouble and that he hadn't settled scores with him yet, so Zhou was serious. Zhu explained that at that time in the arena, both sides had agreed to a bet, which Dian honored. Zhou believed that this made Dian a good candidate. Later, he had met Dian, who appeared to be a kind and gentle person. Xuan asked if Zhou was sure he was talking about Dian. Zhou replied that they didn't have any other options anyway. Xuan decided that since Zhou was the one making the suggestion, he would check where Dian was currently. The scene shifts to the Miryao Buddha Cave, where some legendary class Vajra Guardians were stationed. As Zhou and Xuan arrived, Xuan pointed out that these were all Vajra Guardians and questioned if Dian had really come here for training. Zhu reassured him not to worry, explaining that the Guardians moved very slowly and rarely attacked people, so they should be safe. An hour later, as they continued searching for Dian, Xuan asked if Zhou had found him. Zhou admitted that he had not. Xuan wondered where Dian could be, as they were unable to locate him. While Xuan was touching a Buddha statue, the Guardians activated, and one of them leaped to attack him. Xuan barely managed to dodge the attack and wondered why they were suddenly aggressive. Zhou explained that touching the Buddha statue might have caused them to go berserk. As Zhou also placed his hand on the statue, Xuan warned him not to touch it. The Guardians began to advance on them, and they both prepared for battle. Despite using their powers to attack the Guardians, Zhou realized they were in a dire situation as more Guardians appeared. He also noticed that Xuan was being overwhelmed and, despite Xuan's immortality through the life providence of an immortal god, he was struck by a Guardian and fell near Zhou. Xuan exclaimed that there were too many Guardians and they were too fierce. Zhou instructed him to hold on tight. As the Guardians closed in, Zhou lifted Xuan and jumped onto the statue. Xuan protested, questioning how Zhou dared to step on the Buddha statue. After a while, They noticed that the guardians began to calm down, and Zhou put Xuan down. However, after a short time, the guardians became active again. Zhou lifted Xuan once more, and Xuan wondered why the guardians seemed to tolerate Zhou. Zhou speculated that it was because they were in the Buddha cave and Zhou was currently a Buddhist. Dian had likely summoned them to follow him. Zhou and Xuan jumped onto the Buddha statue, and Dian instructed them to move behind it, where the guardians could not reach. Once they were safely positioned, the guardians stopped their advance. Xuan taunted the guardians, noting that they couldn't follow them behind the statue. Dian assured them that they would be able to leave after an hour and return to their normal state. Zhou realized there was a cave behind the Buddha statue. Xuan explained that they had come to find Dian with the intention of establishing a club and inviting him to join. Dian, however, easily declined, expressing disinterest. Xuan urged him not to reject so quickly, highlighting the club's benefits, including a generous monthly allowance for each member. Xuan was confident that Dian, who was known to appreciate commissions, might be persuaded. Dian asked for 100,000 per month to join. Xuan was taken aback by this amount. Zhou then proposed that they only needed Dian to fill the quota to establish the club and that he would not be required to participate in any club activities. He inquired how much Dian would charge under these conditions. Dian responded that it would be 10,000. Xuan agreed to the amount and made the arrangement. After an hour, Dian announced that he would finish packing up so they could leave first. As Dian packed, Zhou noticed an item and discovered it was a pocket watch. He felt that the design looked familiar and realized that while the size was different, the design on the back was similar to that of a companion he had seen in a crystal shop. The design featured a woman and an anchor. Zhou recalled that, historically, the presence of a woman was believed to bring bad luck or even disaster during sea voyages, leading to strict prohibitions against women aboard ships. He wondered if this design had a special meaning, or if it was just a coincidence. Returning to his room, Zhou began playing a game where he battled a demonized general. He removed his character's clothing and noted that the first character's attacks against the demonized general were ineffective. It was relatively easy to defeat the generals according to the rules of rock, paper, scissors. Zhou quickly defeated the first character's demonized general and found its companion egg. He checked its state and noted that it was almost identical to the cloth one, with the only differences being the astral fist and the star suction palm. Since they were the same type of dimensional creatures and had similar stats, the system asked if he wanted to merge them, displaying a merge rate of 90%. Zhou was astonished by the high rate. He decided to proceed with the merge and was pleased to find that the resulting entity now possessed both the fist and the cloth demonized general's unique skills. Zhou marveled at how awesome it was, thinking that with this ability, he should be able to merge a demonized general that possessed all three unique skills. He looked toward a gate and attacked, considering that the demonized general's star suction palm and astral fist would be unable to catch up to the arrow. He used star slashing to intercept the arrow, but it still struck him. He lamented that even the currently marked demonized general couldn't block the arrows, and that he couldn't break through the barrier from the Hulao Pass, even with all three skills. He wondered if he had been wrong to assume that a specific skill was required to pass through, similar to the small Buddhist temple. None of his attempts, including the star-slashing knife aura that used all his vitality, the divine might fist, and the ash palm, were successful. Zhu realized that he hadn't obtained the ash palm from a dimensional crystal. It was a transformed skill he acquired by combining the skeleton palm and the 1-inch punch. He checked and concluded that some skills couldn't be obtained directly, but had to be acquired through lower-ranking skills, and then transformed into higher-ranking ones. Although the three demonized generals restrained each other, their merge rate was still considerably high. Zhu wondered if there might be a connection between their unique skills, and if studying all three skills could help him acquire a high-ranking skill. He decided it was worth trying, and planned to use the week before the unified examination to gather all three demonized generals' skill crystals. He continued to refresh the dungeon using his blood to spawn a marked demonized general, hoping to get more acquainted with their skills. During this time, he played the game while engaging in other activities. Finally, the day of the unified examination arrived. Xuan called Zhou, asking where he was, as it was time for the examination. Zhou assured him that he was on his way. He reviewed his powers and noted that, after an entire week of gaming, he had finally obtained the star suction palm, despite it being relatively easy for Wang to acquire a skill crystal. Zhou then proceeded to merge the three demonized generals. Finally, Zhou arrived at the examination site and apologized to Xuan for oversleeping. Xuan asked if Zhou was feeling nervous. Meanwhile, the student council president, Wei, observed them from his office window and inquired of a girl whether that was Zhou. She confirmed that Zhou had participated in killing and defeating the marked demonized general at the Hulao Pass. She added that, although Zhou was still in the mortal class, they had not found any significant background on him, other than his minor association with the playboy young master of the Li family. Wei commented that, unfortunately, the unified examination tested one's strength, so regardless of how powerful a mortal class technique was, Zhou's ranking would likely only be around 100. As a result, Zhou was placed on the student council's waiting list. Wei then noticed that the genius Jing, Xiao from the Wang family, Feng, and Huang had all arrived. When Huang approached Zhou, Wei hid and wondered how Huang could be so close to Zhou. The lady accompanying Wei mentioned that Huang was the one who did not get along with Zhou. Before she could finish her sentence, Wei questioned her, pointing out that she had previously said Zhou had no background, so how did he know so many people? She replied that Zhou was merely a student. Wei noted that with Zhou's connections, if they could recruit him into the student council, they might gain access to Zhou's entire network. He instructed the lady to reinvestigate Zhou's background in detail. Remembering that she was responsible for setting up the examination site, he told her to follow his instructions. She agreed. One by one, students took their turn in the test, which involved lifting a heavy object. Most struggled and could barely move it. When it was Zhou's turn, he lifted the object effortlessly with a single hand, scoring full marks. He thought to himself that the cauldron felt unusually light. After all the students completed their exams, the grades were finally posted. Zhou looked at the results and noted that the top scores were achieved by the most exceptional students, with full marks. He thought that this was to be expected. To his surprise, Zhou's name appeared in the top 10, which left others wondering about him. Feng commented that it was as expected of his coach. Wang was astonished to see Zhou's name among the top 10 and wondered if a mortal class student could truly be such an exceptional genius. Xuan was equally surprised and remarked that Zhou's lifting score was higher than his own. Zhou admitted that he had no idea how this happened. He felt that not only the cauldron but also the difficulty of the other tests seemed unusually easy for him, leading him to suspect something was amiss with his grade. At that moment, Wei approached Zhou and introduced himself as the student council president of Sunset College. He asked if he could speak with Zhou privately. Xuan asked when Zhou had become acquainted with the student council president. Zhou replied that he had never met Wei before. Zhou followed Wei into a room. Wei began by congratulating him for making it into the top 10, and mentioned that Zhou would have the chance to visit Ziwei Palace. He noted that it was exceptionally rare for a mortal class student to achieve such a high ranking. Zhou asked if Wei had lowered the difficulty of his exam, questioning why he would do that for a stranger. Wei responded that he believed Zhou had great potential. He emphasized that Ziwei Palace was a significant opportunity for a new student, and that it would be a shame for Zhou to miss out on it. Zhou urged Wei to be straightforward. Wei then revealed that the position of vice president was currently vacant and offered to nominate Zhou for the role. Zhou stood up, declining the offer, and stated that he had no interest in joining the student council. Wei was surprised, as the student council controlled many aspects of the college and student life, and many students aspired to be vice president. It was unusual for someone to turn down such an opportunity. Zhou explained that his friend was still waiting for him and asked if he could leave if Wei had nothing else to discuss. Wei agreed and told Zhou that the doors of the student council would always be open for him. If Zhou ever changed his mind, he should definitely come to see Wei. Zhou then left, and the girl asked Wei how Zhou could reject such a significant opportunity. Wei replied that it was fine. Winning someone over couldn't be done overnight. Zhou was not an ordinary person, so doing him a favor posed no harm. The girl then presented some documents that the college had passed to Wei for review. Wei asked what they were. As he examined them, he wondered about the exchange student from Covenant College. The scene shifted to a building where Liz was fuming and told John to leave. Another lady, concerned, asked Liz if she needed to recuperate. John remarked that it was surprising a mortal class student could cause Liz such distress. Liz retorted that it was John's fault. John continued, explaining that he had applied to be an exchange student at Sunset College, specifically to meet the person who had caused the AN family to offend their Cape family without hesitation. He then asked if that person was Zhou. All 10 of the top students gathered near the gate of the Ziwei Palace. They were given arrow-shaped tokens, which the college had found from there, and they needed to use these tokens to access the treasures within the palace. We explained that all kinds of items were mixed together, so they might receive anything from a secret skill or a companion egg to ordinary antiques or jewelry. As they heard a ringing sound, the gate finally opened. They were instructed to pick a light ball, pierce it with their token, and the item inside would be their treasure. Feng remarked that there were so many options, making it difficult to choose. One of the boys threw his token to select an item and suggested relying on luck, as it was impossible to distinguish the value of the items based solely on their appearance. He received a treasure, and Xiao, excited, asked if he wasn't going to open it. The boy replied that opportunity makes the thief. Zhu thought that he actually had only one chance, and considered that if he could find the dungeon mark, all the treasures would be easily accessible to him. He continued searching, but despite his efforts, he couldn't find the small hand symbol. He found a gate and wondered if it was behind it. Xing warned him not to go any further, stating that the gate had devoured countless experts who had attempted to enter. Xing advised that if Zhou wanted to avoid death, he should stay away from the gate. Zhou decided to give up on finding the mark and instead opted to pick a treasure. Xiao approached and asked if Zhou wanted her to choose one for him. He agreed and asked if she had picked one for herself. She confirmed that she had and showed him a large treasure box. He said he was going to pick randomly and was now relying on Xiao. Xiao took his arrow, tossed it without checking, and retrieved a box. She mentioned that she didn't know what was inside, but since she had chosen it, it would surely be good. As Zhou opened it, he discovered an ancient lamp and wondered if he might get a genie if he rubbed it. When he rubbed the lamp, a small flame appeared, and he felt his body being controlled by an unreasonably strong force. He realized that the power was coming from the lamp. He began to dance involuntarily as the lamp compelled him to do so. It felt strange, and he thought the dance steps were deliberately channeling all his vitality to create a new flow, which suggested it was a vitality technique. Zhou then saw a lady commanding her army to slay the gods if they opposed, and to cut down the immortals if they defied her. She declared that she would neither converse with gods nor side with immortals. Chu wondered what he was witnessing and realized that when he returned, it would be the end for the immortals. He woke up to find himself in his room, and both Banana Fairy and Ting were delighted to see him awake. He realized that they had come out on their own again and noted that it had been a long time since he had a good sleep. He had been plagued by endless nightmares before, but they had finally disappeared. He attempted to get up, but the force was so great that he broke through the ceiling and crashed into the floor above. He was shocked by how strong he had become. A girl in a towel, visibly angry, struck him. Afterward, Zhou called the workers to reconstruct the area. He examined his profile and thought that he must have broken through to the legendary class. He felt incredibly lucky but was curious about the Life Providence King's Sai and what kind of riddle it contained. He found it strange that he couldn't see his stats like he could in a game. Although everyone should be able to feel the power of their life providence to some extent, he only sensed its existence without any clear guidance. He was unsure of its effects but felt confident that he could continue to improve his stats and no longer had to worry about dying when he hatched legendary class creatures. He then reviewed the other vitality techniques he possessed. As he began his assessment, he discovered that he could access all of them except for the King's Sai. Besides the First Order of Chaos, each vitality technique that had been copied from the Immortal Sutra had formed an independent name and life providence. It was time for him to explore more places. He ventured into a dungeon, deep within a cave, and with the help of his pets, he battled the enemies. He instructed his pets to provide cover while he fought. When he noticed a swarm of flying enemies approaching, he summoned the demonized general to aid in the battle. After defeating them all, he found several companion eggs and thought that Banana Fairy might enjoy them. Ahead of him lay a massive rock, which he jumped over. There was a crack in the rock that served as an entrance. Inside, he discovered a monster surrounded by some yellow liquid. Zhou approached the crack leading into the nest. As he got closer, a high-pressure blast of yellow liquid erupted from the nest along with the monster, causing Zhou to fall back. He surmised that the creature was likely of epic class and decided not to engage directly. He summoned Banana Fairy, who had recently advanced to the legendary class, a development that was expected since he had previously fed it many legendary class black-winged flying ant companion eggs. He instructed Banana Fairy to attack. Although it managed to capture the enemy creature, the creature quickly freed itself. During this time, Zhou entered the nest, reasoning that the great yin wind wouldn't be enough to kill the creature, but could certainly restrain it temporarily. He discovered the yellow liquid and, curious about its nature, fell into it. The screen then displayed that he had consumed golden ant honey, which increased his vitality by 1. Zhou was surprised by this increase in vitality. Just then, the enemy creature charged at him with great speed, preparing to attack. Zhou turned off the game and reflected on how reaching the legendary class had significantly improved his stats. However, he noted that low stat crystals barely made a difference now, and that golden ant honey was actually effective in boosting his stats. He considered consuming more of it. He also recalled the white cocoon he had seen in the nest and was curious to learn more about it. The next day, John arrived at Sunset College, and the girls were eyeing him with interest. Wei accompanied John and expressed gratitude for the tour of the college, noting how astonishing it was. John felt that he would learn a lot during his time there. Wei mentioned that he had heard John was a genius renowned as the Saint of Covenant College, a reputation well-deserved. Wei had arranged for Sunset College's outstanding students to duel at John's request. He noted that Huang had not been consulted. John expressed his eagerness to exchange techniques with the experts of Sunset College that day. At the battle building, Feng was engaged in combat with John, and Xiao remarked that John had matched them all evenly. A boy observed that John was still holding back, as he had not used Holy Light Judgment, one of the vitality skills passed down through the 6 heroes' families. As the match ended, Feng and John exchanged compliments, appreciating the good game. We remarked that the performance was as expected from the genius students of Covenant College, expressing his amazement. John acknowledged that he was impressed, and noted that Sunset College was indeed full of experts, living up to its reputation. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. Wei encouraged him to share what was on his mind. John mentioned that he had heard about the college's recent strict unified examination, and was aware that Eventide had topped the list. He also noted that a student had entered the top 10 despite being at the mortal class level. John expressed that if he did not get acquainted with such a talent while he was there, he would regret it. The scene shifts to Zhou, who reflects on his unsuccessful attempts to enter the nest throughout the night. He thinks that the golden flying ant might be able to withstand the great yin wind, considering its previous defeat. Unlike the black ants, which only knew how to attack, the golden flying ant was much more intelligent. Just then, his phone rings. Checking it, he sees it's a call from Ms. Wang. When Zhou meets with her, he finds Sheng there as well. Zhou asks why Sheng is present. Sheng responds that Ms. Wang should explain that. Wang explains that they were considering giving him a break from the college. Zhou inquires about the meaning behind this. Wang reveals that an exchange student from Covenant College had specifically challenged Zhou, and that the student who issued the challenge is Liz's brother. Zhou asks who Liz is. Sheng explains that Liz is the red-haired lady who attempted to kill Zhou but ended up getting severely injured instead. Wang continues, saying that John and Liz are from the Cape family, one of the 6 hero families known for inheriting their legacy. Unlike Liz, who has not inherited the family's full power, John possesses their heroic physique and a formidable life providence, earning him the title of Saint in the Western region. Wang wasn't sure how Zhou managed to get into the top 10, but she mentioned that John had used this as a reason to challenge him. John was likely seeking revenge for his sister by attempting to kill Zhou. The college had doubts about Zhou's ranking, but they didn't investigate further due to their commitment to the AN family. If Zhou's strength didn't reflect the college's peak level, it would be a disgrace to the institution. Therefore, it was best for Zhou to remain under the protection of the AN family. Meanwhile, some girls surrounded John, expressing their suspicions about Zhou. They then invited John to lunch. Just then, Jing arrived and, as if by accident, kicked John in the face. John asked what that was about. Jing asserted that he knew very well what she meant. John explained that there had been a misunderstanding and clarified that since Zhou was on her college's list of experts, he wished to duel with him. Jing then asked if John dared to fight her. John responded by questioning whether Jing was trying to defend her college's reputation, or if she believed Zhou lacked the corresponding strength. He accused her of attempting to protect Zhou because he had seized the chance to pick a treasure unfairly. Others present also expressed their support for John, blaming Zhou. John told Jing that if Zhou hadn't cheated, he wouldn't be hiding behind her. He looked forward to the duel in 3 days. Zhou then approached, suggesting they hold the duel immediately. Jing asked Sheng why Zhou had come. Wang, also present, decided to watch with anticipation, since Zhou had chosen to proceed. The duel was broadcast on a large screen for other students to watch. John remarked that since the battle was to defend Zhou's college reputation, it should be witnessed by everyone. He asked if Zhou minded this. Zhou replied that John could do as he wished. Shen commented that it was a dirty trick, while Feng confidently assured that Zhou would win. Feng then prepared 2 lightning sticks to cheer for Zhou. John told Zhou that he wouldn't make it too difficult. He explained that if Zhou could withstand his companion pet for 10 minutes, he would be declared the winner. John summoned his pet and Zhou responded by setting the challenge to 1 minute instead. John agreed, thinking he could still cripple Zhou within that time. As John's pet moved in to attack, Zhou declared that he would end it all within that 1 minute. He then summoned his own pet. Wang considered John's pet, the Holy Spear Knight from Camelot. It was said to be Lamorak, a historical knight of the Round Table, and was known for its strength, making it one of the most formidable companion pets in the legendary class. The Holy Spear Knight launched an attack on Zhou with its sword, but Zhou's demonized general intercepted and deflected the blow with ease. Xuan was surprised, wondering when Zhou had subdued such a powerful pet. Jing realized that the demonized general was no ordinary companion. John noted that the Holy Spear Knight's attack had been effectively countered. The knight launched another assault, but once again, the demonized general struck back. Xuan commented that with such a defense, Zhou might well defeat the knight within a minute. John, however, believed that the Holy Spear Knight wouldn't be taken down easily, and thought Zhou was mistaken if he believed he could hold out in such a manner. When the knight unleashed a shattering thrust, Zhou's demonized general captured the attack in a protective circle, leaving John in shock. The demonized general then seized the knight by the neck and delivered a powerful astral fist, shattering it into pieces. Xuan was excited, noting that John's title of saint might have been an exaggeration. Feng remarked that Zhou's performance was as expected. Ying observed that the demonized general was capable of utilizing two unique vitality skills. John, utilizing his Holy Emperor physique, acknowledged Zhou's strength and requested a real duel. Zhao responded that there was no need to continue. John bet on the honor of the Cape family and offered a companion egg of the rebellious knight, which was said to inherit Lancelot's power. Zhou inquired about the rules. John explained that it was straightforward: face the inherited unique skill of the Cape family and deal with his attack. As the duel began, Zhou executed a single attack, encasing John in ice. Shu declared that John had lost. Zhou broke the ice to free John and took the rebellious knight egg as well. Ms. Wang instructed others to check on John. Jing wondered if Zhou had been concealing his true abilities. Back in his room, Zhou examined the rebellious knight egg and found its stats to be exceptionally high. He noted that the companion pet had 4 skills, and all its stats were at 19, making it nearly as powerful as his demonized general. Zhou found it odd that the rebellious knight was so much stronger than the Holy Spear Knight. He wondered why John hadn't hatched the rebellious knight and instead used the Holy Spear Knight's egg as a bet. Shu read the full description of the rebellious knight, Lancelot, and learned that it carried the providence of a main character. Lancelot had taken Queen Guinevere, whom King Arthur, his master, cherished. Zhou realized that John had likely avoided hatching the rebellious knight because its life providence could cause significant backlash to its owner. That night, Ms. Wang was on a call, discussing Zhou's impressive performance. She remarked that Zhou was truly a remarkable student, consistently delivering surprising results. She mentioned that if he was indeed a raw gemstone, the person she was speaking to was the only one capable of refining him. The person on the other end of the call was lowering a chain into a well and mentioned that Zhou sounded like another tricky student who could be tested. They noted that Zhou's strong companion pets played a significant role in defeating John, and said they would make arrangements based on the advice of the person they were speaking with. The call ended, and the man jumped into the well. The scene shifted to Zhou, who received a call from Xuan. Xuan informed him that Ms. Wang had posted their assignment and urged him to stop sleeping. Zhou checked the assignment and saw that it required them to kill 10 bronze auspicious beasts in the restricted city. Zhou asked Xuan if he was certain that the restricted city wasn't some sort of dangerous dimensional area. Xuan replied that he had already been there and confirmed it was not particularly dangerous. The restricted city was one of the furthest underground cities in Luoyang's underground network and was filled with various bronze dimensional creatures. Currently, the highest class dimensional creatures found there were only at the legend class. The city was called the Restricted City because it had mysterious powers that disrupted companion contracts, preventing the summoning of any dimensional creatures within its boundaries. As Zhou and Xuan arrived at the Restricted City, they encountered the bronze auspicious beast of the legend class, and they had to keep dodging its attacks. Xuan noticed that none of their attacks were succeeding. When he finally managed to strike, he found that the beast used its defense to force him to retreat. Zhou then launched an attack with his star-slashing knife aura, which had some effect on the beast. Xuan urged Zhou to continue using that technique, but Zhou revealed that he had already exhausted all his mana for the attack. Shocked, Xuan and Zhou pressed on. During a brief rest, Xuan mentioned that Ms. Wang's information indicated that the bronze auspicious beast was supposed to be a normal opponent, but this one turned out to be a massive metal block that wouldn't budge. Zhou noticed a dungeon mark and thought it was not difficult to locate. Xuan asked if Zhou had been listening and pointed out that the assignment seemed quite challenging, especially since they couldn't use their companion pets. Zhou considered that not all pets were unusable. Although he couldn't feel the connection with his companion pets upon entering, Banana Fairy and Ting were exceptions, and he could still hear them. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Zhou decided it was best to keep their presence a secret and adhere to the city's restrictions. Zhou explained that the beast had a strong defense, but wasn't invincible. Since there was room for maneuver, it was possible to find its weak points. Zhuan added that, despite receiving inaccurate information, it was still feasible to fight the bronze auspicious beast. However, if their mortal class classmates made a mistake, it could be fatal. Zhou reassured Zhuan not to worry, and promised to find a solution that would allow all their classmates to succeed. Zhuan remarked on Zhou's kindness. Zhou mentioned that the beast's defeat would likely yield valuable rewards, which he could use to support Huang. After returning home, Zhou tried various strategies and eventually came up with a rough plan. While battling a similar beast in the game, he discovered that the creature's movements required energy. As it moved, energy would flow and gather in specific parts of its body, leaving other areas temporarily weak. Zhou observed that these weak points shifted according to the beast's actions. To defeat the bronze auspicious beast, Zhou would need to record its weak points during various actions, providing a detailed strategy for the mortal class fighters. Finally, Zhou sent a file to Xuan. Xuan wondered what it contained. Sometime later, while Zhou was sleeping, Xuan called to inform him that he had followed the instructions. Zhou congratulated him, and Xuan continued, saying that he could defeat the large beast on his own by following Zhou's detailed walkthrough. He then asked how Zhou had come up with such a detailed guide. Zhou explained that he had been grinding through countless scenarios over the past few nights to the point of exhaustion. He advised Xuan not to worry too much about it and mentioned that, although the mortal class fighters would face more challenges, they could still defeat the bronze auspicious beast. Xuan agreed and said he would help Zhou sell the information to make a profit. While discussing with a girl, she pointed out that they might not have needed a walkthrough for their assignment, since it was simply to kill 10 bronze beasts, and a mortal class bronze rabbit would count as one of those beasts. They realized that it wasn't the legend class bronze auspicious beast they had been dealing with. As Zhou checked his phone, he realized that his and Chan's assignment was different from the others. Xuan remarked that it was strange and wondered why Ms. Wang had assigned them a different task. Zhou worried that this might mean no one would buy his walkthrough. Huang arrived and informed them that, in fact, the special admission class of Zhou's year also had the task of killing the bronze auspicious beast. Huang noted that he hadn't even considered that, and it was impressive how thoroughly they had analyzed every move of the bronze auspicious beast. The mechanism could even be implemented in the game. Zhou asked Huang if he thought the specially admitted students would purchase the walkthrough for their assignment. Huang replied that they probably would not. He explained that admitted students usually took pride in their abilities, and using someone else's walkthrough would imply that they were inferior. Xuan and Zhou prepared to leave, with Xuan expressing that the effort seemed futile. Zhou added that he would view it as training and planned to invest the money he earned into Guang's game. Huang suggested that they let him finish his point first. Although it was unlikely that the specially admitted students would buy the walkthrough for the assignment, it could help many of them break Huang's record in the restricted city. Some students with big egos would certainly purchase it in secret to surpass his record. Zhou recalled that Feng and Wang had previously attempted to break the record at the Lotus Cave. Just then, Feng approached from behind Zhou and hugged him, saying he had found himself. He then pulled Zhou along, declaring it was time for their lesson. As Feng dragged Zhou, his pants began to fall. Huang told Zhou to leave the sales to him. Feng took Zhou to a room and informed him that he had acquired the mind's eye, if Zhou had taught him. Zhou wondered if he had ever mentioned this. Feng asked Zhou to inspect him, then swiftly slashed his sword towards Zhou. Zhou dodged the attack and thought it was incredibly fast. He managed to evade several more strikes, feeling as if Feng's attacks were precisely aimed at him. Feng's attack demonstrated the power of the mind's eye. Zhou dodged numerous slashes, feeling as though the sword was targeting him with precision. After a while, Feng stopped and explained that any moving object would disrupt the airflow. Even without using his eyes, his sword would be swifter and more accurate as long as he trained his perception to sense subtle changes in the air. However, Feng's current level of movement perception was far from Zhou's ability to predict his next move. Feng expressed that he wanted to reach the same level of understanding that Zhou had achieved. Zhou thought that while Feng's mind's eye was similar to the keen listener ability, it was distinct and represented a unique realm of perception. Zhou then told Feng that there was nothing he had taught him about the mind's eye. It was something Feng had developed on his own. Therefore, Zhou suggested that he should return Feng's money. Feng insisted that Zhou wait. He acknowledged that Zhou had made remarkable progress every day and was very strict with his own cultivation. Feng felt it would be selfish of him to hold Zhou back. Zhou clarified that this was not what he meant. Feng assured Zhou that there was no need for him to be perplexed. He was perfectly fine with self-study and would do his best to assist Zhou whenever needed. Zhou told Feng to proceed as he wished. Feng agreed and expressed a desire to know more about Zhou. If Zhou didn't mind, Feng would like to apply to live with him. Zhou hesitated, wondering how he would manage to play the game under those circumstances. He told Feng that it might even risk his life. Feng, visibly emotional, revealed that Coach had been conducting strict and harsh training in secret. Zhao returned home and informed Antelope that he had bought the vegetables as well, and headed to the kitchen. Antelope was looking at photos of Zhou holding a carrot and mentioned Zhou's father's name. Zhou was surprised and wondered why he had heard someone say his father's name. Later, Zhou ventured into the dungeon, deep within the ant cave, where he was battling the golden flying ant. He knew that even a silver-winged flying ant would struggle to match its speed. The golden flying ant struck him, causing him to fall, and then the demonized general attacked the golden flying ant. Zhou asked for a moment to regroup. As Zhou entered the golden honey again, the golden flying ant came after him. He thought that, as expected of an epic class creature, the gap in their abilities was significant. Zhou used the banana fairy to attack the golden flying ant, but it managed to dodge the attack. Zhu wondered what was happening and why the ant had turned back. He then realized that the golden flying ant was protecting a cocoon. Determined, Zhou immersed himself in the honey, which significantly increased his vitality. After a while, as the golden flying ant came to attack him again, Zhou turned off the game. He realized that the ant would rather protect the cocoon than pursue him. He had finally figured out the trick to harvesting the ant honey. Zhuan then called him, suggesting they start on the restricted city assignment the next day. Zhou agreed, noting that they needed to get the walkthrough and that the deadline was approaching. Zhuan mentioned that they had promised Xuan's sister they would work with her club on the mission and other activities. Since they were planning to incorporate their club activities into the restricted city assignment, Xuan assured Zhou that they could handle both. Zhou agreed to this plan. Then Xuan's sister arrived, calling him Xuani. Zhuan, feeling embarrassed, asked her to stop using that nickname. She informed them that she had received numerous applications from people wanting to join the activity, and it seemed the event would be more lively than expected. The next day when Zhou arrived, he was greeted by a large crowd of people. A man wondered why Wei was at the club activities, and whether he was trying to recruit people again with his usual presidential charm. We explained that the Ocean Club was full of troublesome workers who didn't follow the rules, and he was there to oversee them. Zhou felt that these two were antagonists to each other. Sister Xuan, Yang, arrived, betting that everyone was there for Zhou, who had gained fame after his battle with John. Xiao and Feng were also present. Zhou asked them why they had come. Xuan revealed that they were members of the Xuanwen Club. Zhou inquired how Xuan had managed to persuade them. Xuan replied not to paint him as too villainous, and explained that Zhou was in the Xuanwen Club, so they joined to see Zhou more often. Xiao chimed in, saying they could count on her and that she felt like she was riding on the main character's coattails. They then all began battling the creatures present, and Huang commented that they couldn't afford to lose to the girls from that club. Xiao noted that the walkthrough had reduced the time it took to kill a bronze auspicious beast by nearly half. Feng praised Zhou for his impressive strength. Zhou, walking alone, decided to find a quiet corner to play the game. He received a call and wondered if it was from the mysterious number. Suddenly, the area began to shake, and they wondered if it was an earthquake. Huang noticed something and directed the others to look as well. Some rocks fell, and the door ahead opened. They were puzzled by what was happening, and surprised by the vast space that lay ahead. Xuan mentioned that it was a location not shown on the map of the restricted city. One wondered if it might be a treasure cave. Zhou suggested they investigate. As they entered, they saw a massive structure forged from bronze. Xiao approached it, curious if it might be hiding something. Zhou used his power to examine the structure and found that there was no visible entrance, window, or vent. One of them tried using a hammer to break through, but it had no effect. Wei remarked that it seemed brute force wouldn't work either. Chu wondered about the power protecting the structure. Yan explained that it was a place that had received blessings from heaven and God. Wei asked her if she knew anything about the structure. She replied that she knew a bit, and began to explain that during the Zhou dynasty, people believed in ghosts and gods, and they thought that the gods controlled life and death. To show their devotion, the royalties were meticulous about their funerals. However, during the late Eastern Zhou period, the emperor, fearful of death, had his bones and blood placed in a sealed city of death. He hoped to deceive heaven and fate by faking his death to avoid his destined demise. Unfortunately, he could not defy the will of the gods and died in the end. The city of death, which attempted to deceive heaven and God, was forged in bronze and had no doors or windows, according to historical records. Xuan urged them not to leave him hanging, and since Yan seemed to know so much, he bet she would know how to enter. Yan confirmed that it was indeed a death city from the Eastern Zhou period and suggested that Feng should try digging around the southern wall of the city. While outside, Yan mentioned that the others had been inside for a long time and wondered if they had encountered any dangerous situations. Feng reassured her that it would be fine as long as Zhou was with them. Upon entering the City of Death, they found nothing but a dead tree. Zhou examined it and realized that this was the first time the phone had reacted to something other than the small handmark. He met up with Xuan and Xiao and asked if they had found anything significant. Xuan shook her head, stating that there was only the tree. Suddenly everyone was shocked as the dead tree began to glow. They were stunned, unsure of what was happening. A boy revealed that he had touched the tree, and that was when it started glowing. A girl examined the boy and reported that she didn't detect any curses, jinxes, or anything unusual. She was simply startled by the tree's radiance. Xuan confirmed that nothing extraordinary had occurred and wondered why the tree had started glowing earlier. Zhou had no idea either. Xiao found it intriguing and decided to touch the tree. To her surprise, the tree glowed red. Xuan approached Xiao and asked if she felt unwell. Xiao replied that she didn't notice anything except a change in color. Zhou speculated that the color might change depending on who touches the tree. He suggested it was best to avoid touching it further. When Xuan touched the tree, it glowed gold. Curious, others wanted to try touching it to see what color it would produce. Zhu noticed that the details of the tree were still downloading on his phone. When he returned home, he found that the download was still ongoing despite his extended absence, and his phone didn't respond to his touch while it was downloading. He guessed he would need to wait until the download finished. He decided to go to bed early, allowing the phone to continue downloading the information. The scene shifts to Lan and Tian. Lan expressed concern about the upcoming fight for the right to the Holy Land, and her worry about Zhou going alone. She asked Tian to send Sheng to accompany Zhou. Tian questioned whether she was being unreasonable, stating that he had faith in Jing. Lan responded that it was a foregone decision and acknowledged that Tian loved his sister dearly. However, she pointed out that Tian should be aware of Jing's condition. Unlike Tian, Jing was born with the cold factor physique, and its actual cause had yet to be uncovered. The cold factor syndrome that accompanied this condition was unstable and made it more painful for her to cultivate. This was why Lan had not supported Jing in cultivating the sun-shooting technique. Even if Jing were to obtain the right, Lan feared that if something were to happen to her during the inheritance process, no matter how slim the chances, she didn't want to lose someone important again. Meanwhile, as it rained outside, Zhou woke up to find that the details of the dead tree had finally downloaded. The name was shocking. He realized it was the Black Tree in the Death City, but wondered why a single tree would be classified as a dungeon in the game. He was intrigued by the secrets the tree might hold. Just then, someone knocked on the door. When Zhou opened it, he saw Jing, who was drenched from the rain. She asked for a showdown, as they had promised. Zhou handed her a towel to dry off and told her he didn't recall agreeing to any showdown. He mentioned that her room was upstairs and suggested she go back after she dried herself. Jing pointed out that Zhou had progressed to the legend class and had a powerful companion pet, so why was he hesitating? Zhou replied that he knew Jing had come because of the right to the Holy Land, but he had no interest in it. He told her that if she wanted it so badly, he would go to Lan and pressure her to return it to Jing. Jing admitted that defeating Zhou wouldn't prove anything, but she couldn't accept that. She began to cry, explaining that she had risked her life to prove she was qualified for the right to the Holy Land. Yet Zhou had easily obtained and waived it, and despite being able to cultivate the sun-shooting technique, he wouldn't treasure it. Jing found it unfair that he could avoid the pain from the cold factor physique while she had to endure it, even though she wanted to cultivate it. Just then, Zhou received a call from Xuan, who informed him that some of the people who had gone to the Death City with them, including Xiao, had been found dead that morning. Upon hearing the news, Zhou and Jing rushed to meet Xuan, who was surprised to see Jing there as well. Zhou asked if it was true that some of the people who had gone with them to the dimensional area had died. Xuan confirmed that it was true. They had suffered sudden cardiac arrests. He had seen the list, and all 5 of them had touched the Black Tree. Zhou pointed out that Xuan had also touched the tree, and if its power was indeed responsible, Xuan might be in danger as well. Xuan explained that he had informed the college about the tree, but according to the investigation team, they had found no traces of the tree in the Bronze Death City. Zhou asked if that meant the tree had disappeared. The case was so serious and unusual that even the army had taken over, making it difficult for the college to intervene. Zhou wondered if this meant they couldn't even check on Wang and the others. Jing offered to take them. Xuan admitted that he had completely forgotten about Jing being from the An family. Jing asked Zhou to owe her a favor. Zhou inquired what the favor would be. Jing replied that she hadn't decided yet but would let him know once she had figured it out. As they were leaving, Zhou told Xuan to call him if he sensed anything unusual since Xuan had also touched the tree. After that, Jing called Sheng. While sitting, Zhou contemplated the tree, noting that it was different from the morning. The things on the beaches resembled flower buds. He counted and realized there were 5 buds, matching the number of students who had touched the tree, confirming that the tree was likely involved. Zhou found something strange. The dungeons were based on reality, but their existence shouldn't affect each other. Yet the effects of the black tree were showing up on his phone. He speculated that the dungeon might be reacting to reality, and it wasn't truly a dungeon but more likely uploading information from reality to the phone, similar to how companion eggs worked. Jing snatched the phone from Zhou, telling him to stop playing around and get moving. Inside, a man was angrily confronting another boy who was wearing a mask. The man told him not to think too much about the situation, as it was still unclear. The masked man suggested dissecting the students who had touched the tree. The masked man explained that they had no clue about the situation, and that he wanted to gain a deeper understanding of it. Since the students' psychological functions had stopped, they were effectively dead. The man replied that they knew nothing about the situation and questioned whether the masked man intended to dissect them, considering the involvement of Dr. Yan. He noted that the father of the Wang family and Xiao were among the deceased students. The masked man requested that the man keep 1 student while he took the other 4. The man refused, stating that he wouldn't give up any of them. He pointed out that the masked man had always sought soldiers who died in battle as experimental subjects. The masked man clarified that he only wanted 4 and that they were currently in a state between life and death. He wanted to discover the source of the fascinating power they possessed, and argued that the man had no choice. As a general, he could only provide them with a lifeline, making it a favorable deal for the man. The man grabbed the masked man by the neck and asked if he was threatening him. The masked man calmly replied that he was merely speaking the truth. Just then, the gate opened, and the man shouted for everyone to stay out, as he had ordered no one to enter. When he saw Jing, she approached and asked Uncle Qin if she could introduce someone who might be able to help. After a brief discussion, Qin acknowledged that he was aware of the situation. The son of the Li family had reported it, but they hadn't discovered the tree in the restricted city. Zhu insisted that the tree definitely existed, and that everyone who entered the Death City had seen it. It wasn't an illusion, and he didn't believe the students were dead. The tree they had touched was located in the eastern Zhou's Death City, which was originally used to feign death and deceive heaven. The disappearing tree might be the core of this deception. Wang and the others might just be in suspended animation after coming into contact with the tree, and once the tree's effect faded, they could potentially be revived. The masked man remarked that this was all speculation. Zhou responded that it meant it wasn't entirely impossible. The masked man said he would only wait 1 night. On stated that he had never agreed to let the masked man act as he pleased after a single night. The masked man had suggested that it was also an opportunity for Qin to reconsider his recent proposal. The lives of those students were being drained by an unknown power, with their last breaths dissipating like sand. Even the masked man was powerless to save them. He warned Qin to seriously consider his demands, or Qin might end up with nothing in the end. Zhou reiterated the masked man's claim that the students' lives were being drained. Jing mentioned that the forensic examiner Yan was a registered epic member of the military, with his vitality techniques and life providence closely related to life and soul. Yan could sense and distinguish one's state of life within his domain. King asked Zhou what his next move was. Zhou replied that he was going to the bathroom. Once in the bathroom, Zhou checked his phone and realized he needed to act quickly before the medical examiner coerced Qin into something irreversible, which would be beyond repair if they were indeed dissected. He opened the gate and found that the buds on the tree had started to bloom. He thought that if he associated this with what Yan had said, the growth of the 5 flowers might represent the life force being extracted from the 5 students. He decided to risk destroying the buds. As he attacked one, Xiao suddenly opened her eyes. Jing noted this development. When the masked man and Yan checked, they wondered how it was possible, as she should still be in a state of death. Qin remarked that something was clearly amiss, and Zhou's guess about suspended animation seemed increasingly likely to be correct. Yan stated that their condition was not improving, so there was no cause for celebration yet. Zhou asserted that he could indeed destroy the buds with the star-slashing knife aura at full power, and then instructed his pets to attack the tree together. Ting made contact with the tree, prompting Zhou to ask why Ting had come alone. Ying then plucked the buds. Zhou emerged, shouting in anger at their audacity, and saw Xiao waking up and rubbing her eyes. Qin mentioned that he had instructed them to examine the daughter of the Wang family, but she appeared to be fine. Since Xiao was recovering, it was likely that the other students might wake up soon as well. It seemed Joe was right. Yan wouldn't get his way now. Joe said it was merely a stroke of luck, and that he was leaving. Qin expressed his appreciation for Joe's intervention. Joe thought he needed to make Ting pluck the other buds as well. Jing was on the phone with Joe and informed him that Qin had called to say that the other students had been saved as well. Joe agreed and ended the call. Ting was ecstatic about receiving the 5 flowers. Joe wondered what to do with them, considering the buds had become items, but he wasn't sure of their use. He told Ting that he could eat them if he wanted, as Joe himself didn't know what to do with them. As Ting was about to place one in his mouth, Joe noticed another bud growing on the tree. He recognized a golden aura around it, indicating that it might be Xuan. Joe called out to Xuan, but Xuan was unconscious and lying on the floor. Joe realized that something had happened to him. He instructed Ting to pluck the new bud as well. Once the bud was removed, Xuan woke up and, calling out to Joe, said he was fine before suddenly falling back to sleep. Joe speculated that their lives might be drained if they touched the tree and noted that this bud was just a dead flower that hadn't bloomed yet. He wondered what might happen if it did bloom, fearing that someone might die in the process. He then noticed another bud and pondered how many people had touched that cursed tree. The scene shifts to the restricted city, where Xuan took a picture of a beast and, by uploading it, completed his mission. He then asked Joe why he looked so pale in recent days. Joe explained that he had been preoccupied with monitoring that troublesome tree with Ting, which had finally stopped producing new buds. He hoped that God wouldn't burden him with such mandatory tasks again. The scene shifts to Ms. Wang, who saw that Joe had completed his task. She decided it was time to discuss his next steps. She called him and, after their conversation, Joe wondered what he would study under a new mentor. Ms. Wang told him that he was exceptionally talented and that this new mentor would be better suited to develop his skills than she could. The mentor's name was Ming, who had been ranked in the middle tier in past assessments of strength. However, Ming was unmatched in terms of academic achievements and theories in the college. Ms. Wang believed that studying under Ming would be highly beneficial for Joe. Joe agreed and thanked her for her support up to this point. As he was leaving, Ms. Wang mentioned that it looked like they would be fellow mentees from now on. Then Yan and a boy arrived, and the boy mentioned that their mentor had said he would be getting another mentee. He wondered what kind of problematic student was coming now, but everything made sense when he realized it was Joe. Yan greeted Joe warmly. Ms. Wang explained that these two were Joe's senior mentees. The boy took Joe to the old dragon cave and informed Zia that they had returned. Yan explained that this was the place where their teacher had been conducting research, but he had gone down the dragon well to inspect something at that moment. Zia noted that they had returned sooner than expected, and mentioned that if he hadn't been on duty that day, he would have gone to pick up their junior himself. The boy referred to Liza as the lazy one, noting that Liza was also a senior to Joe. Zia expressed some irritation at being called lazy and remarked that with Joe's arrival, he was finally free from his duties and that Joe would now be responsible for pulling up the freaking chain. The boy showed the chain to Joe and explained that it was part of an entry-level task from their mentor. Joe was instructed to pull up the chain. As he observed the chain extending into the depths, he asked what it was for. The boy replied that it was connected to the dragon well below, and it was used to draw up a dragon. He mentioned that storage light and dragon roars occasionally emanated from the cave, and this special chain had been crafted by their mentor for that purpose. Joe wondered if the dragon was something from Legends. Zia clarified that it was their mentor's guess based on dimensional mutations, and even if there was something down there, it would just be another dimensional creature. As Joe touched the chain, he felt a sharp cold sensation and experienced some pain. Zia laughed, explaining that the dragon well was extremely cold, so the chain would also be cold when hanging down there. He added that Joe wasn't allowed to use any vitality skills to pull up the chain, as this was another rule set by their mentor. Joe agreed and continued pulling the chain despite the cold and pain. Yan remarked on how many times Joe had pulled the chain and noted that he was still using such a genuine method to lift it. The boy mentioned that while the damage from the extreme cold to someone of legend-class strength was limited, it still wasn't pleasant. Finally, the mentor, Ming, arrived and noted that it seemed everyone had already gotten along with the new junior. Ting made a bonfire, and Ming prepared hot soup for Joe, explaining that it was very effective against frostbite and coldness. Joe thanked him for the thoughtful gesture. As Joe enjoyed the soup, Ming mentioned that he had heard from Haifeng about Joe's numerous attempts to pull the cold chain. Joe admitted that he hadn't figured out a solution yet, but that was probably the case. Ming inquired why Zhou hadn't considered an alternative method, given the number of times he had pulled the chain. He explained that Haifeng had used full power and amplitude to pull the chain with the help of inertia, minimizing the time his hands were in contact with the chain to avoid freezing. Yan had taken note of when the coldness diminished and then pulled the end of the chain that was least affected by the cold, managing to bring it up successfully. Zia added that while Zhou had followed the rules, people often found flexible solutions within those constraints. Chu wondered if Zia was the one who had said he couldn't use a vitality skill. After having the soup, Zhou expressed his desire to continue pulling up the chain in the same manner, viewing it as both a mission and a training opportunity. He believed that with a few more attempts, he would become accustomed to it and be able to succeed. Ming acknowledged that among his mentees, there had been a few who tried to pull up the chain without success, but Zhou was the only one who persisted after failing dozens of times. Zhou inquired about the other person who hadn't succeeded. Ming explained that the other mentee had graduated, but the rules were the rules, and Zhou could only rest after he had pulled the chain up. Zhou resumed pulling the chain and eventually discovered a giant anchor. Its shape resembled the one he had seen earlier, though it appeared to be a polished version. Curious, Zhou asked about the anchor. Ming explained that it was a fishhook designed to catch dragons, which were known for their voracious appetites, especially when it came to food. He entrusted the chain to Zhou and instructed him to return the fishhook to the well before resting. Zhou agreed, and once alone he thought about the dragon. Using his flying power, he rushed to investigate and reach the dragon's gate grottos, the old dragon cave. Zhou continued his descent, wondering how deep it was and acknowledging that it was unbearably frigid down there. He activated the Lotus Buddha body, hoping it would help. As he went deeper, the cold intensified, and he realized that even with his enhanced physique and power, he might freeze to death if he ventured any further. He considered practical solutions like wearing a down jacket or lighting a fire, but then thought about what he could do within the game. Remembering the mysterious vitality technique from the Temple of the Fire God, he decided to use his firepower. The vitality technique, specifically the flaming stele, proved to be effective, providing high resistance against the cold. Zhou pressed on, and after some time, the fire skill eventually expired. He estimated that he was nearing the bottom, so he used his flying ability to deploy the demonic light needle. As the attack went deeper, he activated the keen listener skill to sense his surroundings and discovered a break in the depth. To his shock, he found a dragon. The dragon roared so loudly that it made Zhou feel incredibly cold, prompting him to turn off the game. He wondered if the roar, powerful enough to kill someone from 100 meters away, was truly the roar of a legendary dragon. He also noted the presence of a cocoon in the dragon well, which made him think of the white cocoon protected by the golden flying ant. He decided to ponder that later, and resolved to return to rest after pulling up the chain. Suddenly he found himself in a dark, unfamiliar place and wondered where he was. Then Zhen, the masked man, spoke up, revealing that he had used his life soul to interfere with the senses of nearby life forms so that no one could detect his domain. Zhen said he had finally found a suitable moment to meet with Zhou again. Zhou realized that Zhen was the medical examiner. Zhou asked what Zhen wanted, given that all the students were saved and Qin had not issued any orders for an investigation. Zhen replied that he merely had a few questions for Zhou, and that there was no need to be nervous. Zhou inquired if Zhen was implying that it was pointless for him to be nervous. Zhen confirmed this, and then immobilized Zhou. As he approached, Zhen mentioned that he disliked playing cat and mouse games, and had temporarily blocked the connection between Zhou and his body. He indicated that the matter at hand was the tree, which was the reason for his visit to Zhou. Zhou asked if Zhen was searching for the tree that had disappeared. Zhen confirmed that he was, as he wanted to acquire the tree's powers. Zhu inquired about the nature of these powers. Zhen then asked if Zhou was familiar with the ship of Theseus, an unsolvable paradox. He explained that it describes a ship that could sail for 100 years because its parts were constantly maintained and replaced. If a plank rotted, it would be replaced, and eventually, every part of the ship would be new. The question then arose, was the ship still the ship of Theseus? Or was it no longer the same after certain planks had been replaced? Zhen concluded that the answer was simple. It was not the ship of Theseus itself that determined whether it remained the same, but rather its ruler. He then proceeded to explain many concepts to Zhou. Zhou admitted that he did not fully understand, and wondered if Zhen was a genius or a madman. Zhen explained that he had dedicated his life to researching life, providence, and the concept of souls. His goal was to explore these abstract concepts and expand their possibilities. However, no matter how carefully he attempted to separate the soul consciousness from the body, the soul would always become detached, and life force would disappear, every single time. But those instances where substances would mysteriously reappear after being stripped away had broken that rule. The tree they were discussing possessed the power that Jen wanted. Joe asked if Jen thought he had something to do with the tree. Jen agreed and elaborated that if the existence of the tree was at static equilibrium, then the variable causing its disappearance would be the people who entered Death City. If there was also a variable linked to the dead students who received something, it would involve Joe and Jing, with Joe existing in both variables. Joe replied that this was merely Jen's guess after ruling out other possibilities involving unknown variables. Joe thought he couldn't use any skills under the restrictions of an epic class. Jen said he would find what he needed after separating all the memories from Joe's brain. He used a device on Joe, who asked if Jen didn't think it was ridiculous to harm his own kind for the sake of humans. Jen responded that it wouldn't take long, and the moment he removed the memories from Joe's brain, Joe's king would collapse, leaving him a doll devoid of emotions and consciousness. The sacrifices were necessary for advancement, and Jen was willing to bear that sin, recording Joe's sacrifice in the history of human evolution. Afterward, Joe used his flame attacks to force Jen to retreat. Jen acknowledged that his guess had been correct. Joe had a secret. Jen attempted to use his soul-controlling eyes, but they had no effect on Joe. Shocked, Jen could hardly believe it. As Joe was only at the legend class level, how could he possess such power? Joe explained that he was eliminating an intruder and then attacked Jen. However, Joe soon felt normal and coughed up blood. He wondered if he would be the first person to die from the power of his own life providence. He then fainted. After some time, Joe awoke to find that he had not died. His clothes were missing, but his injuries had been treated. As he tried to sit up, his mentor Ming told him to remain still. Ming had used his life soul to repair Joe's fatal wounds, but Joe still needed to recuperate from the damage caused by broken ribs and damaged organs. Through their conversation, Joe learned that Zia had found him. Ming was also shocked when Zia brought Joe in, noting that all the meridians were crushed by some power, and the surrounding bones and organs were severely damaged. Joe wondered if he had lost any of his belongings. Ming asked if Joe knew who had attacked him. Joe replied that he had trouble recalling. He considered that rather than attributing the attack to Jen, it was better to say he had been attacked by his own life providence. However, this was odd because life providence, being born from oneself, should not surpass the body's limits. This was not the case for the King Sai. Additionally, when the attack occurred, another consciousness seemed to have intruded into his mind. Ming noted that Joe's difficulty recalling the events was troubling. Zia mentioned that he had not found any traces of another person when he discovered Joe lying in a pool of blood. Joe questioned the lack of traces, wondering if Jen had exploded on the spot, as he would expect such an event to leave evidence scattered across the ground. Ming mentioned that he had contacted the college's investigation team and suggested leaving the rest to them. While treating Joe with his life soul, Ming had discovered something interesting about Joe's injuries. Joe was severely injured all over, except for his heart, which seemed to be protected by a different kind of power. Without this protection, Joe would have died instantly. Joe wondered what kind of power was safeguarding him. Ming explained that Joe had been on the brink of death from the very first day he became Ming's mentee. Joe denied this, but Ming patted Joe's head, teasing him for being so gullible. Joe then asked about a notebook Ming had mentioned. Ming revealed that it was for Joe and contained the 7 scattered palms. He explained that he couldn't always be there to protect Joe, and only by strengthening himself would Joe truly be safeguarded. Shu wondered if it was a vitality technique, and commented on its apparent power. Ming explained that the technique was named 7 scattered palms, because it was derived from 7 distinct kingdoms of palm techniques. This is why it was known as such. Explaining this, Ming noted that Joe would currently be unable to walk due to his injuries, so he should use the time to rest. Ming talked with Xuan about an antelope, but Xuan mentioned experiencing phantom pain in his chest just from hearing the name. Joe admitted he couldn't move at the moment and warned that if he didn't avoid thinking about the antelope for a few days, it might cause significant damage to the dorm. He asked Xuan for help, and Xuan agreed, wishing Joe a speedy recovery. After ending the call, Joe was relieved to find that he could still use his hands, allowing him to play the game and practice the 7 scattered palms within it. While playing, Joe wondered if Jen had done something similar for the tree. Checking the game, he saw a number under the tree icon and went to the tree within the game. He found another bud on the tree, but the tree itself had disappeared. No one should have been able to make contact with it. Joe then thought about Jen's disappearance and felt a sense of foreboding. He then practiced battling and reflected that instead of calling the 7 scattered palms a vitality technique, it was more accurate to describe it as a skill, similar to the 1-inch punch. The 7 moves of the 7 scattered palms were each unique in style and precisely documented. However, mastering them would require more training. He wondered what would happen once the flower ripened. As he ventured into the deeper parts of the ant cave, he recognized the difficulty the gray yin wind had in affecting it. While descending, he encountered a cocoon. As he approached it, a golden flying ant intervened to stop him and defeated him in the process. Ju noted that both the golden protector of the cocoon and the dragon's will, as well as the ant nest, contained cocoon-like structures, suggesting there might be a hidden secret within them. He also realized that the Aodara technique wasn't truly a flying technique after all. The silvering aspect was slower compared to epic class techniques and was limited in altitude. It would be beneficial if he had a better flying vitality skill. A man was feeding soup to Joe, who remarked that it was quite bitter. The boy serving the soup told him not to complain. Joe expressed his gratitude for the medicine provided by their mentor, noting that he was recovering well but still needed more time to fully recuperate. Joe asked where Ming was, as he had some questions for him. The boy replied that Ming had gone to study the dragon with Zia, but would be back soon. He encouraged Joe to ask his questions, as he himself was knowledgeable. Joe considered that since Yan knew about Death City, he must be an erudite person as well. He explained that he had previously learned the Dragon's Gate Asura technique, but found it was more about agility than true flying. He was interested in finding out if there were other, faster flying skills within the legend class. The boy informed him that the Apsara technique was indeed an outstanding footwork skill within the legend class, and that a faster vitality skill was the sun-chasing technique. Among the birds around Sunset City, the sun-chasing technique was likely the fastest. Joe asked if this was related to Sunset College. Yan agreed and explained that Sunset College did not have the complex connotations it holds today when it was first established. Originally, it simply meant a place from which one could view Sunset City. Zia arrived and mentioned that it was essentially impossible to kill the chasing sunbirds. He didn't want to dampen Joe's enthusiasm, but he knew where Sunset City was located. Joe replied that he would see it from Sunset College. Zia explained that it was situated above them. Sunset City was a phantom city that only appeared within the rays of sunlight. The chasing sunbirds lacked legs and thus never landed. They spent their lives pursuing Sunset City. They were incredibly fast, making it more practical to try to kill a fairy instead. Joe was curious about the fairy. Yan added that Joe had not inquired about legend-class flying skills, which was why he had not mentioned it. He explained that there was indeed a stronger flying vitality skill within the Dragon's Gate grottos, known as the Dragon's Gate Fairy. This skill was superior to the Apsara technique Joe currently possessed, and was associated with an epic class creature. Zia explained that the Apsara beast possessed the Apsara technique because it was a follower of the fairy. The fairy itself, however, was more powerful and could truly fly. Joe admitted that he was currently unable to defeat an epic class creature and could only manage to kill an Apsara monkey. Zia inquired if Joe was holding back anything, assuring him that once he recovered, they would all help him obtain what he needed. With that decision made, Zia quickly left to scout for a fairy for Joe. Chu wondered if Zia would be safe and if the epic class creature would be a serious threat. Yan reassured him, saying that Zia was capable and that a fairy could not kill him. At most, it would only give him a tough time. Yan then made Joe drink the soup again, which Joe complained was still bitter. Yin emphasized that Joe's current mission was simply to recover as soon as possible. As Joe was recovering, Ming commented that Joe had made good progress, but questioned why they were taking the day off. Zia explained that they planned to take Joe out to get closer to their goal. Ming granted them leave to go. Zia informed Joe that he had been tracking the fairy for a few days and was eager to confront it. Today was finally the day. Joe asked if they had a chance to stand against the fairy. He had hoped to encounter one in the Dragon's Gate Grotto's dungeon, but hadn't come across any. Zia admitted he had no idea about that. Haifeng remarked that it was more interesting when there was a twist of fate, and if they had no chance against the fairy, they wouldn't all be there. Joe reflected on how his mentor was mature and steady, while the mentees were all very unique. They arrived at the Lotus Cave, where the Apsara beast was sitting on a lotus rock. Joe wondered if that was an Apsara beast. Zia pointed out the mark on its head, indicating it was the first follower of a fairy. He explained that while fairies didn't frequently cross dimensional cracks, the presence of a first follower suggested that a fairy had indeed come through. Joe thought that now he understood why he hadn't encountered any in the game. Haifeng pointed out that killing the beast could lure out its master. He asked Joe if he wanted to warm up after resting for so long. Joe agreed, stepped forward, and faced the beast alone. When the beast attacked, Joe dodged effortlessly, having become very familiar with Apsara beast attacks through the game. He then launched a clear conscience attack at the beast. Yan commented on how quickly Joe had mastered their mentor's 7 scattered palms. Haifeng noticed that Zia seemed disinterested and asked if something was wrong. Zia replied that the mask on the monkey's head appeared different from the one he had been tracking. Suddenly the whole area darkened, and the fairy appeared, glowing. Ju noted that the fairy, dressed in black cloth and white silk ribbon, looked different from the colorful fairies depicted in the mural. As Zia attacked the fairy, Haifeng advised them to wait, revealing that it was a mutant fairy. Zia confirmed that, as expected of an epic-class creature, his oscillation crystal bullets weren't effective, and they were at a disadvantage in its domain. As Zia suggested retreating, he was struck by something and fell. They soon discovered a barrier blocking their exit. The fairy moved closer, prompting Zia to draw his gun and suggest that everyone get ready, stay alert, and fight with all their strength, or TB would die. Haifeng urged him not to speak such dire words. As the 4 of them prepared to attack, the fairy struck first. They managed to dodge the initial assault and rushed forward to counterattack. Joe attempted to use the Great Yin Wind by throwing a leaf, but the fairy blocked it and fired a shot at Joe. Zia stepped in front to intercept the attack, then told Joe not to die in their first battle. Joe responded that he wouldn't, and noted that the banana fairy's life class was too low. He explained that if they were in the same life class, the fairy would have been frozen, despite its wind abilities. The fairy attacked Joe again, but he managed to dodge, noticing that, while still fast, the fairy's speed had been somewhat reduced. Haifeng asked Zia to cover him while Joe blocked the fairy's attacks to create an opening for Haifeng to strike. Joe finally grabbed the fairy's leg and pulled it in to land a punch. However, the fairy counterattacked, causing Joe to stagger back. Haifeng, who was injured, revealed that he had received blood from his mother. Joe remarked that the creature was formidable and that Haifeng didn't seem like the type to be so reckless. Haifeng retorted that he didn't get hurt for nothing. Meanwhile, Yan used his skill to grab the fairy's leg. Zia attacked the fairy with a moon slash, but the fairy retaliated, aiming for his neck and causing him to fall. Zhao remarked that Tenny had finally inflicted some real damage on the fairy, signaling that it was now a battle of attrition. The group continued to assault the fairy with their powers, and Zia seized an opportunity to strike again. He observed that it seemed Hung had done his part, but suddenly, yellow tendrils appeared to capture Zia. They realized that the fairy was gathering all its energy for a massive explosion. Haifeng recognized that the fairy was about to explode. Zia was trapped and couldn't free himself, so Joe intervened, grabbing the yellow tendrils. The others questioned why Joe had returned and if he too wanted to die. Joe believed that Ash Palm was a form of hidden force, so he focused all his energy on the silk to break it and free Zia. They managed to escape just as the blast occurred. Zia commented that they had finally killed the fairy and noticed the skill crystal left behind. He felt fortunate that the fairy had dropped something valuable. Joe offered to pay for the crystal, but Zia insisted it wasn't necessary. However, Joe couldn't resist the urge to challenge more dimensional creatures. He agreed and took the crystal, wondering if a legend-class being could absorb the skill crystal of an epic-class creature. As they all gathered around, Minim used life-soul materialization and applied a few drops to Joe's injuries. Joe felt the pain dissipating and his wounds healing rapidly. This was the power of the mentor's life-soul. Minim remarked that, as Joe's seniors, they shouldn't have put him at risk right after his recovery. He then reminded Joe of the question he had asked earlier about absorbing an epic-class skill crystal. MinHMG explained that, theoretically, it was possible to absorb a skill crystal of a higher class than one's own, unlike hatching dimensional creatures. However, it wasn't straightforward. Skill crystals were essentially mediums that channeled vitality into different forms, which didn't directly correlate with life classes. Some skills required more than just vitality. They needed a certain minimum of fundamental stats to maintain activation. Since such conditions were often only available in higher classes, the process was inherently risky. Minhemg added that it was rare to see all his comrades so injured, so they should celebrate with a feast that night. Zia saw Joe and asked what he was looking at. Joe was examining the description of the crystal and remarked that, just as the mentor had said, it was his first time seeing a vitality skill with a speed requirement. When Joe got home, he found Antelope sleeping and noted that Xuan had been surprisingly diligent in taking care of it. He took a bath and checked his phone, reflecting that he hadn't even been able to defeat a normal fairy on his own, and it was only a matter of time before he would be killed by them. He noticed that the crystal had a speed requirement of 21, while his current speed after cultivating in the game was 18. Lying down, Joe wondered if a high-class speed crystal would be as restrained as when he advanced to legend class, and he realized he needed to find a way to obtain a high-class crystal. The next morning his phone rang, and he wondered who it could be. While traveling with Shen in the car, Sheng apologized for calling so early and addressed Joe as young master. Joe asked him to simply call him by his name. Zia saw Joe and asked what he was looking at. Joe was examining the description of the crystal and remarked that, just as the mentor had said, it was his first time seeing a vitality skill with a speed requirement. When Joe got home, he found Antelope sleeping and noted that Xuan had been surprisingly diligent in taking care of it. He took a bath and checked his phone, reflecting that he hadn't even been able to defeat a normal fairy on his own, and it was only a matter of time before he would be killed by them. He noticed that the crystal had a speed requirement of 21, while his current speed after cultivating in the game was 18. Lying down, Joe wondered if a high-class speed crystal would be as restrained as when he advanced to legend class, and he realized he needed to find a way to obtain a high-class crystal. The next morning his phone rang, and he wondered who it could be. While traveling with Shen in the car, Sheng apologized for calling so early and addressed Joe as young master. Joe asked him to simply call him by his name. Sheng apologizes by explaining that all the scars and marks are from confronting dimensional creatures, and warns that in the future they will face even harsher challenges. Joe asks what Sheng means by that. Sheng explains that ever since the world mutated, the borders between dimensions and human living spaces have been protected by soldiers and by the world's natural restrictions. However, what most people, who have been safely sheltered in the safety zone for nearly half a century, don't realize is that dimensional creatures have been gradually breaking through these restrictions all over the Federation. Despite the deceptively peaceful yet fragile equilibrium, these creatures have been invading. Joe wonders if it has already reached that point. He reflects on the Sea Serpent Emperor and the Siren Princess that attacked him, realizing they must have broken through the dimensional barriers. Shen confirms that the situation is worse than they expected, and despite their efforts, they have yet to uncover the cause of the dimensional mutation. Sheng warns that dimensional creatures keep invading, and if this continues, once the restrictions completely collapse, those overpowering creatures will massacre all innocent lives in the cities. In fact, Sheng adds, there have already been several invasions in the dimensional area closest to them a short while ago, and that threat has now been subdued, but an epic class officer and his squad were all killed in action. Sheng adds that without enough power in this world, Joe wouldn't even be able to protect his family or those he cherishes. Sheng mentions that the divine gift was one of those rare chances for Joe to gain the strength he needs. He hopes Joe will give it careful consideration, not for anyone else, but just for a slim chance of survival in this world. Joe thanks Sheng for all the information, but he remains firm in his decision. He explains that the right to the gift had always belonged to Jing, and her abilities should align well with that opportunity. Even if Yang's quota becomes invalid, Joe won't take advantage of someone else's misfortune. He feels bad about turning down Lan, but he doesn't want to feel indebted to anyone by taking their opportunity. Though Lan might have lost her chance, Joe is determined to find enough power on his own to protect everything he holds dear in the future. Sheng adjusted his dress and remarked that Liu was right. Joe wasn't actually brothers with Tian, but their temperaments were strikingly similar. Joe responded that he didn't consider that a compliment. Sheng then said that since Joe had made his decision, he wouldn't interfere any further. He offered that Joe could come to him if he needed anything in the future, and he would now send Joe back. As they stepped outside, Joe mentioned that Sheng's surname was also An, but he noticed that Sheng addressed other An family members as Madam and Young Master. Sheng asked if Joe was curious about him and explained that his identity wasn't a secret to others. People regarded Sheng as the An family's lackey or the demon drill Aster. However, the Madam, Young Master, and his lady saw him as part of the An family, even though everyone knew he wasn't related to them by blood. Sheng added that he was once a nobody who had forgotten his past, and Sheng was the name Tian gave him. Shu returned to his house reflecting on what Sheng had told him. If harsher invasions were indeed coming, was the condition of the world worsening? Even an epic class officer had been killed during an invasion. Speaking of dimensional creature invasions, didn't he have one in his dorm right now? And what about that apocalyptic dream? Was it an omen of catastrophe? He started the game again and noticed the Dead Man Tree icon. He had almost forgotten about the Dead Man Tree. Entering the game, he saw that the Dead Man Tree's fruit had ripened and wondered why it resembled a companion egg. Checking its stats, Joe realized that the fruit had the power to turn a life into a companion egg. He recognized that this ability of the tree was powerful, but also risky. However, it might be his chance to break through the bottleneck he had been stuck on in the game. With that in mind, he decided to hatch it. Just as the game crashed, Joe wondered if it was because his physique had improved. Despite being drained both in the game and in reality, he managed to endure the excruciating pain of hatching an egg above his life class while staying conscious. Then, he sensed a new summoning contract forming. Joe felt relieved, remarking that it was great the egg didn't hatch a gen. Otherwise, that would have given him the creeps. He checked the newly acquired skills and noted that the 3 skills were essentially all specialized in medical treatment. However, he was completely clueless when it came to medical knowledge. Nevertheless, these skills would be incredibly useful for emergency treatments on the battlefield. The Dark Doctor was currently in the process of hatching, and Joe considered that if it could regain its epic class state and its Soul Doctor providence, it would be a significant asset. Thinking of all these possibilities, Joe realized he was stuck in an infinite loop of thoughts again. He considered that he might have a chance if he teamed up with strong allies to fight against weaker epic class creatures, but he had already owed his seniors a favor from the last time. He called Xuan, who was in the training area, and Xuan quickly realized that Joe was planning to team up and challenge an epic class creature, and that he wanted Xuan to join him. Joe explained that it was thanks to the antelope that his immortal god of combat life providence was getting stronger. Although Joe hadn't made a final decision yet, he assured Xuan that he would let him know once his mind was made up. Next, Joe asked if Xuan was going out and where he was heading. Xuan replied that he was going to the Holy Land of the Federation, as he had something to take care of there. After cutting the call, Joe noted that Xuan wasn't available, so he figured he would just go with the others. He decided to choose the target now. Joe thought that if he was only trying to gather ingredients, there was no need to seek out tricky epic class creatures, as that would increase everyone's risk. Instead, it would be best to focus on safer options to improve their success rate, which would benefit everyone involved. Though he had encountered many epic class creatures, Joe hadn't yet found a way to deal with the arrow at Hulao Pass. He also realized that he was the only one who could enter the Zhongtian Gate and fight the crane due to that mysterious power. Additionally, the golden flying ant in the Eni cave was at an insta-kill level of overpowered, and there wasn't a corresponding dimensional area for the ant cave in reality yet, so he wondered if there were any weaker epic class creatures around. Joe then decided to explore the Dragon's Gate grottos, specifically Binyang Cave. It was his first time there, and he noted that the caves in the Dragon's Gate grottos were independent of each other, making them much more user-friendly compared to areas where they had to go deep for further exploration. As he ventured further, he spotted a cute tiger. However, it suddenly attacked Joe. He quickly dodged and realized that it was indeed an epic class creature. He was blocking the tiger's attacks when he retaliated with the star-slashing knife aura, but the tiger dodged it. Even when Joe managed to trap it in ice, the tiger quickly broke free. Joe remarked that this was the true meaning of power that breaks through all spells, and it managed to escape using just its epic class attributes. He realized that while he had moments where he was drained of vitality, the tiger showed no signs of tiring anytime soon. Joe ended the encounter, thinking to himself that he never expected to defeat an epic class creature alone anyway. However, if that was all the tiger had to offer, it would be an excellent option to take on as a team. Reflecting on this, nightfall arrived, and before dawn, he engaged in battle with the tiger again and was attacked by it. He noted that after grinding through so many encounters, he had discovered all of its attack patterns. Even the damage it dealt wasn't anything extraordinary. Chu wondered if there really was an epic class creature that only knew how to perform basic attacks. The next day, Joe discussed the matter with Xuan, Feng, and Xiao. Xuan was shocked to hear about the tiger. Joe explained that he didn't think it was necessary to choose a dangerous target for their first mission, and asked if there was anything wrong. Xuan denied any issues but mentioned that the tiger was a protected species, a protected dimensional creature. He then gathered some information about the tiger from the Federation forum. Its life providence was quite metaphysical, referred to as a lucky little tiger. While it didn't seem to enhance any particular attribute, some research suggested that bringing the tiger along to dimensional areas could increase the chances of obtaining something valuable, like a companion egg with desirable attributes. Some people believe that the life providence of this tiger was connected to a Buddhist story, in which a bodhisattva sacrificed himself to feed starving tigers, making it lucky for those tigers to eat a Buddha. Although the little tiger was known as the weakest epic class creature, gang wars occasionally erupted due to its unique characteristics and scarcity. Eventually, it became so well known that the Federation took control of Binyang Cave, implementing strict and crafty rules regarding access to the cave, especially concerning the timing and entry. The scene shifts to the Dragon's Gate grottos, specifically Binyang Cave, where a man announces the entry rules. He explains that it costs 10,000 per draw, with a 1% chance of winning the right to enter the cave. There's also a time limit for entry. A 99% chance of winning allows for 1 to 5 hours of access, while the 1% chance of winning a special prize grants 72 hours. He warns that no one can cheat within his range of detection, so such attempts are futile. Xiao agreed with these terms. Then, everyone received their passes, and Xiao suggested they head to the cave. After some time, the man was astonished to see that all 4 had won the special prize. He wondered how they had managed to win 4 special prizes in a row, but didn't sense any power interference. He asked someone to notify the maintenance department, suspecting that the machine might be broken. They were curious about how Xiao had achieved this, likening it to winning 4 lotteries. Xiao explained to Xuan that he had just pressed the button a few times. Feng remarked that the Li family wasn't in the same area as them, so it was normal if they hadn't heard of Wang before. Stories about her included, but weren't limited to, her winning a $10 million lottery ticket shortly after her birth, and buying a hairpin with a super rare crystal for just $3 from a street vendor during elementary school. Xuan asked to wait, feeling as though he was reading Xiao's luck. Feng then took out a coin and asked Xiao to choose heads or tails. Xiao responded that she would go with whatever stood. Feng flipped the coin, and as Xuan reached to grab it, the coin fell and landed standing upright. Xuan was shocked, realizing how extraordinary Xiao's luck was. Sina then commented that while a lucky tiger might be interesting, they had Xiao, and she asked if they were interested in going to Gambling City the next day. Shu interrupted, reminding them not to forget why they were there. Xuan replied that there was no need to be overly cautious. The little tiger didn't appear at a fixed location, and many people who only had a short entry time returned empty-handed. With their 3 days of free entry, they had plenty of time. Suddenly, a blast was heard from within the cave, and Zhuan warned them to be careful. Regardless of its apparent weakness, an epic class creature was still an epic class creature. Zhu instructed them to follow his lead. Meanwhile, a man monitoring the situation from outside noted that Zhou was indeed one of the people who had entered a while ago. However, since they had won 72 hours of free entry, he wasn't sure when Zhou would come out. Jing, who was also observing, remarked that it might be too late and insisted on seeing Zhou immediately. The man advised them not to make things difficult for the gatekeeper. He explained that while he wanted to help the AN family, Binyang Cave was under Federation jurisdiction, despite being located in Luoyang. All entries had to be reported in detail unless one had the highest level of permission from the Federation Parliament, and everyone had to abide by the rules. On the other side, the giant tiger lay defeated, and Zhuan wondered if it was really an epic class creature, since it had been easier to handle than expected. Feng pointed out that the tiger was simply weak for its class and suggested that Xuan might not have realized the true reason behind its ease. Zhou's strategy had effectively neutralized all of the tiger's attacks. Xiao observed the tiger and noticed that it had submitted to her and transformed into an egg. Xuan remarked that it was his first time seeing a creature voluntarily become an egg. Xiao then asked if they would allow her to keep the egg, offering to owe them a favor in return. Xiao clarified that she wasn't intending to monopolize the tab and could repay them with money or something else. Xuan mentioned that he came to challenge himself alongside Zhou and wasn't lacking in funds. Feng also stated that he had no interest in the egg. Zhou wondered what was happening and felt that it wasn't worth exchanging an epic class companion egg for Xiao. Feng noted that the little tiger probably wouldn't appear again anytime soon and told Zhou to call him if needed. As they exited, Zhou saw Jing waiting. He ignored her, but she called out, asking why he was ignoring her. She wanted to know why he had refused the divine gift. Zhou responded that he had felt it didn't belong to him, and he had no idea why it ended up in his possession. Since he had taken it from her, wasn't she pleased that he gave it up? Jing asked if he was insulting her, and if so, she demanded to see his true self. She wanted to witness the strength of someone who had made her mother change her privilege over her, rather than shrinking away from challenges. Jing wanted to see what was blocking her path and reminded him that he still owed her a favor. He agreed, and Jing reminded him to fulfill his promise now and claim the territory of the divine gift for her. He agreed to that as well. When they returned home, Jing speculated that he might not yet know the details of the divine gift, so she was there to tutor him. Zhou wondered if she was trying to experience what it felt like to be a teacher. Jing explained that the territory of the divine gift was actually a special and vast dimensional area where powerful creatures, referred to as demigods, resided. These demigods not only possessed terrifying power, but also recognized humans who passed their trials. They would even bestow special bloodlines upon those humans, endowing them with unique abilities. The 6 heroes they were familiar with were the first humans to obtain 6 different bloodlines from these demigods. Their descendants would inherit these bloodlines, with the Holy Emperor physique that John used in their battle being one of the 6. Although the descendants' bloodlines would not be as potent as the original ones, they still held significant power, Zhou questioned why the right to the divine gift was given only to the younger generation, asking if the high-ranking experts had no say in this matter. Jing replied that it wasn't that they didn't want to. It was that they couldn't due to a restriction rule in the demigod's domain. Only those of legend class or below were allowed to enter the territory of the divine gift. Zhu remarked that no wonder Lan said Tian was too strong for the divine gift. Jing confirmed that was part of the reason, and mentioned that her brother had participated in the previous divine gift, but hadn't succeeded. Zhou commented that it seemed no one had received a divine gift. As Jing was on a call with Lan, she ended the call abruptly. Lan informed Sheng that the lady had said Zhou agreed to go to the territory of the divine gift on her behalf, and Lan was counting on Sheng to accompany Zhou there. Sheng agreed to this arrangement. Sheng told Zhou to pack what he needed, and assured him that he would take care of the rest. Zhou agreed, and then he recalled his conversation with Ming, where he had asked if Ming knew about the divine gift. Ming had replied that, as a scholar of the dimensional era, he naturally knew more than others. Ming then took out an item from his wrist and handed it to Zhou, explaining that he had planned to make one for each of them, but since Zhou had taken personal leave, he was giving it to him now. He asked Zhou to think of it as an amulet. As Zhou was about to respond, he heard a knock at the door. He opened it to find Xuan standing there. Xuan mentioned that he had seen Zhou's name on the final list for the divine gift and questioned why Zhou hadn't informed him about it. They could have tackled the challenge together. Sheng said he didn't mind bringing Xuan along. Zhou then introduced Sheng to Xuan, explaining that Sheng would be accompanying him to the territory of the divine gift. Upon hearing Sheng's name, Xuan asked if he was the rumored cold-blooded demon adjutant of Tian. Sheng acknowledged how others perceived him, but assured them that he would try not to exhibit that side of himself. Xuan was taken aback and wondered if Sheng was admitting to something else entirely. Xuan remarked on the surprising decision of the An family to send the warlord's demon adjutant to accompany Zhou. Just then, Sheng received a call from Tian. During the conversation, Tian issued a military order, stating that it was imperative for Zhou to confirm his participation as soon as possible. Tian also mentioned that Sheng should pass through the Qinling Mountains on his way to the Holy Land, and bring Tian along if he wanted to save time. Sheng agreed, and ended the call. Sheng then asked both Zhou and Xuan what they thought about sightseeing the Qinling Mountains on their way to the Holy Land. That evening, Sheng, Zhou, and Xuan departed. Xuan questioned why Sheng wanted to visit an unclaimed and unsupervised territory. Sheng responded that the Li family was extraordinary as well, so he would need to understand more about the area sooner or later. They were also investigating whether there was any dimensional mutation in the Qinling Mountains. Xuan mentioned that he would consult his father once he returned. Chu noted that the Qinling Mountains were not far from Luoyang, and that a dimensional mutation had indeed occurred there. As they drove, night fell, and they reached a point where they could no longer continue by car. Sheng informed them that they wouldn't stay long. Teeny only needed to collect data on the dimensional fluctuations in the area. He also mentioned that it would be unusually cold at night, so if they felt chilly, there were clothes available in the car. Xuan replied that there was no need for extra clothing, as he had cultivated his vitality technique for just such conditions. Zhou agreed, noting that the ancient Imperial Sutra was highly effective against the cold. Just then, a bird landed on Zhou's head. Xuan commented that it seemed animals liked Zhou a lot, but upon closer inspection he realized it wasn't an ordinary animal. Sheng noted that something seemed concealed and he couldn't determine its class, but it should be within a safe range. Xuan found it strange that Sheng couldn't see through it and observed that the creature was quite soft and didn't seem aggressive. Since it was nesting on top of Zhou's head, Xuan suggested that Zhou might as well keep it as a pet. Zhou asked them to stop playing with the creature. He thought to himself that he already had a bunch of gold-eating creatures at home. When he set the creature down, it crawled into his shirt, making Zhou wonder if it was afraid of the cold. Sheng commented that it was very clingy, suggesting that the creatures in this area always stayed close to their parents. Xuan inquired if dimensional creatures were not generally born strong. Sheng explained that the military had discovered some adult dimensional creatures carrying their babies during explorations long ago. He also mentioned that Ms. Wang had taken them to the non-killing realm before, where there were many such creatures. Chu wondered why the little creature was clinging only to him, considering his body wasn't particularly special. He then sensed some ancient Imperial Sutra energy around him. Xuan asked what Zhou had done with the antelope, to which Zhou replied that he had given it to be cared for. Xuan commented that Xiao would surely regret that decision. Sheng noted that it wasn't safe to enter the dimensional area at night, so they would wait until they had rested and the morning light before proceeding. The next morning, they continued their journey on foot, with Sheng using a device to detect things in the area. Zhou mentioned that the bird was still following them. Xuan noted that it was only following Zhou. After some time, the bird perched on Zhou's head again. Xuan, feeling bored, wondered if they were truly in a dimensional space, as they hadn't encountered a single-dimensional creature yet. Shun explained that his expanded presence had kept normal creatures away, as they found it boring. He promised to take them to a dimensional area for training next time. Sheng had hoped that with his presence, they would at least scratch the surface of the dragon vein. Chu pondered the dragon vein, considering that the Qinling Mountains were linked to Kunlun mythology. Xuan noted that Zhou needed to understand this, and while it wasn't absolutely necessary, many dimensional creatures appeared in areas most compatible with them, especially in regions associated with Kunlun dragon veins. Xuan questioned if Zhou thought dimensional mutations had any impact on this. Just then, they spotted a beast approaching, and Xuan asked Sheng if it was the legendary phoenix. Sheng advised them to remain silent, as its presence was so powerful that he couldn't judge its nature, and he wondered why such a high-class creature would be in the outer region. The small bird on Zhou's head made a sound, causing the phoenix to turn towards them. As Zhou looked at the phoenix, he noticed that some of the birds around it resembled the one perched on his head. As the small bird approached the phoenix, Xuan quipped that they shouldn't assume the phoenix was treating them as humans, but rather as bird traffickers. The phoenix then flew away, and Xuan felt relieved that it left without attacking them. Sheng remarked that the phoenix knew they meant no harm, but if it had come to a fight, the outcome would have been different. Xuan acknowledged Sheng's military prowess but noted that even he might struggle against such a creature. Sheng shook his head and asked if Xuan was okay after seeing a divine beast. Zhu noticed that the small bird was still present, leading Xuan to wonder why it hadn't followed its mother and whether it might have been abandoned. Zhou and Sheng explained that the phoenix was likely searching for the bird in another region. Zhou speculated that the bird might be trying to lead them somewhere. Following the bird, they came across a massive tree. Sheng commented that, according to ancient lore, phoenixes only rest on parasol trees, and guessed that this region might be its mother's territory. He suggested that the small bird was probably a phoenix chick that had ventured out on its own and lost its way. Zhou agreed that since they were already so close, they should take a look. Xuan was shocked and wondered if Zhou was serious about being in the territory of a legendary divine beast, noting that it was too dangerous. Zhu reassured him that it should be fine since they had already entered the territory with the bird, which hadn't attacked or chased them away. As long as they didn't provoke it, Tenny would likely be safe. Sheng agreed, adding that since the creature wasn't hostile, he would be able to collect more accurate spatial data for Tian. Xuan consented to proceed as well, and Zhou suggested they hurry and leave before dark. As they approached the tree, Teeny discovered a lot of tanks and vehicles and wondered how they had ended up there. Zhou explained that they had been abandoned for a long time and likely belonged to the missing military forces that had tried to establish a base. Sheng uncovered an item, and when they opened it, Tenny found a bamboo sword. Sheng remarked that it had been missing for a long time and was surprisingly there. He explained that normally, metals could hardly damage dimensional creatures, so the ammunition in the Federation's military was all infused with primordial metal, a mineral born from the dimensional storm. There was a swordsmith who forged 4 famous swords from the purest primordial metal, naming them after the 4 noble ones. Zhou recalled that he had been fortunate enough to witness one of these swords before, and the one he was holding now was the bamboo sword. Zhou examined the sword and remarked on its quality. Xuan commented that Zhou was too late to claim it as his own, as he had become its master the moment he unsheathed it. Xuan noted that Zhou was lucky, but seemed worried. He also suggested that Xuan might find the other swords in the area. Sheng responded that even if Xuan found them, he feared they would be unbreakable for him. He mentioned that the owners of the 4 swords had not met good ends, including the master of the Plum Blossom sword and the former head of the An family, who had met with an accidental premature death. Zhu realized that the previous head of the An family must have been Tian's father. Sheng took the sword from Zhou and made a cut on his own hand, warning them not to fight. He explained that if blood were spilled during their conflict, it would lead to disaster. Zhou had become its master, but it was best not to use the sword. Tenny arrived at the golden tree, and Xuan was astonished to see it, noting that the phoenix awaited there. He then spotted a cocoon and wondered why it was present. Zhou thought it was another cocoon, similar to the one already in the dragon well and the ant nest, and was curious about its purpose. The phoenix appeared, and the small bird with Zhou approached it. Sheng suggested they move forward. As they left, the phoenix used its flames to create a small rock. When Sheng, Xuan, and Zhou reached the car, Sheng mentioned that it would take some time to drive overnight, but they should be able to reach the divine gift trial. Xuan remarked that it was a pity they couldn't subdue the baby of the divine beast despite how amazing it was, but they had managed to recover it. Shu replied that they hadn't come away empty-handed. They saw that the bird had returned to Joe, making a sound and delivering a piece of the eggshell. The scene then shifted to the Cape family's castle, where a man scolded John and Liz for being a disgrace to the family. He criticized them for being humiliated by a child who had never been heard of before. John argued that Joe had undermined their Cape family, and they couldn't let such insolence go unpunished. The man stated that their 6 hero families should seek revenge against the An family for any old grudge, but with the divine gift trial approaching and so many eyes watching, he couldn't make a move against Joe. John reassured him not to worry, as he already had a plan. However, he needed some help from the man. Liz mentioned that Joe possessed a strange fan capable of instantly breaking her Holy Emperor physique with its extremely cold air. She warned that if they didn't come up with a countermeasure, they'd be at a disadvantage. The man acknowledged that he had heard of such a fan a long time ago, and then handed them something. John asked if it was the protection of the goddess of wind, and the man confirmed it. John was impressed that they were willing to lend them their clan's treasure. The man admitted he wasn't entirely sure about the fan, but he believed wind would be wind. With the protection of the goddess of wind, no wind-based attack could affect John, so he urged them to proceed and not disappoint him. Meanwhile, Joe was traveling with Sheng, examining the shell. Sheng advised him not to overthink it, noting that legends say divine beasts repay kindness and seek vengeance, so this was an opportunity for Joe. They had already arrived at the holy city. As they approached, the students gathered in front of them, recognizing Sheng and speculating about the person the An family had chosen for the trial. Shen explained that this was where the participants would stay, and that he had already made the arrangements. Zhu would head to the land of trial the next morning. Zhou noted that there seemed to be hostility toward the An family. Zhuan asked if Zhou wasn't aware of this. He then recounted that no one had received a divine gift last time because of Tian. As Xuan told the story, a man inquired why Tian was blocking the way. Tian responded that he wanted to bring change to the monotonous inheritance ceremony that relied on creatures from another world. Zhou asked Xuan what had happened afterward. Xuan replied that Tian had crippled all the participants of that generation and did nothing until the end of the trial. The divine gift even altered its rules due to this, now teleporting everyone to random locations in the trial to avoid Tian's interference from the previous time. Zhou recalled a girl from that period. A man then asked a lady how the An family could do such things. The lady replied calmly, explaining that during the divine gift trial, participants were on their own once they entered, and it was merely a small accident within the divine gift's territory. She compared it to how, after her husband's death, there were some pests that vainly tried to devour the An family. She revealed that she was the one who defeated them all. A small girl told the lady that she admired her strength and aspired to be like her in the future. The girl vowed to defeat the lady one day and grow even stronger. The scene shifted to the girl, now younger, sitting on the terrace of a building when John arrived, declaring that he had finally found her. The girl replied that she would not participate in his plan. John reminded her not to forget that the lady was also a member of the 6 heroes' families, and that it was her duty to uphold their reputation. Before he could finish, the lady slashed at his face, warning him not to repeat such remarks. She asked if he truly believed he had the power to instruct her. Sheng handed an egg to Zhou, explaining that Lan had asked him to give it to Zhou. Lan had insisted that Zhou could refuse other companion eggs, but he must accept this one. She had obtained it herself from a dimensional area, and Zhou was to accept it regardless of his preference. If he didn't, she would make sure he dined with her and Jing every day after his return. Sheng would wait until the end of the trial and wished Zhou good fortune. Zhou examined the egg's description and noted that it was a defense-type companion pet with a mixed physique. Its companion state was armor, and it appeared Lan had prepared it for him a long time ago. After his bath, Zhuan arrived and asked if Zhou had decided which temple to cultivate in after entering the Holy Land. Xuan recalled that the An family's sun-shooting technique was associated with the Sun Temple, and the complete form of the technique was achieved by passing the quenching of the sun and obtaining the sun god body. Xuan admitted he wasn't good at distinguishing vitality techniques, but he didn't think Zhou's vitality resembled the sun-shooting technique. Zhou responded that he hadn't cultivated the sun-shooting technique, so it didn't matter where he went. He also thought that Xuan didn't seem to have cultivated the virgin technique either. Xuan gave Zhou a firm pat and said he knew what Zhou was thinking. Xuan planned to go to the innate temple first. Since they were randomly teleported, he suggested they meet at the innate temple and then look for trials that might interest Zhou. Zhou gave a thumbs up in agreement. Xuan warned that the 6 heroes' families were hostile toward Zhou, the representative of the An family, and that John, who had a grudge against Zhou, was also in the trial. He advised Zhou to be cautious before they met up. Zhu indicated that he wasn't interested in causing trouble and would rather avoid encountering them if possible. Lan had even arranged for Sheng to give Zhou a metal essence armor beast with max defense. When Xuan heard this, he remarked on the An family's generosity, but also expressed some concern. He then drew a sword to show Zhou. Xuan explained that it was Thunder for General, the strongest offense-type companion pet within the Legend class, with unparalleled attack power. It was also a mutant with a 1 in a million special skill Thunder God Attractor. Zhou commented that Xuan was quite fortunate. Zhou then stood up, saying he would get Xiao to assist Xuan. Xuan asked what he meant by that. The next day everyone was called to the center, where the passage was about to open. As they all entered the magic circle, Xuan and Zhou agreed to meet at the innate temple. They were soon teleported to different locations. Zhou looked around and noted the vast expanse of the land of trial. He decided to follow the map Sheng had given him to find Xuan first. John appeared behind him, admiring Zhou's courage to participate in the divine gift trial despite becoming an enemy of the Cape family. Zhou asked if John was prepared for that. John, surrounded by numerous birds, explained that he had asked the patriarch of the Cape family, who was also an elder of the Holy Land, to alter some of their landing points. He warned Zhou that he wouldn't escape even if he had wings. Zhou drew his sword, urging John to skip the formalities and get straight to the point, as he was in a hurry. The others, enraged, advanced to attack Zhou. The small phoenix fledgling intervened, defeating them with its attacks. Chu noted that all the birds seemed to submit to the enraged phoenix. A man wondered what to do now, as the companions had dismissed themselves. John, furious, ordered Zhou's death. Zhou put the phoenix fledgling aside, instructing it to leave the rest to him. He then took out the leaf fan and created a massive tornado. John used the device given to him to counteract the wind, contemplating how Zhou would fare without the tower of the fan. As they prepared to attack Zhou again, he wielded his sword skillfully, killing several opponents. John was shocked, questioning how Zhou could still possess such strength after using an air vitality skill. John's men attacked with fire, creating a blast, but Zhou dodged all the flames and continued to kill a few more. John demanded that they stop Zhou. A man summoned a tetragonal shield to block Zhou's advance, but Zhou easily shattered it with his sword. At that moment, John unleashed a powerful attack, declaring that it was time for Zhou to die. The attack, enveloped in black energy, struck Zhou. John felt that Zhou was finished, believing it was the end. But Zhou had already dodged the attack and asked John what end he was referring to. John fell back, astonished to see that Zhou was still unharmed. John exclaimed in disbelief, questioning how someone could withstand the holy light judgment with their body. Zhu had used the life providence of the ancient emperor, and he cracked his fingers in a menacing display that made John fearfully regard him as a monster. After killing John, Zhou took the device that had been blocking the wind attacks. Since John had come to Zhou willingly, Zhou felt justified in claiming it. He then served their vitality meridians and resolved to avoid further trouble. As Zhou turned, he sensed someone approaching from behind. He addressed the hidden individual, noting that since they hadn't attacked, he would assume they were not his enemy. Zhou mentioned he needed to meet with a friend and asked the person to excuse him. It turned out to be the girl John had sought help from. She admitted she thought she had been hiding well. The girl remarked on Zhou's impressive strength, expressing that although she had been teleported against her will, she was fortunate to witness such a brilliant fight. She then asked for his name, and Zhou simply told her. And that's exactly how this story ended for now.